vas a olvidar. Yo he tenido tanto temor. ¿Para qué vas a olvidar? Si solo quiero tu amor.
que han caído los esquemas de mi vida.
Como decir que me parte en mí la esquinita de mi hueso. Que han caído los esquemas de mi vida.
20 años. 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 20
For members of the public who have joined us by way of Zoom or telephone, if you would like to make a comment on any agenda, non-agenda item, or public hearing items, please raise your hand in Zoom or select *9. If you want to speak on any public hearing items, please hold your comment until the mayor opens the public hearing. Si desea hacer un comentario durante la reunión sobre el tema de la agenda, por favor marque *9 por teléfono o marque el icono para levantar la mano virtual para anotar que quieres hablar.
Recording in progress.
Great. Good afternoon, everybody. Let me go ahead and reconvene this regular session of the Santa Ana City Council meeting for March 15th, 2022. And let me just begin with some opening remarks. This meeting is taking place with in-person attendance and by teleconference via Zoom. The public can access this meeting via the Santa Ana YouTube channel or the city's website. And please, as usual, bear with us as the technology may interrupt the flow of the meeting. Let me go ahead and ask the Clerk of the Council to call roll, please.
Thank you. Councilmember Hernandez?
Present.
Councilmember Lopez?
Here.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Present.
Councilmember Peñalosa?
Present.
Councilmember Fan?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra. And Mayor Sarmiento.
Here. Thank you. And before we move along to the Pledge of Allegiance, let me go ahead and turn it over to the clerk for some opening remarks as well.
Thank you, Mayor. To request to speak on any agenda or non-agenda items within the city's jurisdiction, with the exception of public hearing items 27 and 28, please dial *9 from your phone or click the button labeled Raise Hand from Zoom at this time. Please hold your comments until the mayor opens public hearing items for public hearing items 27 and 28 only, and announce your name, ward, or neighborhood you reside in within the city of Santa Ana for the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let me go ahead and ask Councilmember Nelida Mendoza to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you. Please stand. Place your right hand over your heart. For the military personnel, you may salute. Ready? Begin.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please remain standing for the invocation.
Actually, we're going to have words of inspiration, so feel free for those of you who want to sit. I believe Hussam Ayloush is going to be joining us, and he is with us virtually. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. Thank you.
Hussam,
Thank you, Mayor.
the floor is yours, my friend.
Thank you very much, Mayor. First of all, I greet you with greetings of peace. Assalamu alaikum, honorable council members and all residents of the city of Santa Ana. Over the past few weeks, we've all watched the start of another tragic cycle of war, destruction, dispossession, and fleeing refugees. This time it was in Ukraine, a result of Russia's unjustified aggression. Whether it's in Ukraine, Syria, Burma, China, at our borders, or in our own cities, such humanitarian catastrophes remind us how vulnerable we are and how dependent on each other's humanity we also are. These tragedies expose the worst of greed, selfishness, hatred, and bigotry in some within our humanity, but also can highlight and celebrate the abundant kindness, generosity, and compassion expressed by many of us. Piety is not merely how many times we pray in our mosques, churches, synagogues, and temples. Piety is not merely how much time we spend to read the Quran, the Torah, the Bible, or any other sacred text. True piety is when we seek God, Allah, God Almighty, in the service of those who are in need of food, medicine, shelter, refuge, and love. I'll share with you something from the Islamic tradition. There's a saying taught by the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, that illustrates that meaning. It says that on the day of judgment, Allah, God Almighty, will ask, or will say to people, O son of Adam, meaning all people, we're all in the Muslim belief and Christian and Judaic belief, we're all children of Adam and Eve. O son of Adam, I was sick, but you did not visit me. A person would respond, my Lord, how can I visit you when you are the Lord of the worlds? God will say, did you not know that my servant was sick and you did not visit him? And had you visited him, you would have found me with him. O son of Adam, I asked you for food, but you did not feed me. He will say, my Lord, how can I feed you when you are the Lord of the worlds? God will say, did you not know that my servant asked you for food, but you did not feed him? And had you fed him, you would have found me with him. O son of Adam, I asked you for drink, but you did not provide me any drink. He will say, my Lord, how can I give you drink when you are the Lord of the worlds? God will say, my servant asked you for a drink, but you did not provide for him. And had you given it to him, you would have found me with him. Actually, there's a very similar story that is mentioned in the Bible. As someone who went to Christian schools and studied the Bible, there's a very similar story in the book of Matthew. The meaning is shared by all religious backgrounds and ideologies and faith traditions. So the point is, we ask and pray that we may always strive to be kind and compassionate toward one another. And we ask and pray for the safety of those who are enduring poverty, war, and all sorts of difficulties. Thank you and amen.
Amen. Thank you, Hussam. Thank you for those words of inspiration. Let me go ahead and move along to the next section of our meeting, which is the ceremonial presentations. And let me begin with Mayor Pro Tem Becerra, who's going to be making a certificate of presentation to Lydia Salvetta.
Lydia, could I have you come up here? We're good. Good evening, everybody. So it's my opportunity to recognize Lydia Salvetta, who's a longtime resident of Republic Homes, where she serves as the president of the Neighborhood Association, which she has done for many years over there. Lydia is very active in our community, and she has served in many capacities throughout the years. She served as a member of the board of directors for the Greater Santa Ana Chamber way back in 1987. She was a past member of the board of directors for the Southland Economic Development Company, an organization whose purpose is to benefit the communities it serves by stimulating employment, private investment, and expanding business opportunities. She was awarded Woman of the Year from the Athena Foundation, a foundation that is committed to nurturing and supporting the next generation of STEM women leaders in our community. Lydia also served as an advisor and a board member of the National Hispanic Business Association. The active role that Lydia has played over the years is a testament for her love to our community. And I wanted to take this opportunity to recognize Lydia for all the work that she has done. And so with that, I wanted to present you with this certificate of recognition on behalf of myself and the city of Santa Ana.
Thank you very much.
Would you like to say a few words?
I want to say thank you. Councilman Phil Becerra, I just want to say thank you for all the good years that I spent here in Santa Ana. And now that my husband has passed, I will move on to another city, but still in the county. Thank you.
Thank you for that, and thank you, Sylvia, for all your work in the city of Santa Ana. We wish you well. Let me move along to the next item, which is Councilmember Lopez, that will be presenting a certificate of recognition to the Pony Board in recognition, the Santa Ana Pony Board in recognition of their contributions to the community. If there's any members of the Pony Board, come on up. I thought it was the guys in the suits that were going to come up. Maybe not. Just kidding.
Yeah, you guys fit. Hi, everyone. So we are here to recognize the board for Santa Ana Pony Baseball. And last year, we recognized the kids of Santa Ana Pony Baseball. But in recognizing the kids, I got to know Elias. Where are you, Elias? There you are. And Elias is also a Ward 3 resident. He lives in West Flora Park. And, truly through the work that we've done, you yelling at me, I really have gotten to know how driven you are and how passionate you are and how, as we say in Spanish, all the ganas que tienes to really not just talk about change, but help create it. And so that's why it was important for me to recognize Elias and the rest of the board, because there's a couple pictures that we actually wanted to show today. So Daniel, or somebody can please pull them up. Okay, thank you. Yes, so very early on a Saturday morning, we had the board members here and some of their children that took it, upon themselves to renovate the snack bar at Riverview Park. And, we've already done improvement there, but this is a snack bar that they use every weekend when their kids are playing there. It was very old, it was worn down, and this is a community project that, the parents decided to take on themselves with their children. And unfortunately, they invited me to be a part of it and scrape the old paint, paint the new paint, and the entire concept was also designed by another Santa Ana resident. And so I was really impressed. And so thank you, Elias, for, leading that. But the organization does consist of 28 board members, and it is led by President Elias Casales. All of the board members are volunteers who do this work because they have love for their children and our community. And at Riverview Park, they volunteered their time and resource to make this improvements to the snack bar, as I said. They added new artwork, they upgraded the snack bar bathroom facility, they installed new dead boat locks, a fan for air circulation, and new LED lights. And I had the pleasure of joining them and getting my hands dirty and making sure that this got done. And Thomas Miraz and Michael McCullen, parents of a few of the players on the team, they brought their artistic and design talents to make sure that the new logo was on. And so here we are today to recognize this group for providing a healthy athletic option for our Santa Ana youth who enjoy playing baseball, and for going above and beyond and caring for our community and the parks that we use and the facilities that we use. So Elias, this is for you, and I would love for you to just share a couple words.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. First of all, I want to say thank you, Councilmember Lopez, for being very supportive and coming out and helping out these little guys and ourselves renovate the snack bar. But this award truly belongs to our Santa Ana families and our Santa Ana board, because without them, there would be no Santa Ana Pony. And thank you everyone that has supported our league and has supported these young kids to play baseball. Thank you.
Everyone shift a little bit that way, a couple steps to your left.
Thank you, Santa Ana Pony League, and thank you, Councilmember Lopez, for that presentation. Let me go ahead and now turn it over to Councilmember Mendoza, who is going to be doing a certificate of recognition presentation to our homicide unit in recognition of their 2021 Orange County Homicide Investigation Case of the Year. So, gentlemen, if you'd like to join us up here.
All the way, all the way. This is a different kind of pony league. Come on, all the way over. In times of increased crime in our city, it is good to see that our officers, our detectives, Our men and women in blue are out there protecting us. And this case in particular has received national recognition because of the difficulty and the complex nature of it. I mean, any murder is complex, but it took a team such as these experienced men and women, probably behind the scenes. We have an incredible team that not only risk their lives when they're out there solving the crimes, but they have the experience and the quality that takes to resolve something such as the atrocities that happen in our world. So I'm very honored and proud of the entire police department, and not because it's election year and they've never donated to my campaign. It doesn't matter. We should honor them because without these men and women out in the streets to protect us, it would be chaos. And so the families who have gone through this tragic loss, they depend on this kind of skill to bring closure to their situation. And although that they will never forget their loved ones, closure is very important. And that's exactly what this team has done. The homicide unit is an incredible team of incredible officers, detectives, corporals. Well, here today we have the Santa Ana Police Department Homicide Unit, Commander Jose Gonzalez, Detective Sergeant Mel Sarabia, Detective Corporal Paul McClaskey, Detective Corporal Dan Padron, Detective Corporal Rene Bonilla, Detective Eddie Nunez, Detective Frank Gomez, Detective Nick Vega, Detective Gus Moroyoki, Detective Justo Capacete, Detective Matt McLeod, Detective Mike Gibbons, Detective Chris Shin, Sergeant Matt Lemon, and Corporal Andy Garcia. Every year, the Orange County Homicide Investigators Association, OCHIA for short, reviews all of Orange County homicides to determine the case of the year. The award is given to the agency whose detectives solved a challenging case and brought positive recognition to their unit, to their department, and OCHIA through exemplary performance, perseverance, and superior investigative techniques. OCHIA selected the complex case involving the torture and murder of one of Santa Ana's residents, Manuel Ramos. So this case was selected as the 2021 Homicide Case of the Year, with special recognition going to the Santa Ana Police Department Homicide Unit. This case was extremely complicated and involved collaboration not only with the Santa Ana PD Gang Unit, the Career Criminal Unit, the Orange County Violent Gang Task Force, but it also reached across borders involving the Mexican law enforcement authorities. The tireless efforts and persistence of our Santa Ana PD homicide team ultimately resulted in the suspect being taken into custody by Mexican authorities, who is awaiting extradition to finalize the case. Had it not been for the tenacious investigative skills and internal collaboration of this team with federal partners, this heinous crime may have never been solved, and the families would never have received closure. For this reason, OCHIA awarded this homicide investigation as the 2021 Case of the Year for Orange County. On behalf of the City of Santa Ana, a City Council, in our community, we thank you for your acts of heroism, bravery, and making the City of Santa Ana a safer place. Thank you very much, officers. If you would all like to say something, I have plenty of time. So come on up and come and tell us a little bit about yourselves and your team or this case in particular.
Thank you very much. My name is Commander Jose Gonzalez, and I have the pleasure of overseeing this incredible unit. What you have here in front of you are the most seasoned, the most skilled detectives that the agency provides. It's through their dedication that we're able to solve and handle the most complex cases, really the worst of the worst. And because of their tireless efforts, we do solve cases for those grieving families. And, all of this isn't possible without, support from the top. Chief Valentine, our command staff, provides tremendous support to the unit, as well as city leadership. As you can see, this is why we're here. So on behalf of the homicide unit, we really appreciate the recognition and thank you for that. Sure. Okay. I'll call names later.
Yes.
All right. Detective Sergeant Mel Sarabia.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Detective Corporal Paul McClaskey.
Thank you very much.
Right over there, smile.
Detective Corporal Dan Padron.
No, that's for you.
Oh, all right.
Are you want to take it?
Detective Corporal Renee Bonilla.
Bonilla, thank you so much. Thank you.
Probably don't need that. Detective Eddie Nunez. Detective Frank Gomez. Detective Nick Vega. Detective Gus Moroyoki. Detective Justo Capacete. Detective Matt McLeod. Detective Mike Gibbons. Detective Chris Shin. Sergeant Matt Lemon. And finally, Corporal Andy Garcia.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you for all the hard work that you do. Thank you, council member, for that presentation. Let me bring this back to staff. We have a few presentations that we are going to be listening to tonight, and we'll begin with a presentation from the Orange County Transportation Authority on the OC Streetcar project, and I'll turn it over to staff.
Thank you, Mayor. We actually have a combined presentation. You will hear from our Executive Director of Public Works on his efforts. You will also get an update from our Economic Development Manager, Mark Morley, on the BIF, and then you will hear directly from OCTA. So we're going to start with Executive Director Nabil.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, member of the City Council. This presentation is a summary of what we have done so far in terms of adding signage to the downtown area to attract businesses to the downtown area. We do have a map that shows some of the signage that we've implemented so far. Again, the purpose of the plan is to show our efforts in providing signage.
Director Saba, if you can maybe speak up a little louder and closer to the mic so the recording can catch you.
Sure. The purpose of this presentation is to show our efforts in providing signage to assist the downtown merchants in maintaining directions to their place of business. As you can see in this plan, there is 3 kinds of signs that are already in implementation. Existing wayfinding signs that direct traffic to the downtown area. Those are the blue dots. The yellow dot shows parking directions or shows signs that show or direct traffic to the parking structures. The red rectangular sign is the changeable message signs that OCTA has installed throughout the downtown area to direct traffic to the downtown again. The green dots is banners that have been placed throughout the downtown area, again, to indicate that business is open during construction. The red dots are proposed OCTA and City of Santa Ana signs that will be soon to be installed throughout the city. If I can go to the previous map, please. Yeah, as you can see, the red dots are the ones that are proposed and are in the works. And those are banners that we are working with OCTA to install. Now we can go to the more refined one. This map shows the signs and how they are scattered throughout the downtown area. Again, this effort is continuous. We will have the banners installed soon, and the changeable message signs are also in there. Those are the rectangular signs that we have. And that concludes my portion of the presentation. I'll turn it to Mark Morley for the Business Interruption Fund.
Thank you, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council. At the March 2nd City Council meeting, $1.5 million was approved for the Business Interruption Fund. To accommodate businesses in the downtown, we placed one of our staff members in an office, a temporary office. We are pleased to report that 134 applications were received and 60 have been approved for payment. Businesses are expected to receive payments starting this Friday. And as the construction continues to move down 4th Street, more businesses will become eligible for the program. That's my presentation.
Good evening, Mayor Sarmiento, Mayor Pro Tem Becerra, and council members. I'm Ross Liu, OCTA Program Manager for the OC Streetcar Project. And joining me in the presentation is Teresa Oliveri, OCTA Senior Public Outreach Representative. We also have Jim Beal, Executive Director for Capital Programs, in the audience joining us. Today's staff will provide an update on OC Streetcar community outreach and public engagement effort associated with the construction on 4th Street in downtown Santa Ana. This is the same presentation that we gave our board yesterday. Moving on to slide 2. There's a slide before this. There we go. Oh. Can you go to the next slide, please? Thank you. So before I provide the update, I will share a brief chronology on how this project came about and to highlight the teamwork and partnership between OCTA and the city. So back in 2008, about 14 years ago, the city of Santa Ana requested OCTA's financial support to conduct alternative analysis and locally preferred alternative for a fixed guideway through the city. Our board approved the funding request. In 2014, the city, as the lead agency for environmental studies, conducted public outreach for the draft environmental document, which documented the streetcar as the preferred alternative and the preferred alignments through Santa Ana Boulevard and 4th Street. The council certified the environmental document the following year in 2015. Also in 2014, the city made a request for OCTA to serve as the lead agency for design, construction, and operations of the streetcar based on the city's preferred alignment. In August of the following year, the board approved a memorandum of understanding with the city that accepted OCTA as the lead with city's involvement. This partnership was further detailed in a design and construction cooperative agreements with the city. Through this partnership and teamwork, the design was completed and signed off by the city in December 2017, and construction began in November 2018. During the design and construction phase, the team conducted 15 open houses to present project information and enforce street alignment. Regarding the funding, our board approved a revised funding plan of $509.5 million this past December, which included an increase in total M2 contribution of $203.8 million. Next slide. Thank you. So that leads us to today and the ongoing work on 4th Street. We understand the importance of the businesses in downtown, so it's important that both OCTA and the city plan early for the work. As I previously shared with the council, a year ago we conducted a field walk of the downtown with city staff, contractor, and construction management team. In the office and in the field, we also included emergency services. We are currently in phase 1, with closures between Broadway and Main Street and between Bush Street and French Street. The phase 1 work began on February 1st and is anticipated to last up to 6 months. We have made very good progress and are on pace to complete the track work and roadway paving before the 6 months. If you were in downtown yesterday, you may have noticed that the contractor pulled rails into the work zone. So you're going to be seeing a lot of progress because basically we're out of the ground now, which is great accomplishment. The infrastructure for the embedded track will now start to form, and so you'll see that work followed by concrete of the embedded track and then paving in the adjacent side, and then from there opening it up to traffic. Detour around the closures as shown on this exhibit. As noted, the downtown businesses are important, and we have provided early communication with the businesses, which Teresa will expand on.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Before I address the specific issues related to the project, the goal with every public outreach program at OCTA is to have a community conversation, and a conversation where we are sharing information about the projects and its benefits, and more importantly, we're listening and we're learning about what's important in your community. And this is an ongoing engagement. So, as Ross has said, construction on 4th Street began on February 1st, 2022, and since then, since then, during our outreach and our discussions with business owners on 4th Street and in the general downtown area, 5 themes or requests have emerged: enhanced safety, cleanliness, and sidewalk accessibility; increased signage to address challenges for drivers and pedestrians; direct economic relief payments; opportunities for expediting construction and observations that the contractor is not present for the full 8-hour day; and availability of free parking and the safety as well as the condition of the parking garages.
So as teammates, OCTA and the city has collaborated to address the 5 concerns that you see here, and I'll start with the first one. OCTA understands the importance of pedestrian access and have made all sidewalks next to the construction zone accessible. Through our contractor, we have also placed temporary asphalt ADA ramps in several locations to further open up the area for pedestrian access. Dust control with frequent sweeping of the sidewalks and removal of construction debris are monitored throughout each day. With the past and upcoming windstorms, maintaining dust control has been a challenge, and we're doing the best we can to control the dust. Our contractor has also installed additional crowd fencing to protect the public from the work zone. We have heard public comments regarding vandalizers, therefore we had the contractor dedicate a security staff to be at the construction zone daily and primarily at night. Please note that the role of the security staff is to discourage public entry into the work zone. If a crime such as vandalism is witnessed, the security will contact Santa Ana Police Department. Construction security is not a replacement for law enforcement. There's also concerns with crime at parking structure, therefore the city has increased the private security presence at the structures. If security continues to be a concern, the parking structure in 4th Street, a suggestion would be to probably increase the Santa Ana police presence in those areas.
The next area of increased signage, we understand that a construction site can be challenging to navigate and that ample signage can be helpful when visiting the area. For pedestrians, we have placed more than 100 banners along the inside and outside of the crowd fencing with the following messaging: business are open, Fencing is in place for your safety. Stay alert and pardon our work. Good things coming soon. For drivers, in addition, as Nabil mentioned before, there are 4 electronic signs placed as part of the maintenance of traffic plans. 4 more were added to the entrances of the parking structures, access from 3rd and 5th Streets. Community feedback also requested more electronic signage outside of the boundaries of the downtown. We've accommodated those requests with 4 more electronic signs on Grand Avenue and 1st Street, Main and 1st and Main and 17th, and Broadway and 17th. The messaging on those signs alternates between closure information, all businesses open, and messaging directing people to the structures on 3rd and 5th, bringing a total of 12 electronic signs for the 4-block area under construction. The city and the city and OCTA have also agreed to additional traffic signage for drivers to enhance the maintenance of traffic plans. Through feedback I received from business owners bi-weekly meetings that I have with them, different versions of signs have been developed to meet the concerns of businesses. This includes providing window and door signage in the event that doors are closed. 2 versions of the Open for Business window signage have been offered to every business on 4th Street to address the concern that if businesses were closing their doors, that their customers wouldn't know they were open. Those designs were developed with input from a small group of merchants that I meet with on alternating Fridays. I've also sought feedback from merchants to help reflect their input and experience on other items, such as the design of the Eat, Shop, Play banners that will initially highlight participants in our ESP program, but will eventually include everyone with a business on 4th Street. There are other wayfinding signs that have been printed. They will be installed tomorrow. As a matter of fact, I'll be out there hanging them. Those would be the wayfinding signs at the cross streets. Those will be placed to help visitors as they approach 4th Street from the parking structures. We'll also put some banners in the structures to help guide visitors to choose the closest exit for their destination. In addition to those, the banners that were represented by I believe it was red dots on Mr. Saba's exhibit are at OCTA, and they will be delivered to the city tomorrow for installation. We have also added, and it recently was approved by the city this week, will be decals that will be put on the sidewalk as you exit the parking structures that will lead you to 4th Street, as well as some of the businesses on 3rd Street. And while we would like to implement every signage request, specifics including sign placement, maintaining driver sight lines, and other municipal regulations must be evaluated in coordination with the City of Santa Ana's traffic engineers. The next item was request for direct financial assistance. The construction for this project is within the public roadway, and OCTA is providing access to every business for business owners, visitors, and municipal services. We have coordinated trash services, delivery access, and met with emergency responders to ensure timely response times are available. While we cannot provide direct funding to individual businesses, we have funded numerous programs to support downtown businesses. OCTA entered into agreements with the 2 business associations, the Santa Ana Business Association and Downtown Inc. These agreements are intended to support the downtown area with funding to expand the number and scale of events, expand their marketing program, and to assist OCTA in sharing information about the benefits of the streetcar and upcoming construction activities. Both associations are in receipt of the maximum amount allowed in the agreements. We have invited business owners to join our free bilingual Eat, Shop, Play program, providing paid social media ads that expand the reach of awareness for their businesses, and we have printed Eat, Shop, Play ads, placed Eat, Shop, Play ads on buses whose routes are near the downtown. We also have a media plan that will run ads on Spanish radio, so that we have ads running on Que Bueno, as well as newspaper ads for the Excelsior in the OC, Los Angeles, and Inland Empire markets. These ads will help make the public aware of the construction and offer information about where to park. A separate media plan to promote the Eat, Shop, Play participants is in development with plans to implement it before the end of the month. An e-toolkit that includes bilingual maps, flyers, some previously distributed and some recently revised materials that businesses can use on their own websites or through their own marketing efforts have been approved and distributed.
So regarding the expedited construction, we have heard many comments to expedite the construction, and we are in coordination with our contractor to do so. However, the expedited work needs to be performed efficiently and safely. For example, working at night is challenging and has increased safety concerns. Certain vendors and material suppliers don't deliver at night. The contractor also has limited work resources since the forces are distributed at various locations within a 4-mile corridor. Furthermore, 4th Street is narrow, so the work has to be staged with the prime contractor and the subcontractor accordingly. There simply isn't enough room to perform multiple tasks or accommodate many workers. We feel that a potential solution may be to extend the work hours and include work on Saturdays. However, we're still working out the details with the contractor to determine the time savings. The city staff are aware of our effort and support them. And lastly, regarding parking, in response, the city has increased the duration for free parking. OCTA has assisted by producing and distributing maps of free parking locations. In addition, we increased the visibility of the structures with large format banners on the side of the structures. We also provided signage at the lots with A-frames and directional signage to call attention to the parking entrances and assist visitors as they exit them. Our outreach team continues to walk the downtown, engage the business owners, and provide them with information about upcoming construction activities, and most importantly, listen to their concerns and make adjustments as we can. We spend several hours, multiple days a week, providing targeted support on 4th Street. That concludes our presentation, and we're available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ross. Madam City Manager, is there anything else from our staff on this, or was that?
No, that completes the presentation.
Great. Why don't I do this, and sort of similar to what we did last time the presentation was made. I have some speaker cards from members of the public that wish to address us on this item. I'm going to go ahead and take those out of order and call on them. It'll be difficult to do it virtually. We do have some virtual speakers. Please go ahead and sit down, Teresa and Ross. But I think it might be helpful for you all to hear maybe some of the comments. And I know I want to thank members of the public who called in to the OCTA meeting yesterday morning, and who made their voices heard and also made remarks for the record. So let me go ahead and begin with those that are here with us in person, and I'll begin with Valentin Martinez, followed by Mario Rodriguez, followed by Delilah Snell. Bienvenido, Valentín, y después ahorita van a traducir tus palabras en español, en inglés.
Hola, buenas noches a todos. Mi nombre es Valentín Martínez, dueño de Nino's Bridal. Hace 32 años llegué a este gran país, para más preciso, Santana, como muchas familias que ya están establecidas en esta comunidad. Después de 10 años de ardua lucha y muchos sacrificios, logré mi sueño americano, ser dueño de mi propio negocio, dando trabajo a muchas familias y satisfaciendo a todos mis clientes con mis bonitos e innovadores productos. Pero hace ya más de 2 años, una cruel y mortal pandemia comenzó poco a poco a ir apagando el tan anhelado sueño americano. Y para colmo, no terminando la tal pandemia, se nos viene una mala y destructiva construcción en mi centro de trabajo. Estoy aquí porque no estoy dispuesto a permitir que a mí y a mis compañeros se nos venga abajo nuestros negocios, cerrándolos y despidiendo trabajadores, pidiéndoles que intervengan en una pronta y justa solución, porque todavía no tenemos ninguna solución. Porque si a muchos no les importa el bienestar de nuestra comunidad, en especial a los directivos de OCTA, a mí sí. Muchas gracias.
Good evening to all. I'm Valentin Martinez. I'm an owner of Nino's Bridal. 32 years ago, I came to this wonderful country, and more specifically to the city of Santa Ana. And like many families here, after 10 years of fighting and sacrifices and hard work, I achieved my American dream by becoming the owner of my own business. I created jobs, I satisfied clients with wonderful designs, and something happened a little over 2 years ago during this cruel and hard pandemic. And this has torn down my American dream. And this, then a little while later, the destruction that came through the construction that started. And I'm here because I'm not going to allow you to take down our businesses, because then we have to fire our employees, our workers, and we just want to find a just and fair solution, because what you're proposing is a non-solution. And if you don't care here, including OCTA, I do care. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mario Rodriguez, followed by Delilah Snell, followed by Carla. Mario? Delilah, go ahead. Maybe Mario comes in a little bit later. We'll call on him again. Then after Carla, Guadalupe Barragan.
It's going to be new for me with my phone, sorry. Good evening. Thank you again for allowing me the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Delilah Snell. I'm the owner of Alta Baja Market. I'm in the middle of basically the construction zone right now on Bush and 4th. Last Thursday, I was waiting for my husband to pick me up after work, and I was standing in the middle of 4th and Bush, and I just looked down 4th Street, and I saw one person. Usually, you're hearing like people laughing and people having drinks. You're hearing music from multiple businesses and cars. You hear the city. And I saw one person. That was it. And it was heartbreaking. I mean, it like brings me to tears just saying this to you right now. It's impossible to have somebody survive this. It is literally impossible. I feel like we're being choked. And it's really hard to have this happen after a pandemic. People might think that having a small business means that the owner's rich, but that's not the case. Many of us, are having a hard time paying ourselves right now, especially with what's going on. I have sacrificed my paycheck so I can keep my employees through this, because I don't know what's gonna happen. I don't know how long this is gonna happen. And we're investing back into the community all the time. We hire people from this city. And it's not just the city. OCTA needs to treat this as an emergency, because that's what it is. It's an economic emergency. And they need to do it now, with financial assistance and the items that we have been asking for since the beginning, now. And listening, the listening of OCTA is too late, because there's been damage done, and businesses have suffered a tremendous loss. These programs funded by OCTA does not excuse them from doing their job and properly preparing the community for a project of this magnitude. The Eat Shop Play marketing is not supporting the businesses to retain their current customers, we are losing daily. I lose customers daily because they just give up coming here. And OCTA's delayed reaction to just this whole thing. Santa Ana needs to pressure OCTA to take responsibility and proper action to right their wrongs now, immediately. And 1.5 million, we appreciate it. We appreciate the fast turnaround. I thought that was amazing. It was faster than getting signs out on 4th Street, honestly. But it is just simply not enough. This is an emergency, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Delilah. Carla, followed by Guadalupe Barragan, followed by Layla. So if everybody could get ready just to speak in queue. Then followed by Danielle Barragan.
Hello, my name is Carla. We have both signed up for public comments.
Yeah, if you could get closer to that microphone. And
We both signed up for public comments.
Sure.
Can we use our time separately? So I am here to represent Charlie's Tattoo Supplies. We have been in downtown for over 25 years and have invested our lives here. We are a family-owned and operated business in the heart of Santa Ana.
Carla, if you could pull the mic a little closer to you, there you go.
I pulled it out.
We
Okay.
want everybody to hear you, that's why.
Can I continue or do I go back?
Go ahead.
So, our business is family-owned and operated in the heart of Santa Ana. My parents sold their home and invested over $200,000 in our business so our business can prosper. I have been coming to a lot of your council meetings, and I always sit back and hear, but never really come up. I get a little anxious of coming up here. However, I feel that it is tremendously important to come up here and speak. Everything that was done with the streetcar has been terribly put together. No one, absolutely no one, thought about us, the merchants. Have you guys ever sat back and thought for 1 second, how are these people gonna survive to feed their family? It is really heartbreaking for me. And when you completely move forward with this project, you never thought about us losing 90% of our clientele and our revenue. Do you guys not see the severity of this situation, how we're losing our businesses? We feel like we're begging over here for money that rightfully should have been put aside for our businesses to survive during the time of this project. We think that there is a lot more that can be done to alleviate this problem. This is our tax money that is being used towards this smart card, and we know that there is much more that can be done. Have you guys tried to put yourself in our shoes? That's really all we're asking for. Recently, we received a grant for our businesses that were impacted by the whole streetcar, and we really want to thank you for that because it was a fast turnaround. But $1.5 million for the whole businesses that are affected there, it's certainly not enough. We pay in downtown a rent very high due to foot traffic, and we have no foot traffic now. How is this fair? And what will you do or can do to help us in regards to this? This is really an emergency, and we are reaching out to Walsh and OCTA, Teresa herself, and neither one takes responsibility for the damages caused by lack of security. I believe that we really need you guys, the city of Santa Ana, to step in and put a little more pressure to this matter. Thank you for your guys'
Great, thank
time.
you. Was that Carla?
Yes.
Okay, so you are?
Leila Barragan.
Oh, gotcha. Go ahead.
So thank you for taking the time to be here, first and foremost. I am here on behalf of Charlie's Tattoos. We are a family-owned and operated business. We have been tremendously affected by this streetcar project. We are unable to offer our tattoo services since the dust is coming into our facilities every single day. My family has been experiencing tremendous financial hardship. I know you guys provided us recently with $1.5 million, and like they stated, we are grateful for that. But we are being affected, all of the businesses, not just our business, and we want to express that this is not enough. And we would like to expedite this project to get back to normality. And also, we would appreciate if the city of Santa Ana puts pressure on OCTA to provide us with more funds to help us for the remaining time of this project. I would like to know what is it that, as our city that collects our taxes, can do to help us stay in business. We have reached out to OCTA and WASH on numerous occasions, and they are very defensive and refuse to help with even losses and vandalizing that are occurring in our businesses. We want to remain in business, and it's becoming impossible to keep up with our bills and rent since we just stepped out of a pandemic, and now we're stepping into this financial, And yeah, I'd like to thank you for your time and for hearing me out.
Thank you for those comments. ¿Quiere su nombre de usted?
Mi nombre es Guadalupe Barragán.
Perfecto. Adelante, Guadalupe.
Ok, pues muchísimas gracias nuevamente a todo el personal del concilio. Les agradecemos de antemano todo lo que está haciendo el señor Vicente Sarmiento, Jonathan Hernández. Muchísimas gracias por su apoyo. Lamentablemente no puedo decir lo mismo por algunos miembros de su consejo. Lo que estaba diciendo ahorita Teresa, dice Teresa que esto fue muy bien proyectado, lo cual yo digo que no es verdad. 2 de mis clientes se han caído por este fierro tan feo que está allí saliendo de mi negocio. Está muy mal. Todo esto me ha causado un drástico gasto en nuestra bolsa. Hemos estado comprando bolsas de plástico para envolver toda nuestra mercancía, playeras blancas y negras que están muy manchadas de polvo. Este fin de semana tomé a mi hijo de 18 años y le dije que por favor me acompañara a la ciudad de Tustin, a la ciudad de Irvine, a la ciudad de Anaheim, a llevar todo mi mercancía para poder sobresalir y ir a la tienda y comprar comida. Me fue y me acompañó mi hijo alrededor a vender mi mercancía. Quizás ustedes van a decir que soy dramática, pero eso no es un drama, esta es una realidad que estamos sufriendo. Yo pienso que esto no fue, no sé cómo les dije la última vez, quién fue el que tramó todo esto, pero esto sí estamos siendo muy drásticamente perjudicados. Necesitamos de su ayuda. En el año 2010-2011 nosotros hicimos una gran apertura en la calle 4. Venimos a pedirle ayuda a la ciudad de Santa Ana, lo cual me cobraron muchísimo dinero para que los policías vinieran. Me adquirieron 2 policías, los cuales se les pagó sus honorarios. Gastamos mucho dinero, yo tuve que vender mi casa, ahora ya no tenemos. Y lamentablemente siento muy feo decirles a ustedes, pero sí necesitamos apoyo económico. Sea OCTA, yo pienso que ahorita más bien es OCTA, porque de ustedes ya sí recibimos 1,5 millones y estamos esperando otro. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you to all the staff and the city council members, especially my name is Guadalupe Barragan. Thank you, Mayor Vicente Sarmiento and Council Member Jonathan Hernandez for all the support. We thank you, but I can't say the same for some of the other city council members. Like Teresa said that all this was projected and anticipated, but I don't think that's true. 2 of my clients fell and hit themselves on the steel that's there in front of my business. We have to pay for lots of expenses. I have to buy extra plastic bags to secure and all of my T-shirts and merchandise. I have white T-shirts and black T-shirts, and they're all getting full of dust. So last weekend I had to take my 18-year-old son with me to Tustin, to Irvine, to Anaheim, to sell some merchandise so I can pay for my food. You might say that I'm being dramatic, but it's not being dramatic. It's the reality that we are suffering through. Like I said before, I don't know who plotted all of this, but we need your help. Back in 2010, 2021, we had a grand opening for our business, and the city charged us a lot of money for our police officers. We paid their fees, and now I've had to sell our home. I don't have a home anymore. So we need your monetary support. And OCTA OCTA needs to do some more. I know you're helping us with 1.5 million. Thank you.
Danielle?
Yes, that's me.
Give me 1 second as I call some other names that are going to follow you as well.
Go ahead.
Marcela Prado, Juliet Castro, Alfredo Bolaños will be following. Go ahead.
Good evening, council members and Honorable Mayor Sarmiento. I'd like to first and foremost thank you and start off by introducing myself. My name is Danielle Berrigan, one of 9 children of Guadalupe and Carlos Barragan, entrepreneurs and business owners of business owners on 4th Street for over 24 years. I take a lot of pride in saying that. I am here postpartum 10 days. I brought my 10-day-old daughter with me because I feel a tremendous amount of stress, not only on my parents, but our businesses, but our businesses. We are extremely impacted. And I feel the need to let you guys know. I'd like to thank you guys to inclining your ears to hearing our situation, and we demand extreme attention and prompt action to this matter. Something has to be done for small business owners on 4th Street, not only our family. I think we're all suffering as a unit. Anyone who owns a building or rents a building on 4th Street knows of this matter. We need you, council members and honorable mayor, to stand in the gap and intercede for us. I feel like our business is dying. We're deserted. There's no income. There's no revenue. Just fading away. We've been digging into our own savings to be able to pay our light and our rent. There's no sufficient funds to be able to do so for up and coming months. Please take action on any financial relief. I think I need to cut it short.
Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Danielle. Marcela Prado, followed by Juliet Castro, followed by Alfredo Bolaños, and then Maribel Gomez.
Buenas noches. Mi nombre es Marcela Prado. Tengo un negocio aquí en la calle 4. Aquí estoy nuevamente. Yo vivo en Garden Grove, trabajo en Santana. No veo la necesidad del Streetcar, pero bueno, será parte del progreso, no lo sé. Quiero agradecerles por la ayuda que ha sido aprobada para rescatarnos de la desagradable situación en la que estamos todos los negociantes de la calle 4, pero al mismo tiempo dejarles saber que no es suficiente y que necesitamos que nos sigan apoyando. Ya no es tiempo de ver quién originó este desastre, sino buscarle remedio. Lamentablemente les tocó a ustedes y a nosotros la peor parte. Les pido nos ayuden, ya que para nosotros es bastante desgastante el que, aparte de la preocupación de no tener ventas, tenemos que estar reuniéndonos para discutir cómo proceder para pedirles a ustedes el apoyo y para prepararnos para presentarnos aquí y pedirles ayuda. Aquí esperemos que ustedes atiendan nuestras necesidades, ya que aparte de hacer todo lo que estamos haciendo, tenemos que atender las necesidades de nuestras familias. Para mí estos días que han pasado han sido especialmente estresantes debido al ruido incesante de las máquinas quebradoras de cemento que tengo enfrente de mi puerta, y ya ni siquiera hablarles del polvo que se suelta cada vez que están trabajando. Necesitamos ayuda para cubrir todas nuestras necesidades y no únicamente parte de nuestra renta de negocio. Queremos que se nos apruebe la nueva propuesta y distribución de fondos y que nos ayuden a poner presión en OCTA, que son los causantes de los daños que estamos teniendo y de las pérdidas. Gracias.
Good evening. My name is Marcela Prado. I'm a business owner in 4th Street, and I'm here again to talk to you. I live in Garden Grove, and I work in Santa Ana. So honestly, I don't see the need for the streetcar. You're saying it's about progress? Maybe. I don't know. I don't know about that. But I want to thank you for the support that you have given our businesses. But I want to tell you that it's not enough. It's not enough. We need your continued support, and this is an issue. This is a very big problem. We need your help because we are not having sales. Our concerns are not only just the loss of sales. We have to meet to prepare to come here and ask you for your support. We need more than just, we need to pay for all of expenses, and in addition to our rent. This is a very stressful situation to have the cement breaking machines right there in front of our businesses, not to mention the big dust that it generates. We need your help to pay for all of our needs, not only for our rent. So, and to hold OCTA responsible for all the damages and the loss that they have caused.
Adelante.
Muy buenas tardes a todos. Soy residente de aquí de Santana y tengo mi pequeño negocio aquí en Santana. Soy nueva aquí en Santana y les quiero dar las gracias por su ayuda que nos están brindando, pero también les pido que nos ayuden, ya que mi negocio se mueve por gente que camina por las calles y las calles cerradas pues no me ayudan a yo pues hacer mi trabajo. Los dueños de los edificios, ellos exigen su renta cada mes y ellos no quieren la mitad de su renta, ellos quieren la mitad, quieren toda la renta entera, porque tengo un contrato que cumplir. Si no lo cumplo, me pueden demandar. Desde el 1 de febrero hemos estado pidiendo que nos ayuden con la radio y la televisión, porque tenemos clientes que vienen de San Juan Capistrano, de Lake Forest, de Laguna Miguel, y imagínense cuántos negocios pasan para llegar aquí al downtown. y ellos se sienten identificados con esta gente pues, latina, es su ciudad, ya que aquí encuentran precios más baratos si no vinieran a esta ciudad. Estos 6 meses lo único que pedimos es que nos ayuden, que nos entiendan, que si pueden ir a cada uno de nuestros negocios, si pueden checar nuestras agendas. Yo anoto todos los cortes que hago, yo soy estilista, y los precios que doy no son de $100, son precios que ellos vienen por un corte de $10. Me imagino a mis demás compañeras estilistas que trabajan por un 60%, no les ha de alcanzar para nada. El gasolín ya subió. Quién sabe de aquí en 4 o 6 meses cómo nos van a ver afectados nuestros negocios. Pónganse en nuestros zapatos, por favor. Entiéndanos todos. En cada edificio adentro hay más negocios. Somos gente latina trabajadora. No venimos a estar robando ni $1. La gente de OCTA, por favor, les exijo que se pongan en nuestros zapatos y nos entiendan que queremos trabajar. Después de este proyecto, nosotros vamos a seguir trabajando igual o mejor. A lo mejor la ciudad se va a ver hermosa, muchas gracias, pero también apóyenos en este momento. En estos 18 años que yo tengo aquí trabajando en Santana como empleada, nunca he pedido ni $1 a nadie. Siempre me lo he ganado con el sudor de mi gente y de mi trabajo. Así que esta vez yo les exijo su ayuda, por favor. No se olviden de nosotros. Gracias.
Good evening. I'm a resident of Santa Ana, and I have a small business in Santa Ana. First of all, I'd like to thank you for your help, but also we need your continued help. My business is made by people coming in and walking through, and closed streets do not help my business. We don't have walking traffic. And owners of our establishments, they want the rent every month, not just partial rent. So I have a contract to fulfill, and if I don't fulfill that contract, I might get sued. We asked for your help in February, getting us some radio and television spots, because we have clients coming in from other cities as well, San Juan Capistrano, Lake Forest, and Laguna Niguel. And if you can imagine how many businesses they go through by to come to downtown Santa Ana. They come here because they like our prices, and that's why they come to us. And for the next 6 months, I'm asking for your help so that you can take a look at each of our business, look at our agendas, look at our client appointments. I'm a hairstylist, and I don't charge a lot, but I can imagine the people who are charging 60%, and that's not enough to pay for our expenses. So this is the gas is going up. For the next 4 to 6 months, we don't know what's going to happen. We're inviting you to put ourselves in our shoes. We are hardworking families. We're Latinos. We are businesses inside our businesses. So we want OCTA to put themselves in our shoes. And we are working hard. We think and we hope that we are going to be better after all of this happens. But we need your help now. In 18 years that I've been in business, I've never asked for any financial help. I earn all of my money, but now I'm asking for your help. Thank you, and don't forget about us.
Alfredo Bolaños, followed by Maribel Gomez, followed by Maria Perez, followed by Raúl Álvarez.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Alfredo. Yo tengo un pequeño negocio en el downtown, es un salón de belleza. Quiero agradecer a todo el personal de la ciudad de Santa Ana por el apoyo que nos ha dado y que nos va a llegar, pero no es suficiente lo que nos dan, ya que nosotros tenemos que pagar renta, impuestos, y mi negocio ha disminuido un 60% de clientes. Mantengo cerrado más días de lo normal por no tener citas. No logro cubrir mis gastos lo suficiente. Los dueños de los edificios no esperan por su renta cada mes. Tenemos que ver la manera de cómo conseguir. He perdido demasiadas clientas o clientes todos los días y no creo sobrevivir. Sé que con el proyecto que está haciendo OCTA a la ciudad de Santa Ana se va a ver muy bonita, pero yo no sé si en 4 o 5 meses yo pueda aportar o pueda sobrevivir, y eso no estoy de acuerdo porque he luchado por mantenerme ahí, y con esto que está pasando no quiero sobrevivir. Necesito que nos ayuden y nos apoyen económicamente porque realmente tenemos cosas o familia que mantener, y con lo que estamos perdiendo de clientes no es lo suficiente para mantenernos de pie. Gracias.
Good evening. My name is Alfredo, and I'm a small business owner of a beauty shop. And first of all, I'd like to thank the Santa Ana staff for all their support, that is upcoming. But we know that is not going to be enough. We have to pay our rent, we have to pay our taxes, and personally, my business has gone down 60% in clients, and I've had to close some days completely because I don't have any appointments, any clients that day, and we can't cover our rent. The owners they're not going to wait for the rent. They want the rent paid every month. We have lost our income. We have lost many clients, and we don't know what's going to happen in the next 4 to 6 months. I'm hoping that I can survive it, but I'm not sure if I can survive all of this. So we need your support, your financial support. We have families to support, and we have lost a lot of clients, and this is not going to be enough. So thank you for your help.
Thank you. Maribel Gomez, followed by Maria Perez, followed by Raul Alvarez, followed by Juan Romo.
Buenas noches a todos. Mi nombre es Maribel Gómez. Mi negocio es Aries Beauty Salon, que está en la 320 North Sycamore en la ciudad de Santa Ana. Les pido a ustedes, señores del Consejo, nos apoyen y representen con OCTA a que nos proporcione para el alivio económico urgente. Les damos gracias por lo que recibimos, que es una ayuda tremenda, pero no es suficiente. Y queremos que se apruebe la nueva propuesta para la distribución de fondos. Gracias, muchas gracias por lo que hemos recibido, pero no es suficiente. Escuchen nuestras voces, por favor, porque ustedes probablemente vayan y duerman tranquilos, pero créanos que muchas personas de una edad como la mía, hay muchos compañeros míos que ya no estamos para soportar más de esta situación tan estresante. Muchas gracias a todos.
Good evening. My name is Maribel Gomez, and I have Aries Beauty Salon on 320 North Sycamore in Santa Ana. And the City Council members, I'm asking you for your help with our money. We want to thank you for the help that we received, but this is a very urgent matter. We need your financial help. We do want to thank you for the money that we received, but that is not enough. We need to provide, we need to receive money to stay afloat, to stay alive. This is not enough. We're asking you to listen to our voices, and maybe you can go to sleep and sleep well at night, but many of us here cannot stand the current stressful situation. Thank you for listening.
Adelante, María.
Buenas noches a todos. Antes que nada, quiero agradecer al alcalde Vicente Sarmiento y señores concejales, a todo el personal de la ciudad que participó y ha hecho posible el apoyo económico que nos va a llegar. Sin duda, es un poco de oxígeno para nuestros negocios. Sin embargo, quiero señalar que con todo respeto que este dinero no es suficiente. Los daños que nos han ocasionado la obra desde su inicio son la disminución de ingresos, en mi caso, del más del 60%, lo que hace muy difícil cumplir con nuestros pasivos y gastos operativos. Las personas que antes iban a comprar nos comentan que prefieren ir a otro lado por las dificultades que tienen para acceder a nuestros negocios, además del polvo y el riesgo que implica caminar entre maquinaria o personal haciendo maniobras. Este punto que acabo de mencionar es muy importante, señores, ya que el día de hoy los espacios o caminos que están destinados para que la gente pase hacia nuestros negocios también son utilizados por los trabajadores de la obra o bien por su maquinaria, obstruyendo, quitando el paso por completo. Nosotros como dueños de negocios, al igual que la empresa OCTA, tenemos proyectos por realizar para hacer crecer nuestros negocios, pero a diferencia de dicha empresa, nosotros no contamos con recursos estatales ni federales para llevarlos a cabo. Necesitamos que nos ayuden a poner presión a OCTA, señores concejales, señor Vicente Sarmiento, para que entiendan que no es justo que se pierdan o cierran negocios con consecuencia de su proyecto. El poner señalamientos y mojar tierra para evitar que se levante el polvo no es suficiente apoyo. OCTA debería de contemplar dentro del presupuesto la entrega de apoyos en dinero o a negocios afectados. OCTA está llevando a cabo un proyecto que se firmó hace años y no tomó en cuenta a los nuevos dueños de negocios. Estamos pidiendo lo que consideramos justo, señor Vicente Sarmiento y señores concejales. Pedimos que por favor nos apoyen para que la empresa OCTA proporcione recursos con los que cuentan para la entrega de apoyos en dinero a los negocios afectados. Muchas gracias.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor Sarmiento, Vicente Sarmiento, and City Council members. And thank you also to the city staff for all the support, the monetary support that you've given us. And this is like a little bit of oxygen to help our businesses breathe. But with all due respect, we're telling you that this is not enough. We need more support. My business has lost income, reduced our income by over 60%, and we need help. The people who used to come to my business, they tell us that they are choosing to go elsewhere because there's a lot of dust, there's a lot of machinery that they have to walk around, and they don't want to do that. You know, speaking of the spaces for our businesses, for people to come through to our businesses, sometimes they're being used by the workers or they're being blocked by the machinery, and so people can't get through. So we are here to asking the city to pressure OCTA to increase the help for our businesses, and just like OCTA, we are businesses, but we do not have the support of state monies or federal monies to see us through. So we ask you to pressure OCTA, Mayor Sarmiento, and City Council members. It's not fair that we lose our businesses because of this project. And when you put water on the streets to calm the dust, that is not enough. Our businesses are affected a lot. We need your support for that. And OCTA has a lot of years in this project, and they're not considering they made deals with the previous business owners, but they don't have deals with the new business owners. So we're asking for what's fair for OCTA to support us financially and to support all the affected businesses. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Raul Alvarez, followed by Juan Romo, followed by Ana Padilla, who's going to be our last in-person speaker. Raul Alvarez. Juan Romo. Adelante.
Good evening, Councils and Mayor Sarmiento. Let me introduce myself. My name is Juan Romo. I'm owner of the Santa Ana Banquet Hall. I'm in 118 West 4th Street. I'm here to thank you for you have 1.5 million you give to us pretty soon. I believe kindly we asking, I'm talking about all my friends, my partners, for more help because it's not enough because we have more expenses. It's not just the rent. We got to support our families, our mortgage, and all the expenses we have. And another expenses. Thank you again.
Thank you. Ana Padilla. And Ana will be our last in-person speaker.
Good afternoon. I'm Ana Laura Padilla, and I'm an owner in downtown Santa Ana. And I'm here before you also representing many other businesses of the same area and dire situation. First, I want to take the time to thank you, Mayor Sarmiento, for the continued support and advocacy that in favor of the Santa Ana business owners at the OCTA meeting this past Monday. I personally feel very honored that you represent us. Secondly, I continue to emphasize the urgency for the Council to actively stress the need for OCTA to provide financial relief to Santa Ana business owners to ensure they overcome to the difficulties arising by the current construction of the OC Streetcar. I also sent some pictures to the clerk in regards of the street closures. So they say they put these fences better. I sent pictures that I took this morning and I also took yesterday just to prove that that has not been done. I also sent pictures of the way that they put the streets to connect to other businesses are being blocked by the construction workers' cars, and there's just impossible for some from clients to get to the places, to all the businesses in one of the areas. I document all this on the email that I sent for you guys to review later. We also want to formally thank the city for the economic support of the $1.5 million. Although this will start the relief of some of the financial strain, is not sufficient considering the losses that have been experienced since the construction began. With this being said, I also took the time to send a proposal to change the guidelines because I've been receiving a lot of feedback of the current guidelines right now, and it's not enough what people is qualifying for the money at the moment. So I would like for you to consider the new amended guidelines that I also sent to you this afternoon. So what else I have right here? Okay. So I just want to lastly say the purpose of this streetcar was to attract more customers to downtown Santa Ana so we can share our culture, art, and services. However, the construction has been doing the complete opposite. It's killing our business. There will be nothing left after this project is completed. Please, we need your help. Thank you.
Thank you. Ana was our last in-person speaker, and it's hard to distinguish who online or virtually is wanting to address us on this. So I think what I'll do, we'll go ahead and reserve those comments for the public comment section, and I'll bring it back to council to see if there's any additional questions or comments they may have of our staff, of economic development, or of OCTA staff that's here and present. We certainly appreciate Jim, Ross, and Teresa being here and listening to those public comments as you did the comments yesterday that were made at the OCTA meeting. So let me go ahead and bring it back to the council to see if there are any comments or questions that they have. Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor Sarmiento. Well, I wanted to thank everybody for coming out again, those of you in downtown for coming to the council. I also want to thank OCTA staff for providing this update on what is a very important but yet very impactful project. Last meeting, though, I asked, has OCTA secured the construction signs in the construction zone? You know, the ones that are going through some of the downtown businesses' windows. And I don't need you to answer. I know what the answer is. It's no. And, you know, it's one thing if you didn't want to do it, but our staff received an email in which you guys were going to tell me that they were already done and that I needed to learn that they were done, right? Wasn't that what the email said? Or something to that effect. I'm probably lightening it up just a little bit. But if staff would show 2 pictures that I did send to our staff to send to OCTA, in which I got this somewhat pleasant reply from. Can we put them up? Okay, so these are two pictures that I took personally in downtown. So let's just start with the one on the left. Does that look secured? I mean, I'm the first one to accept if I'm wrong. Is that sign secured? So does it look like a sign that, you know, at night when the security guards are not there, it could go through a business window? How about the one on the right? Now, there is a sign next to, and let me be clear, not attached to the barricade. And for OCTA staff, yes, I do know what a barricade is. Okay? Now, the sign to the left of that, though, on the picture on the right, is that sign secured? OCTA staff felt the need, not the ones here, but other ones felt the need to tell me that I needed to learn what the difference was between a barricade and a sign. I don't know. Do you guys seem to see it? I seem to see a loose sign that at night could go through a barricade, or I'm sorry, go through a window. So I would really appreciate, in fact, more so, I think our businesses would appreciate if we could secure those signs. We've asked it multiple times. You've heard multiple speakers ask for it. Please secure the signs. Okay? Speaking of construction sites, Nova Academy over there on Santa Ana Boulevard and right near, on Ross, near Santa Ana Boulevard and Sasser Park. They've asked OCTA staff to limit the impacts that the project staging areas are having over on their facilities. Okay? They came here last meeting asking for help. I just received an email from them this morning indicating that the staging area near their school, this is where kids are going to school every morning, every day, and they're encountering a site that's not secured. They see a bunch of homeless debris back there. They see, fortunately, a lot of things I don't want to mention here in public, but I think you get the picture of what they're unfortunately having to witness and experience. It's not right. It's not right for any child to witness that, and it wouldn't happen if that site was secured. So, you know, I attended a meeting recently with OCTA staff, and I want to thank you, OCTA staff, for attending with some of the downtown business owners. And there seemed to be confusion about the ask for security. So let me be clear. I don't think in any way, shape, or form we as a city want to abdicate or relinquish our obligation to provide a safe environment through our police department. But what we're asking from OCTA, it's a simple ask. It's more eyes on the streets. I mean, you heard one business owner say that she looked down the street and saw one person. And I'll bet you she saw that during the day. So imagine at night when nobody is there. And those signs that you guys say are secured, guess where they end up, okay? We need to see more from you guys when it comes to just fulfilling that obligation on security. I go down there, I don't see the security guards. Nobody here would be here if they saw those guards there. So there's definitely a disconnect here on that. What else I want to say? So yeah, so security, and then finally, on March 2nd, as it's already been talked about, and I want to thank Mark Morley and his team for what they did to turn around with the City Council approving the financial assistance through the Downtown Business Interruption Fund. And everybody that spoke tonight is absolutely correct. It's not enough. It's not enough. It pains me that we can't provide more. But what really frustrates me more is when I hear OCTA staff tell us that they can't provide more because the federal dollars can't be allocated toward direct business assistance. And they may be absolutely correct, but I don't believe that this project is 100% funded with federal dollars. In fact, one of your slides up here indicated, what was it, $165 million in Measure M money. $165 million. I mean, we doled out 1.5. I wish we could dole out more. Honestly, these folks need it. This is, I mean, a double whammy. They got hit with COVID, and now this construction. I would hope that there could be more collaboration in direct assistance for these folks. Downtown is strong and downtown is thriving, except for when it gets hit with things like a pandemic and massive infrastructure construction. Downtown will survive. Downtown will thrive when the streetcar's running, but it needs help to get there. And I'm looking at OCTA and saying, please, help us help them. okay? We've stepped forward. We put 1.5 million together. Our staff has jumped to the task and has processed applications to get money into their hands. But I mean, 1.5 million scattered among hundreds of businesses downtown, it's not enough. We need your help. So I would just ask you guys, you are listening. Now please start responding to what you're hearing. Thank you.
Let me bring it back to other questions. I know there's Councilmember Hernandez. I just want to remind everybody, let's all abide by our 3-minute rule that we require our residents to also abide by. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Sarmiento, and thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, for your comments. I fully concur. There are a number of concerns. The concern with the fencing, I would like to see OCTA come back to us and actually commit to having fencing installed at the construction sites. Barriers aren't very attractive. They're still very risky. 2 residents have fallen. You are not only placing your organization at risk of lawsuits, but you're placing our community at risk of their safety and their health. And with that being said, that's also there's children. A lot of these business owners have children. Their children spend their time after school at their businesses. So I'd like to see much better fencing, especially with the budget that you all have. And I see that $203.8 million in Measure M2 monies, December 2021. I'm sure there's opportunity for you all to have much better fencing at these construction sites. And on these fencings, I would also like to see banners of the businesses that are on the opposite sides of the fences. So as it pertains to the side of 4th Street, if I'm looking at the fencing rather than that barrier, I think that barrier looks really cheap. It doesn't look like you guys are taking this really seriously when you just install those cheap barriers that we can easily pull apart. If we had fencing, we can install banners, posters that are reflective of the businesses that are surrounding. I do need to emphasize, we need these signs to be secured, whether that be with zip ties, they need to be secured. It's absolutely unacceptable that Charlie's Tattoos and American Barbershop have had their businesses vandalized, where people have thrown those signs through the windows. That's costing these business owners money, and it's costing the city resources for having to respond to this crime. So OCTA, you need to do your due diligence and secure these signs. There should be no reason why at the next meeting we continue to have the same issues and complaints. And recently, our city council took the step forward to introduce 1.5 million in funding, and that's the right thing to do. It's not enough. And I'm asking OCTA, I want to see you guys match that money. I want to see you guys match that 1.5 million. I think that it's only indicative of other cities that potentially would look at a streetcar, would probably refuse to do work with you if you don't take care of these businesses. I would encourage any other business, any other city that is looking at a streetcar, if OCTA does not get this right, do not do business with them. You guys have a duty and a responsibility to right this wrong. We at the City of Santa Ana introduced 1.5 million. I'm asking you today if that's something that you guys can do. Is there somebody here that can respond to that?
Good evening, Mayor Sarmiento.
Thank you, sir. Your name, please?
I'm Jim Beal. I'm the Executive Director of Capital Programs.
Thank you,
the
sir.
request you made is a discussion, as you probably heard, that was discussed yesterday at the OCTA board meeting with our board of directors. And staff is looking at the parameters that was requested to come back and report to the board of what we can do. So that's really all I can respond to at this time, but it is being looked into, as brought up by Mayor Sarmiento and a few other of our board of directors, and we'll keep you informed on how that goes.
Thank you. Can you give the residents and the businesses a timeline of when they can expect a response on whether or not OCTA will be able to move forward with a potential 1.5 million matching the cities?
We would have to bring that information back to our board, and it's really a decision that has to be made by our board.
Okay. That's important to all of the businesses here. If OCTA does not do their job, unfortunately, the Santa Ana City Council will have to carry that burden once again to make sure that these businesses have the support and the financial support that they need to make sure that they don't have to close their businesses down and that they're able to keep their homes and and whatever their living situation looks like. This is a dire situation that requires immediate attention, and I hope to hear a response promptly from you guys over at OCTA.
Understood, Councilman.
Thank you, sir. And lastly, some of the merchants today said that they had concerns about the business interruption funding that the city introduced, and that they wanted to see the guidelines changed. I just want to let you know, I am always willing to meet our businesses where they're at here, and if you guys are looking to have some of these guidelines changed, please email me at my office. I would be open to supporting that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. We call on Councilmember Fan.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to all the business owners who showed up today. A lot of you might not know, but my stepdad owned a small business, and I'm very emotional listening to you because, you know, his small business was destroyed in a flood, and I know the kind of dedication it takes to go to work every day and to think about it 24 hours a day. It's you know, it's your livelihood, it's your child, it's your hopes, your dreams, especially when you come from an immigrant community. And so I saw that. I saw that from my dad, and so I feel for you. A couple things just maybe to address staff or OCTA and just a few ideas. I've not spoken to you today. Well, first I want to mention I was down by Hopper and Burr on Sycamore and 4th last Monday and actually took some videos. Mayor Pro Tem had photos, that's great. And you know, there's probably 5 people the entire 2 blocks out on the street, and it was a ghost town. It was really sad because I remember coming down there, and it's just such a vibrant space to be at all hours of the day, right? People getting out of work from the county, from the courts, all of that, and they're really going there to grab a bite to eat and things like that. And there's a couple things. One, to OCTA, and this is, you know, the fencing has been addressed, but a couple things I am actually really concerned about is that temporary bridge that goes over 4th Street. I was taking some photos of it. There's kind of nails, construction nails all over the place. It's not very sturdy, the bridge itself, so I definitely want us to look into that. I've mentioned before, my mom uses a wheelchair, and as we have a lot of customers who are, they need ADA accessible travel, and it's just not a very safe area for folks to be able to go if they make it down to downtown. The other thing I also wanted to mention is that it was about 4 o'clock, 4:15, and there was nobody working. And I understand that there's some conversation, at least based on the LA Times, that OCTA is having with Walsh to potentially extend the working hours, and I really hope that this lawsuit that they sued is not going to slow down construction. It is extremely concerning on our end to hear that there's this big lawsuit, and if that, you know, if that goes forward and no work is happening, I really hope that our representative, Mayor Sarmiento, and you can come back and let us know what's going on, because now we're not just looking at 6 months, 7 months, but we're potentially looking at something indefinite, and that really scares me. The last thing I wanted to address, and I don't know if it's OCTA or staff, but we did hear several of our small business owners mention that, you know, rent is still due, electric bill is still due, water is still due. What are some things, aside from direct financial assistance, that we can do as a city? Can we waive water fees for a while? Have we spoken to SEE to see what we can do in partnership with them? Have we talked to some of the property owners? I know the Chases have been willing to work with the city before. I don't actually know if they own any of the buildings. I'm just throwing a name out there to see what they're willing to do to assist these small businesses, because many of you are long-term tenants. And as we know, you know, property owners don't want to lose long-term tenants, and they're hard to replace. So I would like for both OCTA and staff and to work with our small businesses and some of those agencies to see what we can do to assist our small businesses, even if it's not direct financial assistance at this point. I'd also like to hear, I know you're going to have an update regarding the direct assistance from OCTA or what you can do, so I look forward to that at the next meeting. Thank you.
Any other comments from members of the council on this item? Councilmember Lopez?
Thank you, Mayor Sarmiento. You know, some of the things that we're asking for today are some of the things that we asked from OCTA a month ago. So it's really unacceptable that an organization, an agency as large as OCTA is, to me, unwilling to be a good community partner in the city. And, you know, some of the requests are really basic, like clean and safe work environments, signage. We're talking about signage. We're continuing to talk about signage. And, you know, the nighttime construction, the security. And for staff, I want staff to understand where I'm at. We need to work with OCTA. We need to demand that OCTA remove the staging area away from Nova Academy. That site is unacceptable. It is inappropriate, the conditions that it is currently in, and I do not have any faith in OCTA to manage it. So when they come back, staff needs to let me know that that site is no longer a staging site for OCTA. Also, with the lawsuits, I think it's more than acceptable for if staff is able to, or in partnership with OCTA, if they're able to provide some sort of community update from time to time. You know, I found out about it online, and I had a lot of questions, like, is that going to halt construction? Is that going to push the 2024 deadline further back? So I think, like most people, I just want to know what's going on with the lawsuit and what does that mean for the construction happening in Santa Ana now. And maybe those are questions that staff can address tonight. I'm not sure, Christine.
I would defer to OCTA in returns to the litigation. That's not something that we're a party to, so I wouldn't have access or be able to push out information on that.
Okay. So is OCTA willing, or can OCTA know?
Through the mayor, this is Jim Beal, Executive Director of Capital Programs. We have no comment on ongoing litigation. We were just served with that like yesterday.
Okay, thank you. I also think it'd be a really good idea for staff to compile a list of the businesses that have shown up here today. I heard, you know, some people say that, for example, some of the hairdressers, they have no clients, and maybe we can spotlight them, share their information on social media, and hopefully that they can gain some business from there. I think it's just, you know, good for us to keep them, have some sort of hub where we have their information. If anything were to change, we can do some outreach via email or whatnot. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Great, thank you for those comments. Any other members of the comment? Councilmember Mendoza.
In addition to what my colleagues have mentioned, I think we could help the businesses by what Councilmember Lopez briefly touched on, is helping the businesses in building their websites and have a social media push out there so that the customers are come back, because they may not realize that because the construction was as it was and the obstruction, and because for the past 2 years many businesses had to alter their business hours, and so if they come, it's hit and miss. Maybe the business is not open, and it's due to COVID. It's due to the construction. So there's a lot of factors that have caused our businesses to lose some of their profits. But I think one way that we can help them is by maybe having our IT department or somebody go out to the businesses and help them in promoting on social media platforms. And also put it on our city website and our newsletter that the businesses are open, and we just need to have some clarity from the businesses. if you're going to open, what are the hours? Do you have any incentives for your customers to come back? You know, discounts so that you can start drawing them back, because you know, when we give things away, people will be there. So you open up your doors and you have some incentives. I think in addition to what OCTA and the city is doing in collaboration to remedy the situation, I think we also need to bring that social media aspect into getting our businesses to thrive again. And let's not see it as something that is against one another, but we're a community. Santa Ana, OCTA, the businesses, the residents, the customers, we are all one, and we all need to work together. Let's not point fingers, let's work together, and I think in that form, I think we could be more productive.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Councilmember Peñalosa.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say that I agree with every one of my colleagues. And anything else, watch the last two meetings. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. I love those. If somebody will please start the clock on me, because I want to make sure I'm brief. I've already said a lot, I think, on Monday, so I want to thank our staff. I want to thank, OCTA staff for being here, and I mostly want to thank the merchants who came here. I don't think any of us could do any better a job or make any more compelling an argument than what was articulated here tonight by the merchants. I think they told their story well, they told their story accurately and compellingly. So I'm going to direct my questions, as I did yesterday, to OCTA staff. I'm going to direct my questions to our staff on, and comments that I think we might be able to help with. One of the things I think that, we can do is use more of our marketing tools that we, used well. I remember we did a campaign when COVID was spiking. We did it with the school district. We did it with, the college district. We did it with Latino Health Access, and we put things up on our digital reader boards. We had signs. We had a whole campaign. Maybe we could do something jointly with OCTA to make sure that we get the information out that our downtown is still open. That's one. Number two, I know that they have a marketing effort called Eat, Shop, and Play in downtown. That's something that if we combined our resources with their resources and we did this marketing tool well, because we know how to reach our community. I think for OCTA, it's not that they're not trying. I think they're not as familiar with it as we are. So I think we could do a combined effort on that. Number three, I think what we were, I think something that I mentioned yesterday at the OCTA meeting were the waist-high barricades and fences. And so this is more directed to our Public Works Director to see if he can work with OCTA staff to see if we can increase the height of those and either put a mesh or make it solid, because what I heard from the merchants yesterday who spoke to OCTA or at the OCTA meeting was that the dust and the noise was really, really difficult for them to continue doing business, conducting their business. And I know a lot of bridal shops have their merchandise outside. It's white or light colored, and the dust just really damages their goods. So that was something else. The other thing is I would direct our staff to have an item before the legislative subcommittee of this city council to talk about whether or not we can address the Federal Transportation Authority to see if there are any monies in the infrastructure bill that might be able to help with merchants that are undergoing these interruptions. We know there's infrastructure occurring throughout the country. There have to be impacts to other businesses that are going through similar experiences, and so it's up to us to see how we can get our federal advocates to see how they can either find some funding for us and things that we can translate into funding and support for our merchants here. The last thing I would say to my colleagues is that it's great to talk about all the things that are going bad. We're just repeating what the merchants have said. And my family has had a downtown business and does have a downtown business, so I am extremely familiar with what people are living through. But we will have an item on the later on in this agenda called the early direction for spending in the upcoming fiscal year. Let's put our money where our mouth is if we really seriously feel like we need to help businesses. So those are my comments. And with that, thank you, everybody. So I'm going to take something out of order in staff presentations. I know that we have something from Travel Santa Ana, and I guess we'll have our representative do that and kind of jump ahead of the other two, because the other two are done internally.
Thank you so much, Mayor. And tonight you have the president of Travel Santa Ana, Wendy Haas, who is going to do her first ever report to the City Council.
Good evening. My name is Wendy Hazy. I'm the president of Travel Santa Ana, and I thank you for the opportunity to present. Travel Santa Ana is a 501c6. It is the official destination marketing organization for Santa Ana. Prior to January 1st, 2021, Santa Ana was the only major city in Orange County that did not have its own destination marketing organization. But thanks to several business leaders who are now members of the Travel Santa Ana board, who worked with the Santa Ana hoteliers to add a 2% assessment to their hotels and created the Santa Ana Tourism Marketing District to fund Travel Santa Ana, the organization was born on January 1st, 2021. There are 17 hotels and motels that fund the organization, all within the Santa Ana boundaries. The Travel Santa Ana board is comprised of 11 volunteers, 6 of those representatives of the Santa Ana hotels and motels, along with representatives from the city of Santa Ana, Mark Morley, the president of the Chamber of Commerce, along with members of the tourism community. I am currently the only staff person. I was hired as of August 2021. The Travel Santa Ana budget potential would be $1.67 million based off of pre-COVID hotel revenue. This is being projected based off of historic reports from STAR, which are Smith Travel Research reports from the past 10 years. As you can see, 2019, those hotels generated $83,852,673, which if you added a 2% assessment to that, that's where you get the 1.67. Actual for the revenue that was generated in 2021 was $749,779. This is primarily due to the new organization and COVID restrictions limiting visitors at our hotels. Projected for 2022, we're looking at 1.2 based off of the recovery of the hotels and what the industry is saying, about 30% less than pre-pandemic. According to the Tourism Marketing District Plan, the allocation of the revenue is based off of these percentages. And some highlights, so the highlights are based off of August through December, when there was a staff person with Travel Santa Ana. When I first started, we were still in the midst of a pandemic, and traditionally, leisure travel drops off after Labor Day when children go back to school. And last summer, leisure travel was really driving the revenue at all of the hotels. So we looked to an opportunity to take advantage of a Visit California co-op campaign via Expedia that we started in September. This campaign will run through June of 2022. And as of February, it resulted in 11,440 room nights at our hotels worth over $1.5 million in hotel revenue. So that's approximately a 17-to-1 investment. We also launched TravelSantaAna.com, which is a splash page, AKA a temporary website until we have a brand and an identity, but it gives us a presence on the internet. We have a stay, eat, play, and getting here section. The stay highlights all 17 hotels that contribute to the TMD and also highlights those that have meeting space to attract groups. The getting here, we have added the information about parking structures and the OC Streetcar construction to make sure that visitors also know where to park. Under play, we have events where we curate all of the events going on throughout the city that are public. Arts and culture, and an LGBTQ page in anticipation of the Pride Parade returning in June. We recognize that our hoteliers are our main ambassadors. We want them to be aware of all the fantastic things going on throughout the city. And so we partnered with Santa Ana Downtown Inc. and Santa Ana Business Council to create the first walking tour with our hoteliers. The walking tour highlighted event venues, restaurants, art galleries, and it was an opportunity to really show the hoteliers who are not always familiar with the city that they're promoting what there is what's going on. We anticipate this to be a quarterly event where we highlight different aspects of the city with our tourism partners. In keeping with that and making sure our hotel community is engaged, we distributed table tents to all of the hotels for their front desk that has a QR code linked to travelsantaana.com so the visitors know what's going on within the city. We created a monthly email highlighting all of the upcoming events taking place throughout the city. This is not only distributed to the hoteliers, but it has also started curating some visitors requesting this information. And then in conjunction with Dia de los Muertos, we created messaging to the hoteliers and delivered holiday-themed gifts to them to make them aware of the event taking place in the community. Right now, as we are building our brand, the only social media channel that we communicate through is LinkedIn, and we promote a lot of the activities going on from restaurants, Taco Tuesday, and events taking place. You can see engagement from when we launched the LinkedIn page for Travel Santa Ana. And looking ahead for 2022, we have created a 3-year strategic plan that includes a vision, mission, values. Some of the highlights of that strategic goal is to create a brand for Santa Ana that's not only embraced by the destination marketing organization, but by the city, tourism partners, and business community as well. We will be hiring a director of sales to help support the efforts of the 17 hoteliers and to bring in group business, keeping those events that are held here in Santa Ana's visitors and vendors and participants in Santa Ana. And we will also be identifying key markets and putting together a strategic print and digital campaign. For 2022 sales and marketing, as I mentioned, we'll be hiring a director of sales who will be targeting trade shows specific to the niche audiences that will come to Santa Ana for corporate and business travel. They will take part in Visit California road shows, and we will have presence on CVent, which is the largest platform to receive RFPs. In-person meetings and business travel and corporate travel is really what drives the Santa Ana Hotels business, and that was decimated by COVID. So by having a support person to help them to look to new opportunities to work with the event venues where the quinceañeras and the weddings, those attendees are staying in Santa Ana hotels, and like I said, with the events happening in the area, making sure that they're staying in the Santa Ana hotels as well. Currently, we've positioned ourselves on MetroLink. We are a partner with the Transportation Hub, so we have a presence on there. We also have an ad in Visit Anaheim's Destination Guide. And like I said, we have the Expedia campaign going on right now as a Visit California co-op. Once that ends, we will have an independent Santa Ana campaign, and we will also be participating in OC co-op campaigns. We will have a presence on TripAdvisor, and we will have a pay-per-click campaign in conjunction with our website. We will take advantage of Visit California opportunities, and we will be promoting the destination and the meeting spaces in various meetings trade opportunities. Marketing, after we hire a director of sales, we'll be looking to hire a content and community engagement manager. We will have an official website, social channels, a visitor's guide by the end of the year, video content, which we started curating with Boca de Oro this past weekend. We will be having video content highlighting all of the events, annual events throughout the year. We will also be conducting our first photo shoot at the beginning of April, where we're looking for community volunteers to be a part of that photo shoot. And we will be hosting our first travel writer at the end of this month. Her and her family will be experiencing Santa Ana along with a couple of other destinations in Orange County. We've partnered with Taco Tuesday, which is an extension of Orange County Restaurant Week, to highlight about 5 to 7 restaurants in Santa Ana. And we have also budgeted for and are looking to explore potential opportunities for cannabis tourism in Santa Ana as well. The research that Travel Santa Ana will curate from a tourism economic impact report, which will be available at the end of April, beginning of May, which we hope to highlight during National Tourism Week, will be valuable because it will show the importance of tourism to the local economy, from the number of people employed in the industry to how it impacts local and state taxes. We have monthly visitor intelligence that can also be utilized by the events looking to write grants and the economic development for future potential tourism product built. And then the monthly Smith Travel Research Reports, which are STAR for short. These are monthly reports that show how valuable it's vital information that's on the 17 hotels, their occupancy, average daily rate, and what the revenue that they generate to the local economy. So I want to say thank you to the community for welcoming me and Travel Santa Ana. I am excited and appreciate the opportunity to work with civic leaders, police and tourism partners to elevate Santa Ana as the authentic and welcoming destination in Orange County. Tourism really is a key to revitalizing Santa Ana's local economy, and I look forward to being a part of that and to contributing to that. I'll take any questions if you have them.
Great, thank you for that presentation. Thank you for sharing that with us. Let me bring it back to the council to see if there's any questions or comments, and I'll start with Councilmember Fan.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you so much for that presentation. I am really appreciative of a lot of that information, and there's a couple comments I wanted to make. I understand the map or the website is kind of a placeholder. I really like that you mentioned cannabis because that was my first comment. There's nothing on this website that talks about a cannabis tour, a walking tour of cannabis, or any of those experiences, and that has to be, top 3. I've told staff and I've told others, Santa Ana to me is known for culture, cannabis, and history, right? Or art, history, and cannabis. And those are the things we really need to, I think, highlight and emphasize. So that's one. The other issue I wanted to bring up is regarding the eats portion. And I grew up on the west side, so it's where a lot of the Vietnamese restaurants are, and a couple of the restaurants that I know are just institutions in the Vietnamese American community are Favori and Jiu Jiu Restaurant. They're not on the list, and so I'd love for you to reach out to them and see if they'd be interested in participating. The other is, in looking at the list of restaurants here, it mentions Asian, except there are a lot of countries in Asia, and so I'd like to see it say Asian/Vietnamese, Korean, Japanese, any of those kind of countries of origin, because when you think about the food, it is different. So I would like to see that. Finally, the other thing as you work on the new website is for the points of interest map. As a millennial, these kinds of things, I expect them all to link to whatever points of interest we have and make sure that it's in high quality. I have a 4K laptop. I expect everything to be able to display on 4K. And so because some of the images are lower res, it looks like you're looking at a website from 15 years ago. And so I think it's really important that anything we put on is high resolution, link clickable, and that way folks don't have to Google it separately when they're looking at their website. But other than that, thank you so much for your work. Sure. I'm really excited to see what else you can do. Thank you.
Can I respond?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Yeah.
So in regards to cannabis tourism, I have attended numerous, I'm a part of the Cal Travel Cannabis Tourism Committee. I have attended numerous cannabis virtual conferences. There's a careful way of going about that versus just putting up a list of cannabis stores. So once Travel Santa Ana has a brand, we'll be looking at how to best position cannabis tourism within the community and what works for Santa Ana versus what works for, there's a number of different destinations within West Hollywood and Northern California that have different offerings. So we'll be looking at how to best position that for what works for the community, for the city. In regards to the restaurants, I apologize for missing anyone's favorites, but I personally curated that list simply by Googling, and it's an Excel document. And as I mentioned, this is a splash page, so it doesn't have the background depth, so it's literally an Excel document that's copied and pasted into a website. Once we have a actual built-in website, we will have a back end. There's no cost for the restaurants or shops that are tourism related to participate, and we will have that content community manager managing that and adding those restaurants and giving more depth, descriptions to them, pictures to them. This was just a placeholder to have a presence. So if you have any suggestions, you can email me at wendy@travelsantaana.com, and I'd be happy to add your favorite restaurants to the list. And the last one was, again, the JPEG and the points of interest map. Again, very elementary because it is a splash page, not an in-depth website. And once that website is launched later this year, there will be a point of interest map where a visitor who is staying at the DoubleTree can call up what is around them. They will have access, they will pull up the listing and the images and the distance. It will be much more robust and engaging.
Thank you for that. Councilmember Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor Sarmiento. Thank you for such a great presentation, and it was really heartbreaking to see how much revenue we've lost with the pandemic. We're still very much in the midst of it. I echo comments similar to Councilmember Fan. I do think it would be beneficial to highlight cannabis. We were the first city in Orange County to do it. There's a lot of good actors in the city as well. So I think it'd be beneficial for us to include that. Number two is it pertains to eat. Very similar comments to Councilmember Fan. I'd like us to specify much more in depth than just Asian, and specifically when it comes to Mexican food, we're very much a hub in Orange County. When you want authentic Mexican food, I mean, it's like Mexico down here. And also a fun fact, Santa Ana has the oldest Mexican restaurant in Orange County, Sarina's Tamale Factory, which is in Ward 5. It's been there since 1938. So that business isn't on there. We definitely need to include Sarina's Tamale Factory. I'm looking at your site right now.
Oh, okay.
It's not there.
That sounds familiar, so I apologize.
Yes.
That's an oversight.
And-
So I have big plans for the whole taco scene.
Awesome.
Because if you also look, 25 of the 50 best places to get tacos in Orange County were in Santa Ana. So there's
There
a
we go.
drop down of best tacos in OC. That's partly why we partnered with the TacoTuesday.com. I envision a taco trail having a full scale of more in-depth information about the tacos.
We love to hear it. That's
I
great.
actually want to know how we can get taco capital of Orange County or even Southern California, how we go about establishing that
I
without
think
just
we
saying
get
it, but having the backup for it.
Absolutely. I'm happy to see the Little Onion on there as well. It celebrated 50 years recently. I don't see Avila's on here as well. Avila's has been a restaurant right off of First Street in Tustin. It's been
Okay.
here for a very long time. And lastly, the arts and culture picture. Now that you've broken down that the website is not complete, the picture's antiquated. The statue's no longer there.
Okay.
So that's my final comment. Thank
I
you
will
so
take
much.
that down and replace that one. That's an easy fix.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Mendoza.
Thank you for that wonderful presentation. I missed where the hotels were located. I'm wondering if outreach was made to the surrounding hotels to try and draw some of the tourism from Disneyland, Knott's Berry Farm. So are these hotels also participating from the cities, from Buena Park, from Anaheim, Orange?
No, those hotels in other cities pay into their own DMOs. So Travel Santa Ana is funded by 17 hotels and motels within the Santa Ana boundaries.
I see. One more question. I see at the airport that there's a lot of brochures of the different attractions in the area. So would it be possible to have one of ours there at the John Wayne? That's a lot of tourists coming in on a daily basis.
Absolutely. You're jumping ahead to all things planned. So I spent 11 years with Destination Irvine prior to coming to Santa Ana, and we had a presence at John Wayne Airport, at the other hotels throughout Orange County with a visitor guide, points of interest map. So as soon as we have our official brand, we will be producing all of that collateral and having it distributed through Visit California visitor centers. At John Wayne Airport, we will have a presence. It's just a matter of getting that brand, which should be finalized by the end of May, early June.
Good work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments from the council? Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. Just great presentation. Thank you for that. And to echo Councilmember Hernandez's comments about Sariana's, that's a very special place, not only because it is the oldest Mexican restaurant in all of Orange County, but it's also where my grandfather bought his first house, just a couple doors down. The houses are no longer there anymore, but it's very sentimental for me. But I know that this is a progress report, so I appreciate that you're taking in the feedback from the council, and I'm looking forward to seeing what you come back with. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. I think those were all the comments from members of the council. I'll simply just say thank you for the presentation. I appreciate you coming to us and updating us. You know, I don't want to one-up anybody. So Santa Ana is probably home to probably the only city with 2 Bolivian restaurants, and there's only 3 in the state. So you know, all right. But we, you know, I think we could go on and on with all our favorite places to eat and how significant and historic they are. The only thing I would leave you with is I really appreciate the fact that you're not trying to brand us as something we're not. And that's really, really important. And I remember years back, I've been on this council for about 15 years. We, you know, tried to be labeled as a South County city. How can we be something else and something that we're not? We have so much authenticity, as you heard from, you know, our own, you know, business merchants here, that you can't find a community like Santa Ana anywhere in the county. And I challenge almost anywhere, you know, in Southern California. It is very unique, and that uniqueness is going to make your job to sell us to people who travel and want to see a very unique place here in the area. Fairly simple. We don't have a coastline, you know, we don't have mountain ranges, but we have a community that really has something genuine to offer. So, so hopefully that'll be an asset rather than a detriment, as some folks saw it before. I see it as, you know, there is no other genuine downtown in the county, and so that's something that we want to make sure we sell as well. So.
The destination is truly authentic and unique, and that was, and the community's passion and pride in this city is evident. And I said from the very beginning, it's not, I don't have to create anything. It's already here. We just have to tell the story.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you for that presentation. Let me bring it back to staff because we have a couple more. And let me turn it over to the city manager for her COVID-19 update.
So I do have an option for you, Mayor. Since our region has been, the COVID-19 outcomes continue to improve, what I was going to talk about tonight was some of our Revive Santa Ana programs. Nothing time sensitive. In light of it approaching the 8 o'clock hour, we can certainly shelf this one should you desire.
Let's do that. Why don't we, because I think we have some, you know, some robust discussions coming up. Do we still want to go forward on the AQMD update?
I would defer to Mayor Pro Tem because that item was a request of his.
You want to hear it?
Yes, please.
Okay. Is that for Director Sala?
Yes, it is. So Executive Director of Public Works has a short presentation.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the City Council. I have an update for you on the South Coast Air Quality Management District funding update. AB 2766 Motor Vehicle Subvision Program or Subsidy Program. In 1990, Assembly Bill, can we? Okay. Assembly Bill 2766 was adopted by the state of California. This legislation authorized a $4 per vehicle surcharge on annual vehicle registration fees. 40 cents of every dollar is distributed to the AQMD for distribution to local government to promote air pollution initiatives to clean air. Next, please. The funds are used by 3 different agencies within the city of Santa Ana. Human Resources utilizes the funds for employee commuter reduction programs, ride-share programs, employee educational and promotional program costs, annual vehicle ridership surveys, and bus use and alternative fuel zero-emission vehicle use incentives. Planning and Building utilizes the funds for general plan land use element updates to promote smart growth and transit-oriented development to reduce vehicle trips. Also, the funds is used for general plan circulation element updates furthering active transportation, and it's also used for CEQA air quality and greenhouse gas studies. The Public Works Agency utilizes the funds for transportation improvements, alternative fuel vehicle purchases, and conversions, in addition to the development and the construction of alternative fuel infrastructure for vehicles. Next, please. The fund, as received from the AQMD, ranged from about $500,000 to $0.3 million over $0.3 million over the 5 years, past 5 years. As you can see, $500,000 was received last year. Next, please. In the 21-22 budget, $1.7 million was budgeted out of that fund. 1.1 was for the Public Works Agency, $174,000 for Human Resources. Planning and Building received $356 dollars for that year, or for this year, actually. Next, please. The budget versus actual. As you can see, we've budgeted about $1 million for the Public Works Agency, $300,000 for Planning and Building, $145,000 for Human Resources. The spending was not as much, and that's due to the pandemic. We were not able to spend that much. Public Works Agency, next please. Public Works Agency has a commitment for the funds right now to build our renewed CNG fueling station. It is in design right now, and there's about $1 million committed to that project. We are also earmarking about $150,000 for the EV charging stations. For future projects, we have plans to purchase more electric vehicles, the construction of more charging stations, and the use of alternative fuel vehicles for the purchases and the retrofits, so we can phase out the diesel equipment that we have. Next, please. Bus Pass Subsidy Program. Council proposed a 30% subsidy for the purchase of regular 30-day pass by Santa Ana residents to encourage new riders. Based on the annual ridership over the last 3 years, the cost for the subsidy ranges from or between $500,000 to about $1 million a year. The cost is an estimate from OCTA, and it's based on, it does not, the cost is an estimate from OCTA, and OCTA really does not track customer addresses and is based on a number of unique, regular 30-day pass riders traveling through Santa Ana per year, some of which may or may not be from Santa Ana. Next, please. The Bus Pass Subsidy Program, as it continues, passes can be purchased online through the OC Bus mobile app and at various locations throughout the county, including check cashing places and grocery stores. Retailers do not collect customer personal information, and OCTA does not track customer addresses. Because of this, OCTA has indicated that the agency would not be able to or would not have the ability to administer a subsidy program on behalf of the city. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Director Saba. Let me go ahead and bring it back to the council to see if there's any questions or comments. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Director Saba, thank you for researching this item. I recognize that we don't have an unlimited amount of the AB 2766 funds allocated to our city. But what I'd like to suggest is that the city sell a limited supply of those 30-day regular monthly passes to individuals from Santa Ana that come to our city hall that can provide proof of the residency at that 30% discount that's subsidized through those funds that are available to the city. So again, recognizing that it's not going to be something that everybody's going to be able to take advantage of because we will have a limited allocation. I'm hopeful that, well, the other thing I was going to say is that there's no way you're going to be able to determine who are first-time bus riders. It's just virtually impossible. So, but I appreciate your research on this, and I'm hopeful that this is something we can implement for the next fiscal year.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Councilmember Lopez.
Thank you, Mayor Sarmiento. Staff, when this was first brought up last year, I had a series of questions. Do we know if those were addressed in the PowerPoint?
I don't remember the questions. I'm sorry.
Certainly, we can attempt to answer them tonight. The item has been back a couple of different times, so I'm not sure I'm even aware of which questions you're referring to.
I would have to go back and check. I don't remember specifically what I asked at the time, but it was about if we're not able to do something like this, can any of the 2766 funds, AB 2766 funds, be used to incentivize folks to buy, electric vehicles or anything like that?
So typically, as Nabil stated, for the 3 departments that receive it, it is more internally focused for programs such as CNG fueling stations or commuter passes for our current employee population. That doesn't mean you couldn't use those outwardly. The amount of funds we receive is fairly limited. And as Nabil mentioned, most of them are already encumbered for current projects. So Mayor Pro Tem Becerra's idea about doing it as part of the budget is the way that it would have to be due. If you want to shift those funds for anything else, we would have to identify the cost that would be associated with it. For example, if you wanted us to become a ticket seller for bus passes, we would have to have staff, we'd have to have a counter, we'd have to have hours, we'd have to front inventory of those tickets. For your idea, it would be a similar backbone would be needed to achieve that.
Okay, got it. Thank you. And for the bus use and alternative fuel / zero emission vehicle use incentives, what exactly is that?
Give me 1 second.
Nabil, can you answer that question?
Yeah, give me a second. That's
It's under HR, not necessarily Public Works, yeah.
Human Resources uses these funds to incentivize employees for that. I am not really sure exactly what the, let's see.
I wouldn't expect Director Saba to answer that since it's under HR.
For HR, typical programs would include incentives to commute instead of driving alone. There could be van pool incentives that are used to decrease the number of individual drivers commuting to and from work.
Okay. So would you say that under bus use, maybe some sort of a potential pilot could be placed under?
For the Human Resources Department to sell to the general public? That wouldn't be the department I would have selling to the general public, as they have no outward-facing counter or staffing to do so. So if you are interested in seeing that type of a program, it would be best to address it through the budget, and we would identify what we would need as for the cost to implement doing a program like that.
Okay. And do we know, because I know recently we talked about the pilot that allows young people to ride the bus for free. So do you know if this idea is, targeted for low-income residents of Santa Ana? Is it for only seniors? Because I believe OCTA does something along those lines already. So I'm trying to understand what.
Yeah, Councilmember Lopez, you're exactly correct. So OCTA is the entity that administers the bus and the bus passes. And they do have the student rides free, which they continued on beyond the pilot. They also have multiple senior mobility programs that they do as well. So this ask was something specific to our city. Why staff is struggling, and I'm sorry we don't have all the answers for you, is not a line of business that we do as a city. It is a regional process that's administered by OCTA.
Okay, thank you, Christine.
Thank you. Seeing no other comments, I'll go ahead and just move it along. Thank you for that presentation. Let me go ahead and now begin with the public comment section of the meeting, and we have fewer comments, at least in person, because we took the other public comments from the merchants in the downtown on item number 4 out of order. So I'll just remind everybody that this is the time and place for members of the public to address the council on agendized and non-agendized items. Pursuant to the Brown Act, we cannot enter into any conversation with you pursuant to those comments. And if you please state your name, you don't have to give us your exact address, but let us know if you live in the city, what ward or neighborhood you live in, and you will be given 3 minutes to speak. And I'll begin with speakers that are here physically present with us. They were updates, so there's nothing to report out of closed session. Is that correct, Madam City Attorney? Great, thank you. So let me go ahead and begin with our first public speaker here, Alan Wu, followed by Danny Vega, followed by Claire Campo. Looking sharp, Alan.
Mayor Sarmiento and members of the City Council, it's my pleasure to be here before you today because you represent our diversity in the city, so I think you will understand what I'm going to be talking about today. I'm speaking in advance of a motion that the Honorable Councilman Jonathan Ryan Hernandez and Ty Pham will be working on and presenting, and we have a meeting set up with the city manager to discuss it further. I am Alan Wu. I am a 35-year-old resident of Santa Ana in the Riverview area. And there's a plaque outside of the chamber with my name on it that said I was part of the All-American City Award Committee. And I want you to remember that because All-American is what I want to talk about. America encouraged free and open immigration during the 18th and 19th century. And they came to China because America oligarchs needed workers. So they knocked on our door, went out to a valley and had agents say, you know, you sons of China, we need workers to work on the railroads, to work on the mine, and to work in our agricultural businesses. And they promised us a mountain of gold if we came here just to work. And so we did, but we never got that mountain of gold. After we did our job of connecting this nation from sea to shining sea, they asked us to go home, and sometimes not politely. So, but we stayed. And when we stayed in sundown towns. And what does that mean? Sundown towns are towns where they crafted laws, intimidation, fear and violence, and segregated, discriminated policies. And Santa Ana was one of them. It was a leader in Orange County of that. Orange was one, Anaheim was one, Costa Mesa was one. And so Santa Ana's Chinatown, which is what I'm here to talk about, began in the wake of the Chinese Exclusion Act of 1882. And this was a specific federal legislation that was directly targeted at a specific ethnic minority immigrant group. And in 1906, the city of Santa Ana at that time, under the president of their board of trustees, George A. Egger, and A.C. Tildy of the trustees, and John Cubbin, there's a street named after him, George L. Wright, and James Sleeper, directly contributed to the xenophobic discrimination and racial violence faced by Chinese immigrants with the support and encouragement of City Attorney Colonel W.F. Heatman and Horace Head, who was the Orange County District Attorney, who was a son of a KKK community leader.
Alan, if you'll start wrapping up here.
Yeah, I'm sorry. They passed a resolution on May 25th, 1906, and directed the city marshal to burn Chinatown down, and so it did. So what I'm here today is to talk about what we want. We want to honor the history and contribution of Chinese Americans in Santa Ana's Chinatown and bring marginalized groups there to tell their story. And we want to recognize that all groups have a place and bring healing to the community. And we want a redemption for a trauma with a day of remembrance and a resolution of apology. And I say this because Rick Ng from the executive board of the National Chinese American Citizen Alliance and the LA chapter and the organization Chinese American OC and Los Angeles and the JACL and all these other Asian organizations are contacted said, for now, just being allowed in public to know that many people have been killed, many communities displaced, and many livelihoods ruined, that can be emphasized on the occasion of the faith of Santa Ana, Chinatown, being acknowledged sometime in the near future, can inspire other cities to do right. Because we let the way in terms of the discrimination, violence against Chinese American, we need you to rectify it, and I know you understand that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for those comments. Danny Vega, followed by Claire Campo, followed by Rocio Guzman.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Where is Councilmember Peñalosa? Did he go to a Nina Turner event today?
He's actually online via Zoom.
Okay. I am here to speak on the budget and show my support for allocating funds to a police oversight committee. I had the chance to participate in the Chispas Police Oversight Forum. And one thing that was apparent to me was that we all have a different experience when it comes to interactions with police. And unfortunately for some, that interaction isn't a positive one. And that creates distrust with the police. And unfortunately, that's true for a lot of communities out there in Santa Ana. And this is why I believe a police oversight committee can mend some of that trust, because I feel like the communities would start building that trust if they knew that we could hold the bad police accountable. Having said that, I want to make sure that the call for police accountability doesn't drown out the unfortunate fact that we still have high crime in Santa Ana. And therefore, we still need the police. I just checked the crime statistics today, and in every single month since 2020, we've had double-digit rapes. I want you guys to really think about that. I also want to not lose focus on the need that we need more police officers. Last week in the Measure X committee meeting, I learned that we are understaffed when it comes to police officers. According to the chief, the police per capita, according to the police chief, was way below the average for a city of our size. And not only that, but we saw that based on some figures presented in the meeting, that there does seem to be some correlation with having more police officers will equate to having better police response times. So the bottom line is we need more cops. I take that back. We need good cops. And so this is why I believe that funding a police oversight committee and continuing to fund the hiring of more police officers will allow us to effectively tackle crime, because in the end, the community needs cops and the cops need community. Thank you.
Claire Campo, followed by Rocio Guzman, followed by Catalina Iniestra. Claire Campo, Rocio Guzman, Catalina Iniestra.
Buenas noches, alcalde y concejales. Mi nombre es Catalina Iniestra, soy voluntaria de América Antra por más de 5 años. Estoy aquí para agradecerles a todos ustedes por votar únicamente para poner en fin la venta de todos los productos de tabaco con sabor en nuestra comunidad. En lugar que todos los residentes y organizaciones que trabajamos tan arduamente en este tema, que se representen, hagan un comentario público esta noche. Les agradezco en su nombre para que los comentarios públicos no duren más horas. Todos apreciamos mucho que tomen una posición para proteger la salud de nuestra juventud de Santa Ana Esperamos que esta ordenanza importante completa el punto 11 de la agenda, que se adopte formalmente esta noche en la segunda lectura. Gracias por escuchar a la comunidad y vecinos de Santa Ana. Gracias.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Catalina Iniestra, and I'm a volunteer with America on Track for over 5 years. And I'm here to thank you all for your vote to end the sale of flavored tobacco in our community. And on behalf of all the people and the organizations that worked so hard on this issue, I want to thank you in representation of the many people. So I don't take a lot of, we don't take up hours of public comments. We just thank you for protecting the health of our youth. And we hope that you approve item 11 on the agenda and adopt the second reading. Thank you from the city. Thank you from the community and the people of Santa Ana.
Ibrahim Duell. Ibrahim. Victor Mendez, followed by Madeline Spencer. You're up, Vic.
Yeah, now give me just a second. Thank you. Got my own stopwatch now. A few comments on the OCTA presentation. I fully agree with Councilmember Pham about the condition of those connector bridges. In fact, I wrote a memo or an email to Teresa outlining several hazardous conditions in the immediate area. It hadn't been responded to. I did talk to Mr. Beal, and they'll respond to him, but there are tripping hazards. There's a lot of different things with those connecting bridges. I can punch them out with my fist, and I'm a 63-year-old man with a disability. Those have to be fixed. Along the way of trying to contain maybe dust and noise, I would agree with the use of a kind of a high wall with a nice color. I saw one the other day on Wilshire Boulevard. And here's a suggestion for you, Hernandez. Maybe you can get some artists to paint around those walls and commission them, make some nice things, some nice signage. I think some of the accommodations about visibility and things can be done, but I'll be honest, that 4th Street looks like somebody dropped a bomb on it, and that's just unacceptable. These merchants deserve a lot better than that. So I think maybe kind of a high wall that kind of encloses it a little bit, signage or whatever. You can actually staple those or attach those other signs to the wall, and therefore get rid of the problem with people taking off those signs and throwing them into the window. But again, I saw it the other day in West LA. It looked beautiful. You wouldn't know a construction site was there. It looked like there was another building right there in the middle of the street. Beautiful coloring and everything. On marketing, sounds good, but they're behind the curve and just frankly a little bit too late. As I mentioned earlier, the MTA of LA gives $50,000 a year to their merchants, and they have done for about 5 years. They've awarded about $36 million to date. I'll send over the guidelines, Mr. Councilmember Hernandez, that they're using. Maybe you can compare the two, see if it works out, and see if there's some room for improvement. But I've yet to come across something that specifically says FTA cannot fund financial assistance. MPA's been doing it for 5 years. Well, how are they doing it? I don't know, but maybe somebody can find out and get to the bottom of see if FTA funds can be used for that. Lastly, I gave a proposal to fund the 1.5 million, and I think you could use that perhaps to, if in fact OCA does a step up, to go to the deferred maintenance budget for the RTC.
I think trying to help these merchants out is a lot more important than trying to fix some leaky toilets at the RTC. Not to say that's not important, but I think the money's there, and if things get tight, go to that deferred maintenance budget at RTC, and there's still plenty of money left. Is my 3 minutes up, sir?
It is now.
Thank you. You owe me 3 seconds down the road.
Good timing. We'll give it to you the next time. Just a question for the clerk. Do the members of the public know that, is there something that they can read the time on? Great. Okay.
It's they have the same monitor we have.
Awesome.
Right in front of them.
Thank you. Our last speaker, in-person speaker, is Madeline Spencer. Madeline, the floor is yours.
Good evening, council and staff. I'm Madeline Spencer, and I work for Santa Ana Business Council as a consultant. And I actually just wanted to ask one last thing. I heard everybody speak today. I know that they've spoken in the past. And in 2017, I actually had a study done about the exact things that are occurring now and knew that this was going to happen in advance. And one thing that I know is that the only people that were here when this originally was all voted on was Sarmiento and our clerk of staff and maybe our legal. And so all of you are new when it comes to the fact that the streetcar and the problems are there. But one of the requests that was made, which I would love to see because all of you are legislators, which means that you can actually put something into a law, is that you take into account when there's the EIR process for this city, also the environmental and social costs of a project. And it should be done on every project in this city that's done, that has construction. And it's something that over 150 businesses in downtown requested, and there's a federal code for that specific environmental and social cost. And I believe that it would help people in the future not to have to come to this point, which is the full crisis mode of our downtown, and then be asking now, because it was asked for before and there was nothing done. And so as of now, today, I'm asking that this legislation put it in the law so that the next council that's up here that doesn't remember what happened, it's written there.
Madam Clerk, let me go ahead and turn it over to you to see if there's any members of the public that wish to address us that are online or virtual.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and members of the council. Before I'm muting callers, I'd like to begin by reporting the following summary of emails provided as of today. We received one Santa Ana resident who commented on not feeling safe in the stadium parking lot in the city of Santa Ana. One Santa Ana resident commented on offering congratulations for a redistricting decision. One Santa Ana resident commented on the CARES Act funds that aren't enough to help the COVID-19 expenses and losses. Item 4 comments from Santa Ana residents spoke on the impacts of the OCTA streetcar construction. Item 11, item 2, Santa Ana residents commented in favor of passing the item, and then 1 Santa Ana resident commented on issues with the response for reporting. Item 26, 3 residencies not disclosed commented on fully funding police oversight. 3 Santa Ana resident commenting on funding the police oversight. 1 Santa Ana resident on fully funding the community-based organization. 1 Santa Ana resident commented on increasing funding for jobs for youth in city government. 1 Santa Ana resident commented on increasing funding for the youth service programs within City Hall. And 1 Santa Ana resident commented of having at least one youth-specific budget input session in partnership with community organizations. And with that, caller Zoom ID, name Linda Barber. If you would please select the microphone icon to unmute your call and proceed with your comment.
Thank you, Council. My name is Linda Barber. I'm with the American Cancer Society Cancer Action Network, and I want to urge you to support the ordinance for tobacco retail license. I know many of my colleagues and friends are in the room tonight with you, and I just want you to know that we are all behind you and support your effort. And thank you for your support tonight.
Thank you. Zoom ID, Marklem Voldovinos, if you would please select the microphone icon on your device. Thank you. You may proceed with your comment.
Hello. Yes, good afternoon. Thank you so much. We are proud to support your policy ending the sale of all flavored tobacco products without exemptions. Please pass this ordinance tonight to protect Santa Ana residents from nicotine addiction and tobacco-related deaths and disease for generations to come. We thank you so much.
Thank you. Zoom ID, Isabel Rivera, if you would please select the microphone icon to unmute your call. You may proceed with your comment.
Ya. Hola, buenas noches a todos los presentes. Mi nombre es Isabel Rivera y soy una madre de Nova Academy y residente de la ciudad de Santa Ana. Estoy preocupada, decepcionada y conmocionada por lo que se ha permitido que suceda frente a lo que una vez fue un hermoso campus. Ninguno de ustedes querría que sus hijos estuvieran expuestos a lo que está sucediendo actualmente en Nova Academy, debido al sitio de puesta en escena de OCTA. Concejales de la ciudad, por favor, escuche a los miembros de la comunidad que ustedes fueron elegidos para representar. Necesitamos su influencia, compasión y asistencia para garantizar que Nova Academy, Escuela de Universidad Temprana, siga siendo un lugar seguro para que los estudiantes de la comunidad aprendan, crezcan y persigan sus sueños académicos. Por favor, ayude a mover el sitio de preparación de OCTA lejos de nuestra escuela. Gracias.
Good evening to all here present. My name is Isabel Rivera. I'm a mom of Nova Academy. I'm a resident of Santa Ana, and I'm concerned and I'm worried of what has been allowed to be placed near the beautiful campus of Nova Academy. Our kids don't deserve this. What's happening here, that OCTA is placing their staging work, the staging area, in front of our school. You were elected to protect us. You were elected to represent us, and we would like you to help us in this issue. We want Nova Academy to be a safe place for our students to learn, to grow, and to develop academically and to achieve their academic dreams. So please have them move the staging area away from our beautiful school. Thank you.
Zoom ID, Renee Lancaster, if you would please select the microphone icon. Thank you. You may proceed with your comment.
Honorable Mayor Sarmiento and City Council members, my name is Renee Lancaster from Nova Academy Early College High School, and I'm here to represent the families, students, and staff who are part of the city of Santa Ana. We have more than 400 families and staff members attending our school, and we have been in the community for over 18 years. And there's so much talk about community pride as something we hear a lot about in speeches and on Santa Ana's website. We moved into the building in 2016. We were filled with excitement and, yes, pride. We were thrilled to be a part of the blossoming downtown Santa Ana and our community's success. It is heartbreaking what has happened to our campuses and the businesses that are around us, and we want to help in any way. It is disheartening to have no input or control as other agencies encroach upon our space and destroy our home. And it's infuriating that our pleas for help have seemingly been ignored while OCT continues to decimate the entire area in front of our campus. We have gone to them many times and went and talked to them in 2018 and to the city of Santa Ana asking that the staging area not be in front of our school. Right now, the city is promoting the Santa Ana Neighborhood Block Transformation Contest on its website. Per the contest, description, and I quote, "The contest is designed to encourage and promote community involvement in keeping Santa Ana a beautiful place to live, work, and play. It will recognize and reward residents of winning neighborhood blocks whose properties reflect their community pride and have made significant aesthetic improvements to their parkways and properties." End quote. We want Santa Ana to be a beautiful place to live, work, play, and learn. We want our property to reflect our community pride, and we are begging for aesthetic improvements through the removal of OCTA's staging site. Let's not punt this down the road and let OCTA continue to treat our neighborhood. I know this wouldn't happen
15
in
seconds
Newport
left.
or Laguna. We don't need a contest to do our part. I know that you can help us. I know that you want to help our families and the community. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Zoom ID Thomas Lawton, if you would please select the microphone icon on your device.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. My name is Thomas Lawton, and I want to thank you tonight for giving me the opportunity to speak. I'm a member of the National Hookah Community Association, and I'm here to speak on Agenda Item 11 regarding the flavored tobacco product ban. I agree that matters should be taken to ensure that tobacco products stay out of the hands of our youth, and I applaud actions taken to do so. Though before you inadvertently vote to ban the nearly 1,000-year cultural tradition of hookah with the flavor ban being considered on Agenda Item 23, I ask that City Council consider adding a hookah exemption to the proposed ban. The flavor ban is meant to put an end to the youth vaping epidemic, yet there's no teen hookah epidemic. The FDA and CDC reports have made it clear that hookah is not the problem with our youth, and there are no facts that support a ban on hookah. According to the FDA, teen hookah use is at a 0.8% level nationally, the lowest it has ever been. Failing to exempt hookah from the flavor ban will inadvertently affect the livelihood of hookah retailers in the community. The COVID pandemic has also caused financial hardships for retailers who have worked very hard to remain open to serve their customers and support their families. If retailers are forced to stop selling traditional flavored tobacco products, then customers will simply find other means to buy their products, potentially creating an unregulated illicit market. The additional loss of sales would translate into lost jobs and likely store closures. I ask that the City Council reconsiders the flavored tobacco ban ordinance until Californians vote in November on whether the California statewide flavored tobacco ban law under Senate Bill 793 is approved or repealed. Voters should be allowed to have their voices heard. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Zoom ID Sandra Gillen, if you would please select the microphone icon on your device. Zoom ID Sandra Gillen, thank you, you may proceed with your comment.
Good evening, everyone. I just wanted to bring up an encounter. I was a little concerned with us paying the higher taxes throughout the county, but not having high quality of life. On March 6th, my husband and son were driving that Sunday morning at 7 in the morning to take my 8th grader to a feeder team high school baseball, for Segerstrom High School. They were on their way to Troy. And on Bristol North, getting to Raymar, someone came out of there and shot at them. They shot the side of the truck. The black window broke. Out of all days, I didn't go with him that day, so my son was in the front. Damage was done. My family was not injured. Police presence did arrive, and they were cooperative. They were helping, but I just feel that police officers are exhausted, overwhelmed, and do not have resources and community support. We do need to support them, and you, as the council, had people fooled or, told to vote on this high tax rate for what? We don't have quality of life. The homelessness problem, the transient problem, now shootings for no reason. You can't be out with your family and enjoy, the outdoors. And we want to see a community with police out here because it's getting crazy. And that week, obviously with the Lower Pico and Santa Ana High School lockdown, what is going to happen? We cannot defund the police now. Thank you.
Thank you. Zoom ID, Donna Moore, if you would please, Zoom ID, John Ramirez, if you would please select the microphone icon on your device to unmute your call.
Madam Clerk, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. You may proceed with your comment.
Hello, my name is John Ramirez, and I've been a resident here in the city of Santa Ana for over 40 years, and I'm currently residing in Ward 4. I'm calling in regards to agenda item 26. I believe the city council should make hiring more police officers a top priority in the upcoming budget plan. I watched the virtual Citizens Measure X forum last week, and based on their data presented, it has been shown that hiring more police officers has decreased the police response time for priority 1 through 5 calls. We must ensure our police department is always fully funded, fully staffed, and has our full support always, especially given the recent events at our Pico and Lowell elementary schools and at Santa Ana High School. I also believe the council should make a police oversight committee a priority, as we do need accountability in our city to help restore public trust between the community and our police department. Thank you. This concludes my comment.
Thank you. Zoom ID, Shua Sadat, if you would please select the microphone icon on your device.
Good evening, council members. I'm from Ward 3. I'm here to speak on agenda item 11. I would first like to share a statistic that has been published by the FDA. Hookah usage amongst youth is at 0.8%. How is it that hookah is the least used tobacco product at 0.8% youth usage, and yet vapes, cigarettes, cigars, and chewing tobacco are at much higher rates? Yet we don't see council promoting a ban on half of these products. We as a community or government shouldn't be blaming a culturally significant pastime on the issues we currently face with youth tobacco usage. Are we really trying to save the youth when we are still letting them freely access the second most used tobacco product in high schools and middle schools? We already know that back in 2008, the city put a ban on hookah lounges, and here we are again targeting these same minorities when we are not the problem. I am begging this council to please work with us like you promised back in December. Shisha is not the problem. It isn't being sold in shops that can be accessed by youth, and it's a product that has never been advertised in any forms of media, unlike other tobacco products. The city should not spend time nor taxpayer money on a flavored tobacco product ban ordinance. The voters should be allowed to have their voices heard in November 2022, and the Board of Supervisors should wait until the election in November. Please save hookah. Thank you.
Thank you. Zoom ID, Zoom ID CEA, if you would please select the microphone icon on your device to unmute your call. Zoom ID CEA, if you would please select the microphone icon on your device to unmute your call. Persona usando Zoom con el nombre CEA, active el sonido en el aparato en cual está usando.
Sí, buenas noches, ¿me escuchan?
Sí.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Saraí Arpero. Buenas noches, miembros del concilio. Soy lead promotora con Latino Health Access y consejera de vivienda en los últimos 3 años. Este día estoy aquí para reconocer todo el esfuerzo que se ha estado haciendo con el programa CARES y SAVES, junto con el gran equipo que está liderizando por parte de la ciudad, quienes han trabajado mano a mano con las organizaciones y los inquilines. Desde mi opinión como consejera y siendo parte de coaliciones estatales, no es perfecto, pero sí uno de los mejores programas, ya que muchos inquilinos de otras ciudades no tienen la misma asistencia donde se les puede acompañar con sus procesos para asegurar que completaran los requisitos y llegar al programa para no ser desalojados de sus viviendas por las deudas que se adquirieron durante la pandemia. Recordando que las protecciones por parte de las Cortes terminan el 21 de marzo, el 1 de abril ya no hay más protecciones para los inquilinos que no tienen deuda de renta o a consecuencia de la pandemia, poniendo nuevamente en riesgo de desalojo o quedar en condición de calle a las familias en Santa Ana. Quiero compartirles que hay ciudades que han creado programas pilotos para atender casos de vivienda y evitar más personas en condición de calle. Estos programas tienen los 3 siguientes componentes: asistencia legal, consejería de vivienda, una especie de mediación antes de llegar a la corte, asistencia de renta continua hasta que las familias puedan valerse por sí mismas y salir adelante. El día de hoy les pido que consideren el comenzar a explorar estos modelos que apoyarán a nuestras familias en Santa Ana y mantendrán a nuestras familias juntas, saludables y seguras. Gracias, buenas noches.
Gracias.
Good evening. My name is Saray Arpero, members of the City Council, and I'm a health promoter and a promoter with Latino Health Access, and also a housing counselor for over 3 years. And I want to thank you, first of all, for what you have done with the CARES program and the SAVES program. So I'd like to thank the city team who has done all this wonderful work. You work with the organizations to provide this great assistance. And I know that I've seen the work in other cities, and what they've done is not perfect. What we have done is not perfect, but we've done more than other cities have done. We've done a great job. And other cities do not necessarily help the applicants. And in Santa Ana, you help them fill out the requirements, fill out the forms, and help them as much as you can. But I also want to remind you that at the end of March, the protections end, the eviction protections end, and coming April, many families in Santa Ana are going to be at risk of being evicted and of becoming homeless. So other cities have instituted some pilot programs to help in these situations, to help avoid homelessness. And some of these, some of the elements of these programs are assistance with rental assistance, information assistance, mediation before going to eviction court, and other issues. So asking you to explore all these models to see something that can help our families and keep our families safe and keep them together. Thank you.
Thank you. Zoom ID, Fred Besherin, if you would please select the microphone icon on your device and proceed with your comment.
Can you hear me?
Yes, you can hear you. You may proceed with your comment.
Sure. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Councilor. I'd like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak before you. My name is Fred Bascaron. I own a business on Tustin Avenue. I have been in the business for 15 years. I built my business from scratch. I have 4 employees working for me for years. I respect your decision to ban the flavor, but our problem, sir, is I have about $50,000 worth of inventory in my store, and I do not know what to do with my merchandise if you guys decided not to give us enough time to sell out the product. I do not know what else to do. You guys force us to close our business and let my employees go because I cannot afford to keep them working for me. Sir, I reach out to my vendors and I ask them to buy the merchandise back from me, and all of them, they refused. So what I'm asking you to give us some time to sell out the product. 1 month is not enough to sell $50,000 worth of merchandise. I cannot afford to throw them in the trash. So I ask you and the council member to give us enough time to get rid of all our merchandise. I really thank you very much for your time, and I thank you for your decision.
Thank you. Zoom ID, Nathaniel Greensides, if you would please select the microphone icon. You may proceed with your comment.
Thank you. I'm a Ward 5 resident. There was an individual who called in recently to one of the special city council meetings regarding redistricting and noted that one of the current council members disliked all the maps presented at a previous meeting to that because all those proposed maps failed to take into account the current and past experiences of Black residents of Santa Ana. There seems to me to be a continued desire to obfuscate and deny actively the wrongs committed, past and current, upon our Black community members, not only here in the USA, in our city, but worldwide. The idea that Black Lives Matter should not be controversial. To the contrary, I only wish that the phrase could have been easily adopted and ingrained into our culture existing here in the 21st century. Yet instead of accepting and embracing the notion that Black Lives Matter, many still find themselves uncomfortable with the idea of spotlighting the historical and current injustices faced by Black individuals here in our community. Just because the population of Black folks could never constitute a majority in any manner of drawing the maps does not mean that historically Black neighborhoods should be disregarded. This is a part of the problem continuing the injustices faced by Black communities in our world today. Santa Ana is known as downtown Orange County for some reason or another. Local media, when violent crime occurs, and even some comments tonight, always ensure that they specify the name of our city. But when something great takes place in our city, local media and the cultural zeitgeist instead opts for calling it Orange County, California. This type of obfuscation of success markers, to me, serves as continued evidence of how the cultural hegemony prefers that certain historically enfranchised and empowered communities are able to continue to exist. It is our job as individuals existing in today's world to ensure that this stops. I applaud the bringing forth of the history of Santa Ana's Chinatown, which was erased under racial pretenses. I pray that we can continue to highlight and uplift stories that aren't told in American history classes in high schools all around our state and nation, and that the wrongs of the past may finally be righted for actual liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Zoom ID Chispa 2, if you would please select the microphone icon on your device.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. You may proceed with your comment.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. I'm Jairo Cortez. I'm the executive director at Chispa. I'm calling in for item 26, which has to do with the early direction to city staff for the fiscal year 2022 and 2023 budget. As staff prepare the first draft of next year's budget, we urge you to incorporate the following priorities. First, we ask you to anticipate the cost of pending police oversight legislation and include space within the first draft of next year's budget to properly fund a robust and effective police oversight board. Allocating appropriate funding to police oversight will demonstrate that the council is making headway in implementing a strong police oversight policy that enjoyed 74.3% support from Santa Ana residents in the city's 2021 survey, as well as ensure that a police oversight body has funding from its inception and the resources to begin working for Santa Ana residents rather than requiring a mid-year budget reallocation in the future. Secondly, we ask that you allocate funding for grants to CBOs that provide mental health services for LGBTQ youth, reentry services for systems impacted youth, and counseling support and preventative services for young people. Third, we ask that you increase funding for existing employment programs for young residents. These should include part-time and full-time job opportunities for young people that can lead to long-term career opportunities in the city of Santa Ana, in addition to paid internship programs, certification and training programs in partnership with Santa Ana Work Center. And lastly, we ask that the city hold at least one youth-specific budget input session in partnership with community organizations. Over the last couple of years, young residents have been some of the most active participants in Santa Ana's budget conversations, delivering hundreds of letters, public comments, and phone calls to the city council. Organizations like Chispa and our partners have organized our own independent budget forums for young residents, and we believe it is imperative that the city commit resources and staff time to engage specifically with this very active constituency and hold a minimum of one input session targeted to youth in Santa Ana. I'd also like to echo Alan Wu's asks tonight for a resolution of apology for the burning of the Santa Ana Chinatown. These proposals that we are making, I think also follow in this in one of like the last meetings when the council a majority of the council also directed city staff to come back with proposals to address public safety through by investing in mental health, by investing in intervention.
15 seconds
And we
left.
believe that these proposals help us to achieve goals already outlined by the council. Thank you.
Thank you. Zoom ID, Donna Moore and Melissa Meir, you both need to update your Zoom. I cannot unmute your call, so if you want to disconnect from Zoom and try again, Zoom ID, Donna Moore and Melissa Meir, if you can please disconnect, update your Zoom, and you can try to reconnect. I cannot unmute your call. Zoom ID, Sandra, if you would please select the microphone icon on your device.
Hi.
See.
Yes, hello?
Hi, yeah, you may proceed with your comment.
Hi, okay, sorry about that. Good evening. My name is Sandra, and I'm a long-term resident, and my family owns a couple of stores that do sell flavored tobacco. I'm calling on that agenda item, I believe it's 11, and I just had a few points to make. I'm also a parent and not a smoker, and I feel it's really important for us to really take a look at where this education needs to take place, which is in the home and at schools, because there are plenty of law-abiding retailers that are not selling to minors. And aside from that, I mean, it's going to take us a long time to sell what we have. I know a gentleman called a bit ago saying, you know, he had something like $50,000 worth of products. So we have more than that, and I don't know how we can't just give it back. We can't just get our money back from the vendors. That doesn't happen. It's like giving back, you know, medications to a pharmacy. And it may sound far-fetched, but I believe that if the council could please consider giving us a year to get back on our feet. I mean, we're not on our feet from the pandemic. We're still suffering from all of our losses from then. We're still trying to figure out what to do. You know, creative approaches. Maybe, you know, we have employees that, you know, a woman called and was talking about evictions and homelessness. That could, you know, that's something we have to think about as well. I mean, this is such a domino effect. So I ask that you please, you know, wait till November, or if not, if you could consider giving the retailers in Santa Ana, you know, at least, I don't know, 6 months, excuse me, a year. It's really not feasible to sell off all this product, you know, within 3 months or so. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Zoom ID, Rima Corey, if you would please select the microphone icon. Thank you. You may proceed with your comment.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Rima Corey, speaking on agenda item number 11. I'm General Counsel for Fumari, a premium hookah tobacco manufacturer, and I'm also one of the founding members of the National Hookah Community Association, which was established to protect and preserve the rich cultural tradition of hookah, which was around for hundreds of years and is practiced by Middle Easterners, Turks, Armenians, Indians, North Africans, and other minority groups. NHCA serves as a voice for these traditionally underrepresented minority groups that do not speak English. They usually speak English as a second language and are intimidated by the lawmaking process. Hookah tobacco is a very unique tobacco product that is greatly misunderstood. Hookah only comes in flavors, as has been the case for hundreds of years. According to the CDC, hookah usage amongst the youth is at an all-time low at 0.8%, and that number has been going down over the past 10 years. The FDA has stated that although they see a correlation between flavored tobacco and youth initiation, they do not see the same correlation with hookah due to its low prevalence amongst youth. Hookah is not the problem with youth. That is why Senator Hill exempted hookah in 21 and over establishments in the California flavored tobacco ban, SB 793. And we ask that Santa Ana do the same and protect our right to practice our cultural tradition. Please save hookah. Thank you.
Thank you. Zoom ID Bloss, if you would please select the microphone icon on your device to unmute your call. Thank you. You may proceed with your comment. Can you reduce the volume on the other device?
Yeah, good evening.
Thank you. Thank you. You may proceed with your comment.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Blas Garcia, owner of Color Beauty Bar. I'm a new owner in downtown Santa Ana. Honestly, if I would have known this whole construction was gonna be going on, I would not have chosen this location. I signed a 5-year contract. Now I really don't know what is going to happen. This construction has affected me drastically because now there is hardly any foot traffic. how they're, how do we get clients in like that? Plus the clients we do have, think about going because who wants to get their hair all done and walk near all that construction and get dust or dirt blown in their hair and nice clothes. Plus parking is another issue. Who likes to go to a place and struggle for parking? You'd rather not go. Another thing for that 1.5 million that was given, thanks, appreciate it, but come on. Half of your rent for 6 months isn't enough. This construction hasn't affected only half of our rent. It's affected full rent plus earning. We need to pay employees, utilities, supplies, car notes, insurance, etc. If we get behind on our bills, what happens? Our credit gets damaged. We all know credit is everything in the United States. Later, we try to get another business. We are going to get rejected. Hope you guys take this in consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Zoom ID, Yaneth, if you would please select the microphone icon on your device. Thank you. You may proceed with your comment.
Great, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Yaneth Rodriguez, Public Health Researcher at USC in the Department of Population and Public Health Sciences. I'm here to provide you with some information from our Tobacco Center of Regulatory Sciences. I'm speaking in regards to item number 11. A main research point that I would like to highlight is that a strong, comprehensive ordinance to regulate e-cigarettes, flavored, and menthol tobacco products has a tremendous potential to substantially reduce youth use of tobacco products, including e-cigarettes. A Southern California research study that we conducted showed that a strong tobacco retail license to prevent sales to minors was associated with lower rates of youth and adult initiation of combustible and e-cigarette use. A comprehensive ordinance restricting the sale of flavored tobacco products would include traditional combustible menthol cigarettes and cigars, as well as chewing tobacco and hookah. I also wanted to share some additional research. This is utilizing some national data. However, I think it's still important to share since you do have a high population of Latino youth, and you also have the Santa Ana College community. It has been found that Hispanic Latino adolescents are actually more susceptible to hookah, and 44% are more likely reported current hookah use. And 44% more likely reported to report current hookah use. 1 out of 4 college nicotine users started with hookah. For each of these 2 data points, I also have articles that I could share and I can email to you. We hope that this research can educate and inform your decisions. Please let me know if you have any questions our team may be able to answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller with the last 3 numbers, 663. If you would please dial *6 to unmute your call or select the mic. Thank you. You may proceed with your comment.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Amr, and I have been a business owner of a retail tobacco shop. I've recently, a year ago, moved to the city of Santa Ana, and I moved my business over there. I have 10 employees that are working and have been with me for the past 3 years, and they have families, and they have been. I've been supporting them, and I've been through the pandemic and through everything. I didn't even request for money because I was working really hard and to make sure that my employees are being supported and being able to support their families. I'm also a parent, and I wish if everybody, a parent can hear me, because this is from the bottom of my heart. I know the regulations and everything. I came from a country, I came from Syria, and I became a U.S. citizen probably 2 years ago. I came from a country where I fear of my business. I had an internet cafe. I don't want to go through the story, but I came from a country where I fear, and everybody was like chasing me like I was somebody who would not be able to run the business. And they were strictly enforcing us to do things that we should have been able to access. I came to this country and I started my business, and I started growing, and I was just, hoping to grow more and more and support my employees and support the community and the city that I'm in. I definitely have specific instructions to all my employees not to sell and check every single ID once they come to the store. My issue is that the sellers that are selling to people, and I'm not talking about shops, I'm talking about people, because I'm a parent and I have a daughter, a 12 years old daughter, and I live in Mission Viejo. She got introduced to vape in school, and I even went in depth and asked her how do these people provide you with that, or like show you about it. And she mentioned that other kids are selling them. And so they're buying it in a black market where people are selling to these people. It's not retailers, it's not us. We don't want to harm your kids. I don't want my daughter to vape. But from my side, what I did is I educated my daughter more, and I told her, and I told her about nicotine and how she shouldn't use it and how she shouldn't even approach it. And I understand that, but just like there is the nicotine, there's also weed.
15 seconds
they're getting
left.
introduced to this as well. So my request is please consider and let the voters, Californians, decide whether they want it to stay or whether they want it. And this would give us time to be able to sell inventory if
Thank
this
you.
is going
Your
to
time
happen.
is up.
And thank you. Thank you.
Zoom ID, Loretta Reese, if you would please select the microphone icon on your device to unmute your call. Thank you. You may proceed with your comment. Zoom ID, Donna Moore, if you would please select the microphone icon on your device. You may proceed with your comment.
Hello, do you hear me?
Yes, we could hear you. You may proceed with your comment.
Great. Good evening. My name is Donna Moore, and I am on staff at Nova Academy Early College High School. First, I want to thank Mayor Pro Tem and Councilmember Lopez for your comments about the situation at Nova Academy. OCTA's staging site for the OC Streetcar has devolved into a homeless encampment, creating new and unnecessary dangers to the students and staff at Nova Academy. Although there is fencing and a locked gate to the staging site, this is not a secure area, but an apparent safe haven for the homeless. Staff members have personally witnessed transients going in and out of this area with no problems, even when it is locked. One employee even saw a man hoist his bike over the fence before entering the area himself when it was locked. The trash that has accumulated is a horrifying combination of personal belongings, drug paraphernalia, food containers, bottles filled with urine, beer cans, and so much more. OCTA's lack of concern for the appearance and cleanliness of its site is evident, given that this trash is also strewn on and all around its equipment and construction materials. To give you an example about how the site is affecting our students, one day in our biology class on the second floor, facing the staging site, some girls started screaming and shrieking. When I asked what the commotion was all about, they said they saw a homeless person out the window exposing himself. Should our students really have to choose between learning an environment that feels shut in with closed blinds every day, or alternatively take the risk of being traumatized by indecent exposure and suffering emotional harm? OCTA holds no regard for the eyesore and both physical and mental health hazards it creates for the students and staff at Nova Academy and the many others who work, live, and walk near our building. I am here today to implore you to help us. This area needs to be cleaned up and moved away as soon as possible. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Donna Moore, if you could still hear me, when you disconnect from Zoom, please log into Zoom and update it under your account, because I had to move you in order for me to unmute you.
Okay.
Thank you. Zoom ID, Loretta Reese, if you would please select the microphone icon on your device. Thank you. May proceed with your comment. Zoom ID, Loretta Reese, we cannot hear you. If you could increase your volume on your device, or perhaps your device has been muted. Your sound maybe is muted. Okay, Mayor, it looks like she's not able to connect to her audio, so that was the last Zoom caller.
Great, thank you, Madam Clerk, and thank you to the members of the public that called in today and visited us in person. I'll go ahead and bring it back to the council to see if there are any items that they would like to pull off the consent calendar or mention any abstentions or any recusals. I'll go ahead and start with Councilmember Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor Sarmiento. I would like to pull item 22.
Thank you. Any other members of the council? Councilmember Fan?
First, I'd like to announce my recusal for item number 16. My employer, Rattan & Tucker, represents Penske and Cerritos, and this is Penske Cars, and this is Penske Chevrolet of Cerritos. So just out of an abundance of caution to make sure if there's no corporate umbrella or something like that, I will be recusing myself from that item. And on top of that, I'd like to pull items 11 and 12, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Any others? Mayor Pro Tem?
Just want to echo pulling item 22.
Any others to my left? Madam Clerk, I know we have Councilmember Peñalosa who's joining us by Zoom. Is he good?
He does not have his hand raised.
I'm good, Mayor. I'd make a motion to approve the balance.
Great. Give me 1 second. We'll hold your motion in abeyance for a second. I just want to make sure I pull one item off the calendar as well. I want to pull off item number 18. And on 21, I'm going to go ahead and recuse myself on that. I received a financial contribution from an arborist company. I'm not sure if it was West Coast, but out of an abundance of caution, I'll go ahead and just recuse myself on that. And so we have a motion on the floor to approve the balance and a second. Council members, please vote.
Councilmember Peñalosa, were you able to vote? And Mayor Pro Tem Becerra? Okay, motion.
I was, Madam Clerk.
Yes, you were. Motion carries 7-0 with council members Hernandez, Lopez, Mendoza, Peñalosa, Fan, Mayor Pro Tem Becerra, and Mayor Sarmiento voting yes. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, everybody. Let's go ahead and move along with the first item that was pulled. That was item number 11 by Councilmember Fan.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you to all the speakers, callers, commenters who brought this item up. I did have a couple, I guess not questions, but, well, I guess it is a question. Madam City Attorney, one of the areas that I'm particularly concerned about is, as you've heard, a lot of these retailers have stock. If you're a tobacco shop and all of that, you have stock that is existing. And I want to also preface that I am not a supporter of smoking tobacco or chewing tobacco or doing anything else with tobacco. In fact, I suffer from asthma. My sister suffers from asthma. And that's because both my biological dad and my stepdad smoked cigarettes until the end of their lives. So I know personally the effect of smoking, specifically secondhand smoking, on children and on adults. So I want to make that very clear to everybody who's an advocate here. I understand. But what I also understand is the plight of the small business owner. I'm not talking about big tobacco. I'm not talking about Marlboro. I'm talking about these mom and pops who own convenience stores, gas stations, and tobacco shops. We just heard today from dozens of small business owners in downtown Santa Ana who are saying they are barely making it by every day. And I am supportive of a ban of flavored tobacco, no exemptions for hookah. But what I am concerned about are those small businesses who have tens of thousands of dollars of inventory and nowhere to put it, and it'll be a loss at the end of the 30 days once an ordinance is passed. What we've heard and what I guess retailers have said when they reached out to me is they can't just sell it back to the wholesaler. They won't take it. They won't buy it back. And I can ask you, the bakery shop, if you bought flour, could you sell it back to the wholesaler? If you bought milk, could you sell that back to the wholesaler? If you bought other goods, fabric, could you sell it back to the wholesaler? I would say for the most part, probably no. And so regarding this ordinance, Madam City Attorney, is it possible to adopt this ordinance, but also to, whether it is halting enforcement for 6 months or something like that, maybe essentially an amortization period to allow these small retailers, these mom and pop shops, these small businesses to maybe sell their product to other retailers outside of the city of Santa Ana. So they can go to Garden Grove, they can go to Anaheim, they can do something else to get rid of this product so it's not being sold to residents here in the city, so they can actually recoup some of the losses and try to stay afloat and also change their business in light of this prohibition. Is that possible?
It is possible. The council could give us direction on whether you'd like us to, halt enforcement for a certain period of time. We could perhaps ask those who have an inventory to notify us. That may be the preferred way. That way, in case we do enforcement, we don't get someone with an excuse saying, "Oh, I was only selling my inventory." So maybe those who have concerns about their inventory could report how much they have. And as you go out, if we get a complaint and do enforcement, we could ask better questions. I clearly do not believe this ordinance was intended to cover that. I understand that it does. We lawyers understand that the sale is a sale, but our office would not necessarily prosecute if someone is selling their what they have in stock, outside of the city. We will be looking to sales to minors, sales of these products to everyone in the city, not a large sale to someone, to another retailer, say in a neighboring town.
Thank you. And I would ask my colleagues to consider that so they can get rid of these products. And I agree with Madam City Attorney, where if you want to get the benefit of being able to get rid of this product, that you must inform the City Attorney's office the amount of product you have, how much you have, and that way we have a record. And by the end of those 6 months or a year or whatever my colleagues might entertain, we can double check. Anything left over, look, you had your time, you had that opportunity. But, again, I mentioned my stepdad had a small business. And the idea that within 30 days he had to get rid of $50,000 worth of product, it's not possible. And I really, really hope that all of you who are advocates tonight understand that it is not because I support tobacco or flavored tobacco or anything like that. It's because I'm trying to find a way where we can promote public health, but also help our small businesses get through this. And in the future, I'd like to direct staff to assist these tobacco retailers, convenience stores, and markets to transition their shelving or whatever else they need to do to sell other products, whether it's groceries, fresh produce, or anything like that, because they require permits in some cases to transition that type of business. So with that, I would move to approve the second reading, but with the understanding that, or the direction to staff, that they would, current retailers would be able to report to staff the existing product that they have and allow them, 6 months to sell it to a seller, a retailer outside of the city to get rid of that product. That would be my motion, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Are there any other members of the council that have any comments? Mayor Pro Tem?
I would second, oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I would second, but I would ask for an amendment to maybe for 3 months, because when we last heard this issue, the business men who came on, businessmen and women, mentioned that they wanted at least a 30-day moratorium. So those businesses felt that they could sell back whatever stock they had. And so also I want to point out that many of the callers today are probably not even Santa Ana businesses, because I know that there's been callers across the nation, the ones who are advocating for, are actually opposing the ban, and they call city after city after city after city. That's why they're not here. So it would be great to see them here and actually see that they are Santa Ana businesses. We had an overwhelming amount of people here. You saw last time we had America on Track. We have tons of students here in favor of banning flavored tobacco sales, because they are the first ones who see this. They see that at their schools, and it's a matter of health. We're not looking at profits here. If one of the callers who said he has $100,000 worth of stock, does that mean like $300,000 in profits? Come on, we're not looking at profits. We're here to protect the public, and we need to ensure that this gets on, that we enforce this ordinance sooner rather than later. So I would ask that we give them the 3 months. 90 days is plenty of time to sell the stock. As I mentioned, someone said it was 30 days was fine, and which will be about 45 days once we get this ordinance going. And so 6 months is too long, because that means 100 more of our youth could be addicted within those 6 months. We cannot allow that. We need to look at the health over the profits. And if the businesses who need help with the city, I mean, do they need help with the profits as well? We're not in the business of helping people sell back their stock. We cannot do that. We can give them 30 days, and I would second that. I'm sorry, 3 months, and I would second that motion.
So council member, is that a substitute motion? Because you can't second a motion that's different than what you're stating. Okay, so you have a substitute motion for 3 months rather than 6.
3 months.
Thank you. Excuse me?
I never got a second.
Understood,
so, yeah.
but she could still make a motion on that. Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor Sarmiento. I'm just kind of taken back that we're going to compare tobacco to flour and milk. So things that are essential to life versus something that can kill you. And we're somehow trying to bridge that gap. That's one heck of a gap to bridge. I'm sorry. I'm not even going to come close to that. And then the way we're talking about this. As I said the very first time we had this item, either we're going to ban it or we're not. If it's not a ban, it's not a ban. It's regulation. And this council voted to ban it. And now we're backpedaling. And it's very disappointing. And to think that for all these regulations that we're proposing, we're going to somehow have code enforcement, which is already overburdened, we're going to have them wade into this. They're going to somehow go out to all these stores. They're going to go through all the inventory. They're going to monitor all of them. For anybody that's called code enforcement, I mean, you must be thinking they are a different agency here, because that is not what they're able to do. I mean, I wish they had that capability, but they don't. So to even propose that is just not reasonable. And as far as timing, for these retailers to unload their poison into the community, they've had, after the first reading, okay, first of all, they knew it was coming, right? A second reading, which is 2 weeks later, plus 30 days before it becomes effective. So we're giving them that time. We've had this discussion already. I'm very disappointed that we're continuing to have it. This should have been passed as part of the consent calendar. So I'll go ahead and offer a substitute motion that we just approve the second reading as is.
All right.
Mr. Mayor, I'll second the Mayor Pro Tem's motion.
Great. Thank you. So we have a motion and a second now to support the recommended action as adopted in the first reading. Any other members of the council wish to speak? Let me go ahead and just inject myself into this conversation. I don't think it's 30 days. I don't think it's 45 days. I remember that this conversation happened last fall. So, the fact that there's been sufficient notice, and, my family has small businesses, and I know plenty of small business owners, and unfortunately, there are changes in legislation that affect goods that we sell, services that we provide. And I personally think that this is a material change from the first reading. So I would not be supportive of amending that, whether it's 3 months or 6 months. I think I'm prepared to support the motion and the second on the floor to go ahead and just, support the second reading, because we have had plenty of notice. And, that's one of the things I think was fair about this process when we began talking about it. I remember speaking to, the merchants, because they needed some time to understand what this ordinance was about. And so I think they had, since I believe the conversations I started having with them was back in November of 2021. We're now in March of 2022, and this won't be effective for another, Madam City Attorney, another 30 days, I guess, from this point. So we'll be well into April. So I feel comfortable that there's been sufficient time. And, as a good business person, you have to navigate these changes. And so, we can't do that. I think there's a compelling reason to do that, which is, the impact it's having on our youth. And the fact that, I've worked with, this group in the past with America on Track, and I think they've been a responsible, reasonable advocate. They haven't asked for unreasonable changes, and it's something I'm ready to support. Unless there's any other questions or comments on the floor, I think we have just one single motion that received a second.
Mayor, I withdraw my motion.
It never received a second, so it would have. We're not going to consider it anyways. But in any event, we have a motion and a second to go ahead and adopt the ordinance as as before us for the second reading. And seeing no other questions or comments, let's go ahead and vote.
Councilmember Lopez, if you would please announce your vote if you're not able to.
I am able to, and I did click on it, but I don't think it's coming on your end.
If you could please verbalize it, it doesn't look like it appears on our end.
So it's a yes.
Thank you. Okay, motion passes 7-0 with council members Hernandez, Lopez, Mendoza, Peñalosa, Fan, Mayor Pro Tem Becerra, Mayor Sarmiento voting yes.
Thank you, everybody. And I know this was not an easy, item, and there's plenty of strong arguments on both sides, but we appreciate, your advocacy and your words on both sides of this issue. Let me go ahead and move along to item number 12, which I believe is also Councilmember Fans. I'll turn it over to her.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay. Oh, so for clarification, it was just a clarifying question. It's for Madam City Attorney. I know there's some electrical, technical stuff going on over there. All right. So Madam City Attorney, just for clarification regarding this item, and it was actually something that came up today, which is for the abstention in which an abstention is considered a yes, this does not include an absence, correct?
It has to be an actual abstention where you were present on the dais or if you and refused to vote.
Okay, so so you can't have one of those, council members who don't show up or absentee in the future or something like that, and they just, then their default yes every time. So with that, Mayor, I would move to approve. Thank you.
Great, thank you. There's a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other questions or comments from the council? Seeing none, council members, please vote.
Okay, motion passes 7-0 with council members Hernandez, Lopez, Mendoza, Peñalosa, Fan, Mayor Pro Tem Becerra, Mayor Sarmiento voting yes.
Great. Thank you, everybody. I think the next item was mine. That's item number 18, which involves a contract for asphalt work to be done by All American. The only comment I had, I'm not technically, opposed to the staff recommended item. I just wanted to ask a little bit more on the procurement process. So when I was going through the staff report, I know it shows, the lowest bidder, the highest bidder, and the other three vendors that bid on this. And I know that we went with the lowest bidder on this. But one of the things I think that we're a little thin on in the staff report that might be helpful is to talk about some of the work that was done, by the vendors that are submitting, their requests to be considered. I know that we've had a lot of remedial work that's had to be done with some of our vendors, and I know we've used All American in the past. I know we've used RJ Noble and some others as well. But as we go through the procurement of these contracts, it would be helpful to see if there is sort of a track record, right? And, to see, whether the work has been sustainable. Some of the work I know has been flawed in the past by some of our vendors. I don't want to in any way denigrate All American. I just want to make sure that we have that included as we go through the staff report to see if there's been any work that we've had to correct and that we've had to cure. And I think some of these contracts that we have some like sort of guaranteed for a year before they start spidering or cracking or having potholes, because we did 300 miles of streets and roads. I remember about maybe now 10 years ago. So I know some of those streets may be failing, but there were some vendors, and we split that contract up amongst several vendors. Some vendors did excellent work, some didn't. But I'm just asking that as we go through giving contracts, we request that of our vendors just to see what the track record has been with the city on the work that they've previously done. The second thing is I know that we have a local preference for for local vendors that submit RFPs or responses to RFPs, and I know none of these are Santa Ana companies, but we had a concentric way of looking at it. So first it would be city, then we go out to county, then we go beyond. And I know that there's a vendor on here that is from Orange, which is closer than obviously the Riverside County vendor that we went with. So I just want to make sure that we consider that as well. Folks that have businesses here usually hire locally, and they hire people that live in our city probably more closely than maybe other vendors that live in other counties. So in any event, those were just two things for us to consider as we are presented with some other proposals for us to consider in the future. So with that, I'll, seeing no other questions or comments, if there aren't, I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
Council members, please vote.
Okay. All right, thank you. I wanted to make sure that Councilmember Peñalosa was able to vote. So motion passes. Oh, I'm sorry. Councilmember Peñalosa, I'm not seeing your vote. Would you like to announce your vote if you're not able to connect? We will go ahead and mark you as absent. Motion carries with 6-0 with council members Hernandez, Lopez, Mendoza, Fan, Mayor Pro Tem Becerra, Mayor Sarmiento.
Madam City Clerk, excuse me, I lost service for a second, but can you put me down as a yes, please?
Yes, I could change that to make it a yes. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Motion carries 7-0 with also including Councilmember Peñalosa voting yes.
Great, thank you, everybody. Let's move along to our last consent calendar item, and I believe that was item number 22 that was requested by Councilmember Hernandez and Mayor Pro Tem. I'll turn it over to them.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to pull this item because as an elected official, it is my responsibility to make sure that we are making sound financial decisions. Item 22 is amending the agreement with Graffiti Protective Coatings for graffiti removal services, increasing the annual amount for fiscal year 21 to 22 by $300,000 and by $600,000 annually for the remaining term of the agreement. Madam City Manager, what is the remaining term of this agreement?
Sorry, Councilmember Hernandez. The term of the agreement ending on October 31st, 2023 with 5 one-year renewal options that are exercisable. So it brings the total amount of the contract to a not to exceed of 14.9.
14.9. That's very expensive when it comes to graffiti removal. For the topic of downtown Santa Ana, there's a parking lot where the rooftop of this parking lot is just riddled with graffiti. And Mayor Pro Tem, you recently sent us all an email of how that looked and how ugly the graffiti removal looked. I mean, these were different colors. So I'm bringing this up because I'm concerned that this is only going to be a small Band-Aid to a much larger problem. There's going to continue to be graffiti issues, and I'm sure that within the next 5 years, we would probably see this amount increase by very similar, if not doubled. And the reason why I bring this up is because there's a number of murals that we have brought up in the city of Santa Ana. There's an artist that I'm in awe of the work that he does, Brian Peterson. He did the mural that's at OCTA. He did La Placita Cinco. He has done a number of projects with the city of Santa Ana. Neither of his projects have ever been defaced, nor have they even seen the slightest of markings. In addition to that, the La Raza mural that has been in the city of Santa Ana for over 30 years has never been defaced once. A number of murals across the city, especially in downtown, many of our residents and community members respect these murals. So I pulled this item because I want to discuss something that is more proactive in developing and cultivating relationships and having conversations around graffiti. The reason why is because in California, there are more than 100,000 youth under the jurisdiction of California's juvenile justice system. We recently introduced a pilot program and funded it at a very small amount of $50,000 called the Graffiti Arts Program. In contrast to this amount, I'm concerned about our approach to a much larger problem. I guess my question to you, Madam City Manager, is what is the end game of this proposal here, of increasing this? Do you think this is going to stop graffiti?
So first, to clarify, actually we've had a pretty good working relationship with this company, and they've done an exceptional job. They are not responsible for removing graffiti inside the downtown parking structures. So that's not included in the scope of this agreement. This item is before you because in January, based on priority, you did appropriate additional money for other things that you felt we needed in the city. The item right before this, which was enhanced tree trimming, and then enhanced graffiti removal, just because of the significant number of instances that we do have of graffiti. So the amendment is to ensure that we have the resources in place to do the fast turnaround from all of the app submissions, but this doesn't include the parking structures.
Okay, so this doesn't include the parking structures, but it covers citywide with the exception of the parking structures.
Right-of-way, high-traffic areas, trails of that nature, it does. So they go all over the town, and they do both reactive and proactive graffiti removal.
Okay, so I, in theory, am supportive of having graffiti removal to an extent. I also want us as a city to have a proactive approach, because if there is an overwhelming amount of graffiti happening in the city, for one reason or another, and I know I don't support why somebody would go out and illegally deface a building, but the majority of the graffiti that does happen is youth. So I want to see us have a preventative and proactive approach to making sure that we are creating access for children to be able to develop these skills that can lead to becoming a college student, becoming a business owner, an entrepreneur, and I just am worried that this amount is only going to continue to grow, and we're only going to continue to have to remove more and more graffiti. So Madam City Attorney, within this amended agreement, would it be appropriate for us, and would we be able to see this proposed agreement not go to the 600,000 amount, but to a lesser amount, and appropriating some of those monies that would have went to that full 600,000 to the graffiti arts program that we recently voted on as a pilot program?
So, I mean, we will document, memorialize the direction of our city manager and staff as given through the city council. So yes, legally we can renegotiate but the negotiations and the scope of work is something that's done out of the department. So if that's something that they want to accommodate, you just direct us and we can draft. In terms of appropriations, I believe you'd have to agendize that on a future agenda.
What you could do, because we're in an existing agreement with the vendor, so we would have to go back to renegotiate that. But the item of increasing the amount is what's before you. So if you chose to not increase the amount and told us to reprogram it somewhere else, we'd have to return for an appropriation request as to where and determine that we can use the source of funding for that. But we do have a lot of programs based on your request for some of the Revive dollars and the pilot program that I think you'll be pleased to see. I would personally hate to reduce our capacity to address the graffiti that's out there. If you give us the opportunity, I think you're going to be quite happy with some of the other things that we're doing, more in line with what you want concerning the youth.
Yeah, I think for the sake of just making sure that the graffiti that we do have that is illegally throughout the city, that this graffiti is removed, I would like to offer my direction to staff that I do want to see a much more robust budget and more preventative efforts when it comes to graffiti and engaging youth in the arts, because graffiti is an element of art. And I think that if we were, take for instance the parking lots in downtown Santa Ana, they continue to have the issue of graffiti. So as a response, I think it would be much better if we do have a graffiti arts program with sufficient funding. We could have students and children help create art at the very places in the center of our city at these parking lots. And I think that sends a much better message than having a bunch of different color blotches in our parking lots. So with that being said, that concludes my comments. Thank you, Madam City Manager.
Thank you, Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would tell you GPC, the contractor, has done an amazing job of removing graffiti. I know because I'm constantly reporting graffiti through the My Santa Ana app. In fact, I asked our city manager, is this item because of me? Because I do report it, and I don't just reserve it to seeing it on a wall. It's whether it's on the sidewalks, whether it's on electrical boxes, signs. I mean, our community deserves to be graffiti free. And to the point of public art and murals that enhance our quality of life and that aren't defaced, that's amazing, and we do need more of those, and I think this council supports that. I do think these are probably two separate items, though, because I believe what we're talking about today is a direct contract with a vendor that is performing a specific task, and the amount that we're increasing it to. In fact, I'm going to go in a completely different direction from what my colleague was talking about, and that is in regards to the downtown parking structures. Councilmember Hernandez is right. They have been atrocious, especially. For a while I would park on the ground floor or the second floor, and then I would go up to the top per a recommendation of one of the business owners downtown, and I was just appalled at what I saw. And we just had Boca de Ora downtown a couple weeks ago, and I just kept thinking, oh my God, how many of those children and their families are not going to come back to downtown because of what they saw? And it was such a wonderful event, and so many folks were downtown that to have that impression is just terrible. So after speaking with staff and reviewing the agreement, this is a separate agreement, not what's before us, but the agreement with the parking structure operators and what their obligation was to handle the graffiti in the structures, I learned that it is woeful. It is done in such a way that it would probably cost more for the city when it comes to graffiti removal. And Councilmember Hernandez is right. If you see these mismatched color splotches in there, the great thing is GPC has done an amazing job of trying to color match when they remove graffiti throughout the city. And so what I was hoping we would actually look at doing today, because I think it's something that benefits every business, everybody in downtown by having these safe and clean parking structures. What I'd like to do is I'd like to ask staff to go back to the vendor. And now I don't know if maybe this would be a separate item or if this would be something we would amend this item, but I'd like you to go back to the vendor to see if we can have GPC bid on taking on the downtown parking structures for graffiti removal. Because the way that the agreement is with the parking structure operators now, I don't believe is efficient. You've already got a company like GPC that's already going out citywide. And as we talk later about the budget, I'm going to express more about my concerns about how we treat downtown on certain basic services differently. It's kind of ridiculous. But on this item alone, to stay focused, I would like to get input from staff. What would be the best way to approach this? Would it be just to adopt this tonight? You, staff, would go back to the vendor and try to see if they would be willing to take on the downtown parking structures, or should we amend this one tonight?
So Mayor Pro Tem, I think for the city, we need this enhanced contract. So I would like to see you proceed with this one. In regards to your suggestion, it's an excellent suggestion. We have a contract that was just recently awarded with a brand new parking operator of our downtown structures. And one of their obligations in that contract is to remove graffiti in the structures. And they were hiring a painter to do so. So we would need to go back to the operator and see if they've already entered into a contractual arrangement or if they could reach out to GPC to see if GPC could contract directly with the operator to be the one that does the painting within the structure. So I'd need a little bit of time and we'd have to circle back to the operator.
And I appreciate that. Thank you, Madam City Manager. But what I'm hoping that you'll do is look at possibly adding the citywide the city parking structures to the contract. What I'd like to see you come back with is an amendment to this contract to add them, not to have them go through the parking operator. It just seems very convoluted. On the economy of scale, we already have them covering 27 square miles except for these little pockets. It just makes sense to add them to the contract. So I would like you to explore all the options and see what makes the most sense from an efficiency standpoint and an economic standpoint.
We can do that.
So my motion then would be to approve the item with the additional direction to staff that they look at adding the downtown parking structures to the contract or find another way to have the operators utilize them as well.
Right, either way, it's probably going to take an amendment with the operator agreement.
Okay.
Thank you. So there's a motion to adopt with some additional.
I will second that motion,
Great.
Mayor.
Thank you, Council Member. There's a motion and a second. Let me go ahead and call on Council Member Fan.
Thank you. Madam City Manager, so just for clarification, or Mayor Pro Tem, could we, for this, I'm not excited, let's be frank, of adding, this additional 300,000 and 600,000, and it's a lot of money to be doing the same thing all the time. Right, where I think all of us up here are interested in preventative measures. And if you're gonna graffiti walls, maybe make it pretty, please. But I guess my question is, following up on Mayor Pro Tem's comments, is it possible that if, instead of approving this item today, going back to GPC and say, hey, we want you to do the parking garages as part of this amount, because I would prefer to see this increase go to preventative measures, wrapping our, I guess our electrical boxes, painting them, supporting that type of program that's more preventative than just to go around and painting the same wall 10 times on the corner of New Hope and McFadden because there are literally 3 empty walls facing the same intersection. So if I were to approve something like this, I would like for it to include services to the parking structures. Is that possible?
Once again, we have a contract in place with the parking operator to do graffiti removal in the parking structure. So I would need to revisit that agreement and return to you.
So, but I guess I guess you have to tell me, you have to visit it to figure out when that ends. So I would move to continue the item for you to figure that out and see what we can do, because to me, with that contract, which I don't know the value off the top of my head, on top of this almost $15 million contract over the next 5 years, we're potentially spending, what, $15, $16 million just on graffiti abatement, not prevention. And while I know this is not the item to discuss prevention, I really think that we should revisit this prior to saying, yes, we're going to commit this amount of money to, again, continue to paint the same beige color walls over and over and over. And so with that, I would move to continue the item to give staff the opportunity to revisit those contracts and come back to us what the options or discuss some of the items that we have mentioned here. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Hernandez?
Thank you, Councilmember Fan. I just want to say, if we invested over the next 5 years $16 million into communities that are burdened with graffiti, I guarantee you the outcome of those children and the children living in those communities would be vastly different than anything we've ever seen. So yeah, I do agree. If you invest those $16 million into those children and communities, watch this city change. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional members of the council wish to comment? Give me 1 second. Let me go to other people who haven't spoken yet. Anybody on the left?
Sure. I'm supportive of the continuance because I want to see the different options that our city manager is going to bring back. And I do think that, 15 million is a really high number. And so I want to make sure that if we go back, and I understand that we have a current contract with the folks that do the garages, so I understand why we need time to discuss this with them. But if we move forward with this amount, I would like to see them be included in this staff recommendation. So the 15 million for the entire city, including the parking garages.
Great, thank you for those comments. Any other members of the council wish to comment? Is Peñalosa good?
I'm good, Mayor. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Let me go to myself and then I'll go to Mayor Pro Tem as well. So, we just have a lot of graffiti to abate, and that's just the reality, unfortunately. I do agree with some of what was said, is that I remember in the past when before we even entered into a contract, there was we used to do graffiti abatement in-house before we went outside and worked with the vendor, and that was really, really difficult. I think we did as good a job as we possibly could, but the volume was just so high. And some of the things that we explored were the things that are being discussed now. How do we prevent the things from being tagged and graffitied and damaged? And I know that part of it was talking about murals as well, as was discussed tonight. If you look at some of the murals, they've been untouched for years. And I think what it does is it gives you an intangible value as well. You support the arts, you support people that are creative, you make our city better looking, more aesthetically pleasing. We looked at things like vertical landscaping where we could get some, vines growing up on, walls. You can't graffiti over softscape. So, those were things that we thought of that, yeah, they seem to cost a lot when you cost them out. And we were looking at flour at one time, all those blank walls, and it was like a blank slate. But had we vertical landscaped that area back then and spent the money, we'd be saving millions and millions of dollars, right? And everybody said it was sticker shock from everything that we were considering back then. In any event, look, hindsight makes it really difficult. But I think if we don't invest in things now, we'll never see the benefits of those later. And so we just keep paying into this constant revolving cost that we have. So I do agree that I don't want to let the garage vendor because it sounds like you've negotiated, terms of that agreement with this new vendor for the garages that include abating graffiti, right? But, so I don't want to let them off the hook and then they get this windfall of saying, okay, now we don't have to do abate because you're going to bring in a third party that's going to come and abate for us and, and they get a benefit of that. Maybe what this vendor could do is what a lot of the merchants were asking for, and I think what Councilmember Hernandez is asking for. Why don't they retain an artist? Let them do murals, let them paint signs of what the businesses, are in downtown. So when somebody parks, they'll see a sign of Chevitas, they'll see a sign of Teresa's Jewelers. And that will probably less likely be tagged than a blank wall. So I just think that there are creative ways that we can get through this, especially because the dollar amounts are now so significantly high. Those would be my, just my comments on this. And, I don't know where we are. I just wanted to ask staff, is it a time-sensitive item? Because I know every time we put things, on hold, do things fall apart? I mean, are we not going to have a vendor for the next 30 days as we're waiting or whatever? So I just want to be sensitive on the timing of things.
So Nabil just reminded me, in January, when you added these additional dollars to this, you did identify the areas you wanted to make sure we focused on as well, and it did include the railroads. So by not moving forward with this contract and the additional amounts, we wouldn't be able to kick off that program, which we've been working really hard on for the last few months. So it is somewhat time sensitive, but of course, we will take the direction from the majority.
Let me go ahead and go back to Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I appreciate some of your comments. This graffiti, it's not something that, it's graffiti removal is not we're not going to invest in murals, right? It's not an either or situation. I think we have to approach both. I mean, the fact is that, do we want to see our city tagged up? And yes, should we have more murals? Absolutely. And I think all of us up here agree that more murals, the better. But in the meantime, there are blank walls on Flower. I wish there were murals tomorrow morning, but there aren't going to be. But do I want to see a bunch of tagging left up? I don't. And when I go down MacArthur and I see some of those blank walls and they get tagged up, I'm appreciative that we have this contract before us, or that we have in place. And so this isn't an either or. I think that what we should be looking at is this is one part of it. We need to keep our city clean. We should be proud of our city, and it looks beautiful and gorgeous when it's not all tagged up with graffiti. And it would be even more beautiful when we do add some attractive murals. But what's before us today is one part of that equation, and that is to remove the illegally placed graffiti. So my hope is that we can get this contract approved tonight with the direction of having staff come back to us to address the parking structures in downtown, because that is an awful first impression for folks to see what was up there for a while. Thank you.
All right, seeing no other comments, there's a motion and a second for a continuance. I'm not sure how long that continuance was. I'll ask the maker of the motion.
I'm okay with just till the next meeting if that's enough time for staff to look into the existing contract with the parking structure and bring it back to us. I know that's basically a 1-week turnaround. Is that possible, or is it 2 meetings?
So it's 2 different departments. We'll make it happen in the 2-week turnaround because I think it's more important. And I do agree with Mayor Pro Tem, it's 2 different items. So this is citywide graffiti abatement related to the app that we are adding supplemental services to just keep up with it. Councilmember Hernandez, we are working on the artist plan that he had requested and you did appropriate money for already, and the structures would be a perfect place. And our Economic Development Department is getting ready to launch that program. They've been doing the initial assessment of it. And that program could do the very same murals in the downtown structures that you want to incorporate. So if we need to delay this to figure out what we're going to do with the parking structure, we certainly can. We could approve this, and then we could certainly go back and modify the operator's agreement, because the provision in the parking operator's agreement to remove graffiti is on a reimbursement basis.
Mm-hmm. So I'm just not ready to make that commitment tonight, and I'm not saying put this money, and I don't think any of my colleagues are saying committing to putting this money to the art, the anti-graffiti. I'm just saying, if we're doing that in downtown, in the parking structures, if we're allocating a certain amount of money, let's see where we can be more efficient. Let's see where we can work together and what that cost really is. So that's why I'd like to see it come back in a couple weeks and maybe have a more robust discussion on how we can work on that project. I don't think it's time sensitive in the sense that, we're not going to have a graffiti abatement company in the meantime. Thank you.
All right,
So 2 weeks.
2 weeks. That's acceptable to the second? Whoever seconded?
Mr. Mayor,
I think it was.
just a quick, I just
Let
have a
me just
question.
ask, who was the second on the motion? Okay,
Oh, was it? I forgot. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's acceptable. Yes.
okay, 2 weeks.
Just
Go ahead, Mayor.
one question. So I think it's been asked a couple times, but I wanted to make sure I understood. So we don't approve this item tonight. We continue it. Are we going to be out of a contract with this vendor? When does the contract expire with the vendor?
Well, you would have a fixed budget for the current fiscal year. So if Nabil reaches his maximum for the fiscal year, we would no longer be able to use the vendor for the fiscal year. Nabil, if you can talk about if that's a possibility of happening.
If the contract continue to be funded, we have 6.5 years left on it.
Okay.
So, but it needs to be funded, so we would add more technicians to take care of the railroad issues that we've been experiencing and all the calls. Graffiti is not going away, and it's pretty expensive. We need to add 2 technicians, 2 trucks to handle just the railroad, and that's what this money is going to pay for.
Okay.
In addition to everything else, I get the calls every weekend, not just during the week, and it's
Maybe
a
I'll just
serious
say,
issue.
I'll just throw my hand up and say, I know some of them are for me, because I would call about the railroad and what's along the Alton Bike Trail and what all the kids have to see when they're going to and from school. So thank you for that. So it sounds like that uptick then comes from the tremendous amount of graffiti that we're seeing along the road.
Absolutely.
Okay. I mean, I'm reluctant to support a continuance, but knowing that we are going to continue to have graffiti abatement proceed.
It will continue, sure.
Okay. So I could support a 2-week continuance. Is that what we're looking at?
Yeah, actually, Nabil, can you just stay up there really quickly? Are we going to run out of money for graffiti abatement in 2 weeks?
No.
Okay, there you go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Graffiti will continue. I'm sorry, Mayor. Graffiti will continue, and we need to deal with it ongoing basis. So.
Thank you, and I think all of us have, kind of tortured this item to death. So everybody's spoken, and I think there's a motion and a second for a 2-week continuance on this item with some additional, requests to maybe look at both of these contracts. Go ahead, Council Member Peñalosa.
Thank you, Mayor Sarmiento. I'll be very quick. And this is just a point of clarification for Director Saba. Director Saba, I know you mentioned that this is specifically for graffiti along the railroads. I hope we're not taking, that's not on our dime. Are you specifically talking about the bike trails that run along the railroads, or the actual graffiti that's along the actual railroads? Because I know there's litigation, and there was a settlement with the railroad company that they would to take care of all this cleanup on their own dime. Can you just specify which one that was?
Yes, it is for the enhancement, or the level of service that we're trying to enhance is to deal with the graffiti mainly on the railroad. The railroad walls are private, and that was not included in the settlement. Cleaning of the railroad property would be, I think, is the responsibility of the railroad company, but not the walls with the graffiti on it. That we learned recently that we need to take care of that, and that's what this is about.
Got it. Thank you. That's it, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you for those comments. Seeing no other questions or comments, council members, please vote on the motion on the floor.
Councilmember Peñalosa, if you would announce your vote, please. Motion passes 7-0 with council members Hernandez, Lopez, Mendoza, Peñalosa, Fan, Mayor Pro Tem Becerra, Mayor Sarmiento voting yes.
Thank you, everybody, and thank you to staff for that, for the indulgence on the questions that we had. Let's move along to the first item on the business calendar. That's item number 25, and that's the progress report on the general plan. I'll turn it over to staff.
So, Mayor, we do have a short presentation if you would like it. However, this is the annual report that is required to be filed with both HCD and OPR, and the staff report provides all of the details. So I will leave it up to your option as to whether you would like to see a brief presentation or if you're ready to move the item.
Sorry, I think we're good. In any event, is there any questions or comments? Seeing none, I'll go ahead and entertain a motion.
I'll second.
So I'll go ahead and move the item then. I'll move it, second by Councilmember Hernandez. Council members, please vote.
Councilmember Peñalosa, if you could announce your vote if you're not able to. Thank you. Motion passes 7-0 with Council members Hernandez, Lopez, Mendoza, Peñalosa, Fan, Mayor Pro Tem Becerra, and Mayor Sarmiento voting yes.
Thank you, everybody. Let's move along to item number 26, which is the early direction that council will provide for the 22-23 budget cycle to staff. And staff, I'm sure, has a presentation for us.
Yes, Mayor, we do. So myself, along with the Executive Director of Finance, have a brief presentation for you. I'm going to start it, and I'll be turning it over to Catherine Downs. But I can't believe now is the time to focus on building the budget for our upcoming fiscal year, which starts July 1st, 2022 and runs to 2023. We want to share some high-level budget topics with you and receive any early direction you may have. This direction will assist us as we move forward in the process to propose allocation of resources for you. So the topics we're going to cover tonight include an overview of our fiscal health, an organizational alignment change, reconfirm the city events, revisit the cannabis allocations, discuss city financial commitment for infrastructure and public parking at 3rd and Broadway, seek guidance on miscellaneous fees, propose a pension debt strategy, check in with our 10-year outlook for our general fund, and then finally go over the budget timeline and the significant steps in the process. So first, I really want to recognize the financially strong position we find ourselves in. It's a result of your leadership and some very heavy lifting from all of our operating departments. We fully anticipate the proposed budget will be balanced for the upcoming year. With being just 2 years out of a pandemic, it is not normal. A lot of municipalities are not finding themselves in this favorable position. Our most recent credit rating is strong. It's a AA, and the recent refinancing of debt saved us $138 million. We have our policy-required general fund reserves in place to mitigate risk and support cash flow. And while we only budget a single year at a time, we continue to focus on the longer horizon by maintaining a 10-year financial forecast, which has substantially improved over the last 2 years. While outside of the general fund, Santa Ana takes advantage of every opportunity to secure federal and state funding, including for pandemic response, housing, economic stimulus, and direct assistance. Our city was very adept at managing its spending during the pandemic to ensure our fiscal sustainability. So one change you will see in the proposed budget is the transfer of park maintenance to the Public Works Department. Incorporating this function, which is already performed by Public Works for all other city assets, is a best practice for municipal operations. The move will result in increasing the city's operational efficiency, create consistency for the community, and ensure a uniform level of service executed by one single agency for all public facilities. This is the model that is used for 25 of the 30 Parks and Rec agencies in our county. It will also provide an increased focus for community services on the Parks and Rec Department to ensure engagement, recreational opportunities, events, and community cohesiveness. And then recently, we did provide a receive and file, which listed all of the events that we had proposed for the remainder of the current fiscal year, but we also gave you a preview from the comments that we've heard of what we propose for the upcoming fiscal year. So these are those events. We certainly would look for your confirmation or any direction on any changes. That will help us do the programming. And now I'm going to turn it over to our Executive Director of Finance, who will get a little bit more into the numbers.
All right, thank you, Mayor and City Council. So the first bit of direction that we are looking for tonight is if the City Council would like to make any changes to this events list here. Any additions, subtractions, changes, we'd happily accept your direction.
Let me just ask staff right now if this is kind of the way maybe we proceed slide by slide, where you need some direction from the council as opposed to waiting till the end. It might be a little bit more long-winded. Is that helpful? Whatever way you want to proceed, I'll go ahead and accommodate.
We'll happily take it slide by slide.
Sounds good. Let me go ahead and ask the council then to see if there's any suggestions they want to make. Let me start with Councilmember Hernandez and with Councilmember Fan.
Yes, thank you, Director Downs, for this presentation. I really like the diversity of the celebrations that we have. Most notably with the Indigenous Peoples Day celebration, it's important for me that this celebration is organized, curated, and led by Native Americans or Indigenous people. Can you confirm that that will be the process in which this event is coordinated?
Certainly with that direction, and I know we had a Zoom meeting on the topic already, we certainly can do that.
Wonderful. Just wanted to make sure I brought that up for the sake of transparency with the public. Happy that we have Juneteenth, Dia de los Muertos. That's exciting. There's two proposed events that I want to introduce. One is a former event that we used to have in the city of Santa Ana, Fiestas Patrias. I would like to see that event be brought back to the city of Santa Ana and funded. And I would also like to see the city of Santa Ana bring back the Black History Parade that is now in Anaheim, that started in Santa Ana 42 years ago. Those are the two events I would like to introduce.
Thank you for those comments, and thank you for being brief. Any other members of the, I'm sorry, we had Councilmember Fan, then Lopez.
I'll be brief too. I would like to see an event targeted specifically to the Vietnamese American community. There is not one on this list, and I think two events that you can look at and work with our Vietnamese community liaison on is the Mid-Autumn Festival or the Tết, Lunar New Year. Either would work. I think that there's a lot of options there, and you can work with her to figure out which one works better. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Let me go ahead and move along to Councilmember Lopez and then Peñalosa.
Thank you. I'll try to be brief as well. For the park maintenance, kind of going back one slide. So the new budget, the coming up budget, is going to have parks, transferring parks into public works, parks maintenance, I should say.
Only the maintenance division. You will still have a Parks and Rec and Community Services agency.
Okay, then I do want to state that when the budget comes back, I want to see that the parks maintenance is going to be fully funded within the Public Works department. Thank you. And so moving on to the city events slide, what is the Summer at the Plaza?
Is Lisa out there? Did she go? I know our Executive Director of Parks and Rec has a lot of fun activities programmed for that. She talked about it briefly before, but because of the success that we had in doing the Winter Village in the Civic Center, she wants to incorporate that area and do a lot more activities during the summer months.
Okay, so just activities here at the Civic Center Plaza.
She does have activities planned in other locations, but wants to incorporate a lot of activities in the Civic Center.
Okay, got it. I'm not crazy about the 4th of July celebration, especially if, we were trying to ban fireworks because of the quality of the air. I think that would also be a factor for me anyway. But I'm supportive of Fiestas Patrias, and with the Black History Parade, I know that now it's in Anaheim now, so possibly maybe if we can do 1 year with them, 1 year with the city of Santa Ana, just so that we can get the hang of it. And also with Tet, I think other cities do it.
Oh yeah, I was not recommending a Tết parade. Please do not try to introduce one.
Yeah, we don't have to recreate the wheel with some of these. We can work with other cities. So that's gonna be it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Peñalosa.
Thank you, Mayor Sarmiento. I just want to state for the record that I am very supportive of seeing a 4th of July celebration come back. I think one of the talking points that we have had with the people that are trying to, the community members trying to impose the firework ban, is that we would have a central firework location centered around Centennial Park, like we've done in the past, 4th of July, to give people an incentive to, hey, you can't do fireworks at your house because it's a dangerous thing to do, but we're going to have a show that's free to the public. So that's very supportive of that. I do want to echo a little bit of what Councilmember Hernandez mentioned in regards to Fiestas Patrias. I know that the last month when we had this discussion about the budget, I specifically remember saying, please do not remove the Fiestas Patrias name from the celebration, because that's something that our community is used to and has celebrated Fiestas Patrias, I'm using air quotes here, for decades. So I want to see Fiestas Patrias included in the name of celebrating Hispanic Heritage Month. You know, it would be a good thing to have. The other question I had is for staff. Why isn't the movies in the park reflected on here? Is that because that's part of the Revive dollars?
Councilmember Penaloza, I believe you did answer the question. So we were doing additional ones with those dollars. We do have Birch Summer Nights listed on here as a city event.
Okay, so the movies at the park is still funded using Revive dollars, correct?
Correct.
And the reason why I mentioned that is because under the Revive funds, we also had listed Hispanic Heritage Month, and we had a couple of these also listed under the Revive funds. So how did we decide which ones would be using two streams of funds, or is it just the more expensive ones are used? Is there a reason why that was split up the way it is?
Partly because when the pandemic hit and we adjusted the budget down, we didn't have budgeting for the events for the last basically almost 2 years. And then when we were able to do some of those, we did utilize, like the 5K is a perfect example. So we didn't have plans, we didn't have budget for it, but we were able to utilize Revive because it was a healthy activity to get the community out. So it was a mixed reason as to why we used Revive when we didn't have it already programmed in the general fund. But the goal certainly would be for our city to get back to every year doing these city events, regardless of any funding from the American Rescue Plan. Does that make sense?
It does, Madam City Manager. Thank you. And the final question, it's more like a comment, just in regard. I'm very supportive of celebrating Black history in our city and our historic Black neighborhoods. I just also wanted to touch a little bit on what Councilmember Fan and Councilmember Lopez mentioned about duplicating or reinventing the wheel. You know, want to make sure that if we do this, we're not duplicating another parade, or we're inviting the organizers of the parade in Anaheim to do it in Santa Ana, so that, we're not reinventing the wheel. And that's it. Thank you, Madam City Manager.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Mendoza, and then Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. The events that I would like to see come an annual activity for our residents is Dia de los Abuelitos, Senior Citizen Day, which last year we had the first annual, so this year I'd like to have the second annual for August 26th at the same place at the Southwest Senior Center. And then the month of August was declared to be Chicano Heritage Month, so we'd like to, in partnership with my colleague Hernandez, Chicano Heritage Month, and celebrate it at the Delhi Center either on the 27th or 28th. And this is the second annual, and it'll continue on. And the next one is Caregivers Recognition Day. Something, I don't know, we can talk about the details, but not enough attention has been given to the caretakers, especially with the so much illnesses. I think we've forgotten that the caregivers need mental health and other productive attention. So Caregivers Recognition Day. And the last one would be a Alzheimer's monthly educational series for seniors at the various senior centers in English, Spanish, and Vietnamese, and maybe if there's a demand for any other language, but a short 1 hour series on a monthly basis and rotated among the various community centers. And lastly, I have a question on the Fiestas Patrias. Would this be for the Cinco de Mayo event, or is it for the 16th of September? Because they're both kind of used the same celebration of Mexican Independence Day.
So I don't know if we have, I'll have to look back on the receive and file that had the date on it, but Fiestas Patrias was included in the Celebrating Hispanic Heritage Month. We wanted to just make a bigger celebration out of it than just a weekend, like it always was, but it would be incorporated within the Hispanic Heritage Month.
Okay, very good. And that's it, Mayor.
Thank you. Let me go to Mayor Pro Tem, then I'll call on myself, then Councilmember Hernandez.
Thank you. I'm very happy to see that the Winter Village was such a success that we want to continue to program the Civic Center. So I'm happy to see those events. I would absolutely want to keep the 4th of July, and I think Councilmember Penaloza hit all the right notes on why we'd want to keep it and why folks that were proposing a fireworks ban want to keep the civic celebration of 4th of July. I was frankly shocked not to see Fiestas Patrias on this list, so I hope that will return. One event that other cities do not celebrate, that we should be celebrating, is our own city's birthday. So I would like to see us celebrate that. We have a proud history. Brian from the library has done a fantastic job of always bringing together the history that we have and documenting the history, and I think there's a lot that can be shared through an event like that. Maybe it gets combined with the 5K, because it ain't going to be funded with Revive forever. So, so with that, those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you for keeping it brief. Let me just, go. I think what staff is looking for is direction, and I don't want to add to your list. I think you have a pretty comprehensive list, and if I'm not mistaken, Celebrating Hispanic Heritage Month is more of an umbrella term that incorporates Fiestas Patrias, and so I don't think any of us want to lose that name. And Fiestas Patrias technically comes or is held right around the 16th of September, which is not only Independence Day for Mexico, but it's Independence Day for many, many other Latin countries as well. So that's why we call it Fiestas Patrias. Cinco de Mayo is the Battle of Puebla, which is different than the independence of Mexico. In any event, just seeing that difference. What I do want to, sort of lift up here is I want to make sure that, I'm very, and we don't want two Black History parades. I think if Anaheim, look, the organizers will say we feel more at home in Santa Ana, or we want to come back home to Santa Ana, which is where it originated from, then certainly that's something I'm supportive of. If they say we're fine in Anaheim, then, that's fine too. But let me just, just make a couple of suggestions on Fiestas Patrias. It is a big deal. When we used to do it here, it was a 3-day weekend, and we used to bring in over 250,000 people into Santa Ana, and many of them spent the weekend here, spent money here. It was probably one of the largest events in Southern California. It was comparable to what Miami calls Calle Ocho, which is their big parade for celebrating what the Cuban folks have there. So we should get started pretty soon because there's vendors and sponsors and all these other really technical things that need to be done. We work in conjunction with the Mexican Consulate's office, so the sooner we can get started on that, the better. We used to make a profit towards the end. I mean, it became so successful that it was no longer being subsidized by the city, but we were actually making a profit. I'm on the Winter Village. I think it was great with Revive dollars. The price tag was a little high. So I'd like to kind of reconsider that as we go through this. I'm not completely supportive of it, but there's one thing that we might be able to augment it or do something that's around year long. Is I know that youth came to us and said that they wanted to have just a roller rink. and they'd be able to check out roller skates and be able to, roller skate around the city. And I remember that was something that we all thought we could, look into. So I would be supportive of something like that, maybe and kind of revisit that one. But everything else on this list is really good. The only last thing I would add is on the concerts in the park series. If you could do me a big favor, let's include a jazz concert. I know other cities, big cities, have their jazz concerts. We have plenty of good Latin jazz around here, and we need that. African jazz, Latin jazz. We just need to get that vibe in the city somehow. So those are my comments, and I think, was it Hernandez? Did you have one more comment?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to say I'm in agreement with Councilmember Mendoza. Chicano Heritage Month. This is a city with very rich Mexican American history, and for people like myself, I've never been. I was too American for Mexico and too Mexican for America. So Chicano kind of just fit well. Shout out to Selena Quintanilla for coining that there. But Chicano Heritage Month is an important month, and I think that's something that I am absolutely proud to support. I am in support of us celebrating the city's birthday as well, October 27th. And it's extremely important, I already emphasized it, celebrating Hispanic Heritage Month, us keeping the name Fiestas Patrias is imperative to me. Also, during Hispanic Heritage Month, that we diversify our digital advertisement to acknowledge some of the local, Hispanic heroes, people like Chepa Andrade, and some of those other folks that have helped contribute to the legacy here of Hispanic people. People like Lydia Romero Cruz, who we have a school named after. I think that would be also a great use of us collaborating with our library to talk about local history during Hispanic Heritage Month. I can only imagine the impact that you have on children when they have like a coloring page and they're coloring people at a library in the very community where these people grew up. I think that's immensely powerful. And I think a good way for us to streamline and for us to have a robust Black History celebration is similar in taking the approach for Hispanic Heritage Month. If we shifted from just having the Black History Parade to having a Black History Month, and having the parade be part of that, and having a concert series and things of that sort, I think it would be immensely powerful for a number of reasons. Number one, the first city in Orange County to hire a Black police officer was the city of Santa Ana when we hired Harlan Lambert in the 1960s. Santa Ana's always been on the cusp of change. Being the first city to hire the first Black police officer, I think that when it comes to Black history in Orange County, there's no city that comes close to Santa Ana. We have a number of businesses. We have the most amount of Black churches here. And Helen Shipp, founder of the Black History Parade, bringing them back home to Santa Ana. I think if we had a Black History Month celebration, I think that would be a great approach, and it ensures that we're not duplicating any efforts. And I can assure you, the celebration would love to come back home and leave Anaheim. That concludes my comments, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Let me go ahead and bring it back to staff.
A lot of great suggestions, and we will incorporate those in the budget.
Thank you.
Next up is the Cannabis Public Benefit Fund. So we have an updated estimate of the available funding in this fund. After the mid-year adjustments, we still have an estimated total of $2.6 million or $2.7 million available to appropriate in future periods. So that would be $1 million from the youth column and $1.6 million from the enforcement column. So tonight, we are seeking City Council direction for preparing our draft budget. Would you like the draft budget to include a proposed spending plan for the remaining $2.7 million estimated balance? And if there is a 2/3 set aside is approximately $13 million again for the upcoming fiscal year, what portion should we budget for youth? So those are the items that we'd like direction on.
Great. Let me go ahead and once again maybe do a round robin. And if you don't want to say or clarify anything that, or if you've heard it from a colleague, then, no need to reiterate the same thing. But let me bring it back to council to see if there's any direction on that. Councilmember Fan.
Thank you. So Director Downs, we had talked about the cannabis fund and what we have left. I would like to see it allocated and obviously to work with our planning department and code enforcement to see how much more we can invest in the code enforcement. We have a lot of code enforcement, but it's just not enough for the city that's our size. And code enforcement can do a lot of things, and they kind of fund themselves, given that, those who are subject to code enforcement pay fines, pay attorney's fees, pay all sorts of things. And it's like the IRS, And so I would really like for us to do that to ensure that our commercial businesses that are not complying with our code are adequately dealt with and and they will actually pay the bill. But in conjunction with that, I don't know if it's possible, or maybe it's another area in the budget we might get to, is the sister side of that, the other side of the coin, which is planning staff. Because once you have code enforcement who's telling me all the things that's wrong with my business, I need to go through planning to make sure that everything is up to par, up to code, and actually allows me to get back out there and conduct my business. So I would like to see that go together. I don't really know whether planning could come out of the cannabis fund. It might not, but I did want to make that comment. As to the 2/3 set aside, I guess I don't really know how to put a number on it without first going through the list of items that's possible. And I would really like for our planning and code enforcement department to actually tell us what they need. And I am very serious about wanting to fund code enforcement. And this is everything from nuisance abatement for that one hoarder house that will never clean up their yard and it's a fire hazard. This has to do with illegal red tagged buildings that could potentially kill people. This has to do with those slap houses that are dangerous for our community. And this also potentially as a policy issue down the line, dealing with all those abandoned cars and some other calls that, barking dogs, things like that we don't have to send our police officers out so they can take care of those priority 1 and 2 calls, and our code enforcement officers can do that. So I guess I'm not ready to talk about the 2/3 set aside until we kind of see what that budget looks like.
Thank you, but that does help your priorities in code enforcement and planning. So when we do program anything, we will certainly ensure that the enforcement side addresses those. And I do want to say we have code enforcement does need additional needs. Since 18-19, we have increased from 16 to 23. I think we're up from 7 to 20 actual code enforcement officers, but they do have the admin support behind them that they do need additional dollars to help fund.
That's great. And, I want to make sure that as we're getting all those citations out, that we're also getting those permits out. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Let me go to Councilmember Lopez, then Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor Sarmiento. So I'm not ready to give an exact dollar amount regarding the 2/3. I think, as was mentioned when we discussed the programs, I think we'll have a better understanding of how much money needs to be allocated. But I also want to see a recommendation come from the Youth Commission. I think it's important that we engage with them and that we ask them what it is that they want to see be done with the youth fund. But I do want to also, one of the things that we talked about last year was making sure that we have funding for grants that can go to community-based orgs here in the city. And, one of the big asks that we heard of last year was from Alianza Translatinex. And so I want to make sure that we're also, when we're moving forward this year, that we're including them in the conversation as well. Reentry programs and services for system impacted youth, like Underground Grit and Project Kinship. Those are all really holistic and organizations that I would like for the city to continue to partner with. I would also like to see increased funding for youth within city government in terms of internships or jobs. And I also would like to see one of the things I heard from the public today, and I don't know if it would be part of this or it would be part of the general fund. I'm thinking the general fund, but anticipating the costs of running the police oversight board / commission. And so I want to see staff prepared for that, and have some sort of line item budget coming back to us and saying, this is what we anticipate, this is what the council should be approving, because we've heard every member of this council support a police oversight board. And so I want to see that come back. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Hernandez, and then Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm in favor, Director Downs, of seeing the majority of these monies go to youth services. However, I do want to place emphasis that that code enforcement, along with planning, should get that support as well, because I think those two go hand in hand. So you can't have code enforcement without having staff, being involved in the planning process. So I did want to make sure that I placed emphasis on that as well. I am supportive of us having this be brought to the Youth Commission as well. I do want some direction from them. I think that youth empowerment looks like that. I also am in favor of the Youth Commission having some sort of an advisory role, similar to our Community Development Commission, where as it pertains to the topic of youth funding, maybe they can give us some direction on what their priorities are. Maybe if it's art programs or sports or what have you, I'd like to see what that looks like. Something else that is extremely important to me is what tobacco taxes did in the 1990s is it funded early childhood education and it funded Head Start programs. So I would like to see a much stronger early learning emphasis from the city, where we commit our dollars to Head Start programs, especially as we hopefully make our way out of this pandemic eventually. There's going to be a lot of families returning to work. A lot of people are having children as well. Having Head Starts is essential. Early childhood learning, I think that the library is doing a great job, and I think that the cannabis funds would benefit our library so that they can strengthen the efforts that they're already working on at the main library by Civic Center. I know that our director of the library has tons of innovative ideas and how we can utilize some of these cannabis monies. I think it would be a great decision for the city to move that direction. Something else that's extremely important is intervention, prevention, and reentry and wraparound services. I can't place enough emphasis that these monies should be utilized to reach the most directly impacted, justice impacted communities. We know that the war on drugs affected a lot of people who live in poverty. There's people doing life sentences for 2 grams. So I think if we place these monies into more intervention, prevention, and reentry services, there's great organizations like Underground Grid, Project Kinship, Neutral Ground, all of which are former justice-impacted individuals. These are college-educated folks that are doing very important work on the ground. I would need to see them get that support as well. And lastly, mental health support. There's a number of mental health organizations that are doing wraparound services with foster families, as well as children in our schools. And there needs to be a much more robust support for mental health services. And the last thing I want to emphasize is, in addition to mental health, having mental health services for LGBTQ and trans youth, since there's very little organizations and support there, I do think it's important that our city is inclusive with these monies. And as far as the cannabis fund, this concludes my comments here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I like that idea about having this go to the Youth Commission to get their recommendation. I think that's an excellent idea. We're trying to program for the end user, and they are the end user. I, as well, am not 100% sure what the exact amount should go which way tonight, but just a couple of priorities for me. When I hold my monthly community office hours, every time I'm done, as I'm walking out of Upton All Access Park over there in Thornton, the first thing I hear is, So when we get lights over here on our basketball courts? And I think that we need more lights in our parks. I think that if we don't want to see bad activity happen in our parks, we need to encourage good activity in our parks. So that means lighting up our recreational facilities. It means implementing our park host program. So if we're talking about youth spending, I think that would be excellent to have more lights. We've heard a lot about code enforcement. I couldn't agree more. And I think that there's so many of the quality of life issues. It's the broken windows theory. The more that we can do to solve the smaller stuff, we don't have to have as many ceremonies tonight talking about homicides and the bigger crimes that our PD is forced to have to solve. Another issue, though, that hasn't been brought up is parking enforcement. We are woefully deficient in parking enforcement. And this is not just an issue in a certain type of neighborhood. I mean, we've got folks at Comlink that came from Wilshire Square that were complaining about the fact that there's zero attention to parking enforcement in these neighborhoods that actually went through the whole hoops and hurdles to actually get the parking permit programs implemented. And just this morning, I know Councilmember Hernandez was copied on an email with me from Logan that was saying, hey, we don't get any attention when it comes to parking enforcement. Why do we have these permits if nobody's going to enforce them? And my understanding is we have one officer that covers the entire city on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday nights. One officer that covers all the city and all the different parking permit areas. So I'd like to see us increase that. I think that most of those positions would probably pay for themselves, but I'll wait to see what Kat brings back to confirm that. And then my last item would be looking at ways to reduce the call or the response times to the priority 3, 4, and 5s calls that, those are the more quality of life issues. So we already have a really respectable response time for the priority 1s and 2s, but after 2, we jump. I mean, we're looking at anywhere between, I think our stats show between 25 and 35 minutes for an officer to respond. So, or if it's not an officer, maybe it's a service officer, whatever that might be. But anyways, those are my items. Again, as far as an exact percentage, which way to go tonight, I don't know, but those are some thoughts as far as priorities. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Let me go to Councilmember Peñalosa.
Thank you, Mayor Sarmiento. Basically, with these cannabis funds, I'm not ready to commit an actual amount of how much is going to go to which department or whatnot, but I do want to make sure that we don't forget about our code enforcement department. I know that for years now, every time I have conversations with Alvaro in planning, and I ask him, how many code enforcement officers do you think a city our size should have? And I mean, the number, I believe one time he said 30 plus, and I think we currently have around 15 or 16, which is, they're stretched thin. And he's the only department that never asks for help. I mean, I hear every department asking for help, but he's the only one that consistently says, hey, you know what, we'll try to make it work and we'll manage. So I appreciate that. But I know that they are stretched thin, so I'd be very supportive of seeing some of this funding go to code enforcement. Obviously not all of it, because our youth services is extremely important, and I want to make sure that there's a large, the lion's share of that goes to youth services as it was intended to. But with that said, that is it, Mayor Sarmiento. I know I have other just general ideas that I've been kind of talking about with some community members in regards to making one of our pools an indoor pool and closing it. I know that there's a couple of pools that are already kind of suited for that. It would, we do have cold days and rainy days, and obviously not many. We're in Southern California, but I mean, just the last month alone has been in low 60s every day. And I know that I've heard from some swim groups that they would like to be able to have indoor year-round swimming. We already have year-round swimming, but obviously it's not, when it's cold, we don't see that being used as much. So that's just long-term visions and conversations that we can have. But that's it for now, Mayor Sarmiento. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for your comments, Councilmember. So I think everybody's had a chance to speak, or did you?
Not yet.
Go ahead, Councilmember Mendoza. I apologize.
That's okay. Thank you. what I would like to see with the use of this cannabis money is let's start back up with some of those after-school programs so that we can have some of these work in collaboration with the school district to be able to have the parents have a safe place for their kids to come because the COVID restrictions are lifting, and so kids are going back to school, and we need to have some kind of daycare like we used to have. For example, at John Muir, Portola Park served as the after-school program where the kids were there from after school from 2 to 6, and it was funded by the city, and it was a really good and productive way for the kids to have a safe place and for the parents not to worry about the kids being out in the street or walking home alone or having the latchkey kids. In addition, I'd like to see if we can get that old firehouse refurbished and going and have a PAL program installed there. If not at the old firehouse, then find another place where we can have a second PAL program. As you know, I did the tour over at the one in McFadden, and it's an incredible place. It's quite popular, and it's just overflowing with kids. And we need to have a second one somewhere in our city. In addition, we need to go back to doing something for our youth during the summer. Something like employ the 16-year-olds and above to be recreation leaders, have art at the park programs, roller skating, or just some activities through the community centers. And I think we also need another dog park because the one that's coming up is one end of the city. So another one towards the other end of the city would be great. I mean, during COVID, there was many adoptions. And so now we need to get those pets out there and exercise and maybe even have some, with the youth summer programs, have some children's training on how to take care of their pets. Because I did see over at Portola Park, which is over on Santa Clara, I think there's a need for it there. There's a family playing with their dog inside the tennis courts, so they're using that as the dog park inside, and the kids were roller skating in the tennis courts, and there was dog waste afterwards. So we need to have a dog park somewhere out there so we can get our pets exercised, and so that's it. I'd like to focus on youth-oriented activities with that money.
Thank you for those comments, Councilmember Mendoza. If somebody could start the clock on me, that'd be great. I want to just, not repeat what a lot of people said. I really do agree with everything that was said regarding the Youth Commission. It's already an advisory body, so they, should maybe tackle this. So hopefully our staff can work with them on some of these options and alternatives, and that way they can go ahead and come back to us. A lot of what I heard, we probably already do, right? So what would be helpful is staff could tell us what programs we have that are ongoing, but we may want to revisit them to see if we have the right provider doing it. Because what I want to see is I want us to fund and work with organizations that aren't our recurring, really high-end organizations. And I think it was said, earlier, some of these newer programs, whether it's Underground Grit, Project Kinship, what was that? The Neutral Ground, but I think there was something else, the Alianza. So, those groups, I think, are very underfunded. So to the extent that they could provide a service to a, to a population and to our community that isn't, hasn't been well served, I think that would be helpful. I'm not really supportive of funding or using these cannabis funds for programs that are operated by the police. such as PAL, because that's a separate issue, right? The way I see it is that those programs could be funded directly by PD as part of their crime prevention efforts. So to the extent that we can have programs that are done by other departments, whether it's community development and whether it's parks, that would be something I'd be supportive of. And one of the things I wanted to ask for, I know that the 13 biggest cities, we all received an allocation, formulaic allocation of funding for internships for the youth. So I remember the number was like $1.5 million. So I don't know where that is, or 4 million actually. But a lot of it went to admin, which was unfortunate, and some of it, the residual was going to be left over for the youth, the actual paid youth programs. I think it was 16 to 25 was the age range. Can we look at where we are with that? It can augment what we're doing, because I think it's an incredible resource that everybody, I think, was real excited about when we received that allocation. So let me see if there was anything else. When it comes to code enforcement, really supportive. And I was going to give a shout out to our city attorney, but since she's not there, maybe I won't. No, I'm just kidding. I'll go ahead and say, so code enforcement is what we do. I mean, that's the front line. But to prosecute a lot of these cases, we need city attorney staff to be able to do that. So maybe if you can, John, just tell Sonia to plug in, I think, what she would need, whether the ratio is 1 staff attorney to 10 code enforcement officers. I don't know what that is, but we looked at that at one time. So let us know what support you need from your department, just so we take that into account.
Sure, of course.
I think that was it, and hopefully everybody was able to, I kind of wanted to echo what, Councilmember Lopez said, because I think she went through a much more thorough list of what, what programs for youth, I think, and I think, Madam City Attorney, I may have sent you something in writing on some of that, so I don't want to go through those now.
No, thank you, everybody. This is excellent input, and it will make our job easier when coming back to you. And what I kind of see happening is a lot of the local community organizations that focus on our immediate area are receiving Revive dollars and are doing a lot of this stuff. So maybe it's just the possibility of turning those into permanent programs using our revenue stream as opposed to the Revive dollars, because a lot of this is exactly the programs that you guys requested that we're rolling out the RFPs for. We have the free daycare, the early childhood. So it would be great if we can incorporate those in our regular budget and keep them in place.
Excellent point. Let me call on Councilmember Fan. She says she has a 5-second question.
Yes, I do. How are you going to we've obviously asked for a lot of things. How do you prioritize that? I guess I want to put on the record I am not supportive of a second dog park. We haven't even gotten our first one up yet. And maybe because I'm a cat parent, so I'm a little bit biased. But I think it is important to get the first one up and see how that goes. And that's it. Thank you.
So I'll tell you my secret, Councilmember Van. I write little numbers next to the ideas of how many of you reiterated them. So we do walk away with a good idea of what's interest to more than one individual, and we would start with those as our priorities.
Councilmember Hernandez.
I just wanted to be on the record too. I'm not in favor of having an additional dog park. We need more parks for kids. Much better use of money is building something similar to a small park in front of our library.
I agree with those previous comments. I have a dog, but I really respect Councilmember Peñalosa's advocacy for the dog park. I think we need one, but we may we want to walk before we can run, and let's get that one.
Mayor Sarmiento, really quick.
Absolutely, go ahead.
As the dog park guy, I want to say that I also agree with you guys. Let's get one off the ground first. Thank you, Councilmember Mendoza, but let's try to get one off the ground first, and then we'll think about that later.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you.
All right, let's hand it back to staff now.
Okay, thank you. We appreciate all that direction that we got. Okay, the next item up is the city has entered into a development agreement for the property at 3rd and Broadway. The existing city parking garage would be demolished, which means our parking revenue will temporarily decrease, of course. The agreement obligates the city to fund up to $13 million.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I actually believe that I am recused for the 3rd and Broadway Hotel project. Is it a
There's no action. This is just general direction from the city
Okay, I'm just
council.
going to go ahead and leave the dais anyway, just for this discussion. It's the Caribou Industries project, right? Okay.
That is correct.
So I will leave the dais because Caribou Industries is a client of my employer, Rattan & Tucker, and I will get back when you're done discussing. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Go ahead.
So the
Director
agreement does obligate the city to fund up to $13 million of public improvements to be repaid by the developer over time. The city will likely need to make this $13 million contribution during this calendar year. So we are seeking direction from City Council. With the mid-year report on March 1st, we estimated the general fund will have a $20 million balance available for spending at June 30. So should we prepare the draft budget to use the available general fund balance for this $13 million contribution? The developer would repay the general fund over time with interest. This is the staff recommendation. Or should we pursue debt financing for this $13 million contribution? And of course, the developer would be responsible to make the debt payments.
Thank you. Let me go ahead and bring it back to staff on this, or excuse me, bring it back to council on this. If there's any comments, Mayor Pro Tem, go ahead.
First question. So the 13 million contribution is to what?
It's to prepare the infrastructure and then also replace the public spaces. And then we would receive reimbursement back from the developer over time based on the revenue from the parking operations.
So we're saying that the developer is not able to make this investment?
This was a part of the development and disposition agreement that council approved. These are the terms of it.
So if it's part of the terms, why is there a question before us?
The question is not whether we comply with it, it's how you want to fund the obligation from the DDA. So we have a $13 million obligation. Staff is recommending, because we have an excess in the general fund that really should be used for one time, that we could utilize a portion of that to meet this obligation and then receive the payment back right into our general fund. The other alternative would be we would go out for private placement or some type of another debt instrument and finance it.
And if we did the debt instrument, would that be on the developer's shoulders or on our books?
It would be on ours, but the payment would come back through the developer.
Okay. And from what you're describing, it sounds like if we have enough to do it, it sounds like it makes sense because we are going to receive it back, and I'm assuming with interest.
Yes, and so that's our recommendation. But I didn't want you guys to get a proposed budget and say, what is this $13 million allocation? So
I think as long as it's clear that this is $13 million with the anticipation of recouping it with interest, I think that sounds fair. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lopez.
Thank you, Mayor Sorrento. City Manager, maybe it's because I'm new, but please correct me if I'm not understanding this correctly. The city is paying the developer $13 million to demolish the parking garage?
It goes for different things, and is Stephen still in here? He could probably explain it a little bit better. So we own the parking structure, and we have the public spaces in it. We did an RFP to do a private-public partnership so that we could develop that site. As part of our obligation in that, it is doing the necessary infrastructure and the replacement of the parking spots, and we're advancing the funding to the developer. The developer is investing far more than our total amount. Can you provide any more details on that?
You've done really well. This is one of those things where we are going to be fronting the money. The developer is responsible for repaying the city. It is for public improvements as well as demolition of the parking structure. And by public improvements, he has to build a public garage under his facility, and he's also returning the street grid system to the street to build a public plaza between the two buildings, the residential tower and the hotel tower.
Got it. And how many projects has the city fronted or uploaded, millions for in the past?
Well, in the old days of redevelopment, we probably did one a year. But since redevelopment has ended in the state of California, this is our first disposition and development agreement that we've done in some time.
And so what does a project have to present to the city in order for the city to say, we will front the money for you to build.
A public benefit, mainly. It's a subsidy, and they provide us evidence of a public benefit. In this case, it's the hotel bed tax generated by the property. It is the property tax generated by the property and the sales tax from the retail areas on the ground floor.
So can any hotel come into the city and say, we're providing a public benefit via our taxes, therefore, or maybe the city should front us money to develop?
An attractive enough project, Christine might meet with the developer and bring that to you. That is certainly optional.
Interesting.
But again,
Okay.
it's the decision of the city council, not us. We would
Right.
bring it to you.
And when was this project approved?
I think September or October of 2021, no, 2020, yeah.
Oh, okay. And what is the timeline that developer is going to repay the 13 million?
I don't have that out.
So, under 30 years? It's up to 30 years based on our finance directors.
And in the contract, does it state or does it stipulate a hard amount per year? Or could a developer wait 29 years before we see anything?
But it's based on the park. It does contain language in the contract, and it is also tied into the parking revenue, but there's an estimated receipt amount of about $760,000 per year.
60,000 per year?
760,000 per year.
Okay, thank you. So the staff option is,
thank you.
Does the council wish to use available general fund balance to make the 13 million contribution? Or does the city council wish to pursue debt financing?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for that. Let me go ahead and go to Councilmember Hernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Madam City Manager, so I have a clear understanding of what's being presented now. Are there any other projects in the city right now with a similar approach to what we're looking at here?
Not exactly for this one, but it is not that uncommon of an arrangement. So cities often for economic development, and what Stephen spoke about, for the benefit that it derives, whether it's presenting an amenity for the community, whether it's generating a certain type of a tax stream, helping you diversify your tax stream, is fairly common arrangements to make. Particularly if you have a challenging area that you really wanted to see developed. I can think of the YMCA building. That was a building that sat on the city's books for years and deteriorated, and the city went out multiple times for an RFP to see if they could get a private-public partnership, and I don't know how many times, but it was very unsuccessful several times, and so it did take the city working with a developer in order to make that transition. So they're not uncommon.
Okay. Do we have an example of a project that was successful where we did get our money back, similar to this?
I've been here less than 3 years. I can't recall off of my head a project that Santa Ana did something similar to this and got their money back, but certainly in redevelopment days, part of your process was to do just that, and oftentimes it wasn't about getting paid back the exact dollars that you invested. You were investing in because you were investing in for the economic future and the tax revenue streams and the amenity for the community.
So there is language that there would need to be a minimum of $760,000 per year, correct? Invested into this project annually?
That would be the estimated amount that he would pay back for our $13 million investment. But I don't want to get too far off track of the agenda item that's before you. It's not about the DDA. The DDA is already been approved by the council. Okay. This is really just a finance question as to, do you want to contribute money that we have in the general fund to meet this obligation, or would you prefer that staff goes about seeking favorable financing for it?
So can you elaborate on what us as a city pursuing debt financing, what would that look like?
Well, you have a very experienced finance director at this, and we just did the refinancing of all the pension bonds. For a small amount like 13 million, it could be a pretty simple process. It could be a credit line. It could be a private placement. It would not be a massive bond issue like you went through with the pension refinancing.
Okay, perfect. That answers my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Seeing no other questions or comments, I think the question before us is very simple. We have an obligation that we have to comply with. I mean, there really isn't too much for us to discuss with respect to the benefit or the harm or just the substantive question. It's how we fund this obligation that we have. So the only question I would ask of staff and Director Downs is if we went out for debt service on this, or if we didn't go out for debt service on this and just paid it directly out of the general fund, would there be any detriment to any ongoing programs that we have, any services that we deliver? Would that be compromised in any way? And in your professional opinion, as a fiduciary for the funding and our revenues, do you see that it is more prudent to go out for debt service, given that we have a AA credit rating? We have, we don't carry much debt as a city compared to other organizations. I just want to make sure we have enough flexibility and we don't bind ourselves with something that's unnecessary.
It's really a matter of, so the first part of your question was if we used the available general fund balance, would we jeopardize any other programs or services? The answer to that is no. The other programs and services are fully funded. Because this is available general fund balance, again, we like to recommend that the City Council use it for one-time purposes. So if you didn't use it for this one-time purpose, then we would recommend other one-time purposes, such as a project that's not a recurring program. So it just is a matter of, do you want to use that money for this, or do you want to use that money for some other non-recurring item, which would be, of course, our recommendation. If we do pursue the debt financing, that is completely doable. The city manager is correct. For this small amount for our city and our portfolio, I think we could do a private placement pretty quick and easy. So it can be done. The interest on a private placement would likely be a little bit more than the interest that would be paid if the general fund funded it, and then we got the payments from the developer to reimburse the general fund. That's probably at a lower rate of interest. So those are just some of the differences.
All right, so that helps a little bit. I think I'm always worried that we may find that we have a need for a one-time expenditure that we say, well, now we can't do it because we've just committed ourselves to paying this 13 million. So I've always felt that we don't carry a lot of debt as an agency, and that's something that, in a way, when you carry some debt, it helps your credit rating when you're timely with it and you return it, and it just it shows that we're a well-managed agency. So I am very uncertain at this point. I mean, I think we can, but I would not be opposed to going out and financing this debt, and that way we leave these funds available in the general fund in the event that we need them for something that comes before us.
I have a final
Councilmember?
question. Yeah, I do. I have a final question. I want to make sure that I leave this conversation very clear. So, we were, with the 13 million, I heard it was an obligation. So do we even have an option? Because it seems like an option is being presented.
You don't have an option in the fact that we have an obligation to fund $13 million for the project. What you have an option in is, how do we come up with the $13 million to fund it?
Okay. So we're saying the 13 million is going to come from the general fund?
We're saying, we were looking for your guidance on whether you wanted to use, because Kat reported a $20 million overage that would be one-time money available for you. So we were recommending taking the 13 million from that, then the payback and the interest would go back into our general fund. But the other option would be for us to go out and do financing to come up with the 13 million to make our obligation on the project.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
All right, so I'm not sure if you received direction. It sounds like you've received more questions than direction, but are you clear on?
Yeah, I think what we can do is we can go out there and analyze, and I believe this obligation is going to be coming through probably the first quarter of the next fiscal year. So what we can do is we can go out there and we get some pricing for some financing, and that might help you make a better decision.
Excellent. Thank you. That's great direction. Let me go ahead and hand it back to you then.
And I swear we're almost done.
No, I have 20 more things for you. No, I'm just kidding. Okay. Miscellaneous.
Director Downs, when you start getting punchy on us, that means we're getting late. So,
Miscellaneous fees. So the city charges cost recovery fees for services that are provided to individuals. These are services where there is no public benefit. A specific service is provided to a specific individual. We're allowed by state law to recover our costs for that. This includes things like permits, facility rental, and recreation programs. So in last fiscal year, let's see here, let me stick to. Okay, so as our costs increase, we do recommend increasing the fees each year. So last year, the City Council waived the fee increase. This year, staff can recommend increasing the fees by up to 4.3%. So we're seeking direction from City Council. Should we prepare a budget with a fee increase of 4.3% or something less?
thank you. That was a very short, concise presentation. Let's hope there are very short, concise questions and comments. Let me begin with Councilmember Hernandez, then Mayor Pro Tem. Then I'll go to my left to to Councilmember Mendoza.
I'll keep my comments short. I am in favor of something less, and my reason being is many of the sports leagues that use our parks recently reached out to me and shared that they may have to leave the city because some of the costs are too high. So that not only hurts children and families, it hurts the sports community. Yeah, I'm not in favor of increasing it. That concludes my comments.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm going to respond to your question with a question. So we can go up to 4.3%. What I'd like to know at some point is how little can we raise fees?
0, anywhere between 0 and 4.3.
Well, no, I get that.
Oh,
of course
sorry.
we can. I'm just saying within reasonable. In other words, for cost recovery. In other words, going to waiving the 1.67% obviously impacted our budget last time. We did that obviously because of the pandemic, and we wanted to provide that relief for our residents. But as we emerge from the pandemic, obviously we're in the business of recovering costs for services we provide. So I'd like you to return back with some number that's not 0, it's not 4.3, but something that's a reasonable amount that we can live with.
Thank you for that. Let me go to Councilmember Mendoza and then Lopez.
Yes, my feeling was we could raise it, but not up to the 4.3. So just bring back whatever you work out.
Thank you. Councilmember Lopez.
Yeah, a quick question for clarity on my end. When we're talking about permits, facility rental, and recreation programs, what is it that we're specifically talking about?
Any fee for cost recovery. So if we're providing a service like street sweeping, which benefits the public at large, we don't charge a fee for that. But if somebody walks up to our planning and building counter and wants to get a planning permit, we're looking at their plans, we're approving their permit, so we're focusing staff resources on just that one applicant. And so we're allowed to recover our costs for the services that we provide to that one applicant.
Okay, and do we have a trajectory chart of where we've been in the past and where other cities comparable to our size are at now with the fee?
We have thousands of fees, And so if you wanted us to bring back some benchmarking with other cities on fees, I would recommend that maybe if you're interested in a particular area, that might help focus us rather than trying to do benchmarking for thousands of fees.
Okay, well, I guess I would leave it up to staff to kind of guide me in that sense, because obviously I would want to say, yeah, sure, let it be 0, but I also understand why we're having this discussion,
Right.
and I want to make sure that we're being comparable with other cities our size.
Sure. And I might add too that, these services are being provided by city staff. And city staff gets annual pay increases that have been negotiated through MOUs. So one of the things that you could look at is just the potential of what was the salary increase for that group of employees for those group of services. That would be the kind of recommendation that would be less than 4.3% that I would bring back.
Okay, thank you, Kat, I appreciate that.
Thank you. Let me go to Councilmember Fan.
You took my idea, so I'm gonna roll with that. Thank you.
Councilmember Peñalosa, are you good? Because I think you're the only one that hasn't spoken.
I'm good. Thank you, Mayor.
Great, thank you. So I think I'm kind of fine with this. What did you just say, Director Downs, on
The salary increases, which are less than the 4%, 4.3%, so that'd probably be something that I would bring back.
Okay, why don't you do that, and that way you give us a better idea.
Sure.
I'm agreeable to that as well. All right, seeing nothing else, I'll go ahead and hand it back to you.
Thank you, moving right along. Okay, so as we talked about earlier, the city recently refinanced its pension debt to save approximately $138 million. This graphic was included in your February 15th staff report with the final results of the project. So the graphic shows the debt service for the bonds in gray and the estimated payments to CalPERS in yellow, and a line for our current budget. So when comparing our obligations, the gray and the yellow, to the line for next year, we expect initial savings of $9.4 million for the upcoming fiscal year. In future years, however, we expect the required payments to exceed the budget. That's where you see those gray and yellow bars going above the line. So our recommendation, which we included in the February 15th staff report, but we just want to get your direction at this point in time before we finish building out the budget. Our recommendation is to transfer that initial $9.4 million of savings into a pension stabilization. It's a trust that the city has already established, so it's a pension stabilization account to provide for future payment spikes. So this allows the city to have a more predictable budget for pension debt payments in the future.
Great. Let me bring it back to council for some suggestions. Let me just call on myself and say I agree with putting that 9.4 back into the stabilization fund, because we know that we're going to have some spiking years ahead of us. We may not see those for a while, and maybe some of us don't see them at all, but I would ask that they be just placed back in. That was sort of what the thought was when I was at least discussing the refinancing of this pension debt. So let me go ahead and call on other members of the council as well. Let me start with Hernandez and Mayor Pro Tem.
I have same exact comments as the mayor. I'm in agreement with this. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
What happens per that chart in 2043 when we just stop paying CalPERS? I mean, is there something I should be aware of?
Maybe Fiestas Patris gets a whole lot better.
I want to echo my colleagues' comments. I was just a little curious about that. Thank you.
Anybody opposed to what's been already mentioned? All right, looks like there's concurrence. There you go.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, so this was our general fund 10-year outlook when the current year budget was adopted. There was an expectation that spending would exceed revenue in the future unless either our tax base increased or the budget was changed. The good news is this is our updated 10-year outlook. This includes all adjustments made through the mid-year report on March 1st. The current year budget includes $31.3 million of one-time spending, so the recurring portion of that budget is only $355 million compared to our revenue of $364. So therefore, the current year recurring budget is balanced. At this time, the outlook is a budget surplus, which grows when the police building debt is paid off. However, when the Measure X rate decreases in 2029, we expect the general fund budget will have deficit spending unless, of course, another change is made to either our tax base or our service levels. So this updated outlook is just simply an opportunity for us to strategize for the future. The city could use the revenue surplus in the coming years to fund much-needed capital improvements around the city. Or the city could bank any revenue surplus to help smooth the transition period to rebalance the budget when the Measure X rate decreases. At this time, we're not seeking direction. This is only to provide information for the City Council to consider when reviewing the proposed budget for 22-23. Once we do have a draft budget, the 10-year outlook will be updated again. This is a summary of our budget process timeline. We have 5 community budget meetings scheduled in March and April. There are 2 City Council workshops scheduled on May 3rd and May 17th, and the public hearings are scheduled for June 7th and June 21st. The City Clerk's office has identified 2 additional dates of May 12th and May 16th that can be used for budget workshops, either in lieu of the normal May meeting dates or in addition to. So if you'd like to provide any feedback with your preferences for those additional dates, we're happy to receive it at this time. Otherwise, we'll just simply continue to work with the City Clerk's office for scheduling.
Great. Do you want input now, or do you want to just?
Sure, if you want to let us know that you want a 3rd or a 4th budget workshop, or you want to use those dates instead of the regular city council meetings so that you simply have more dedicated time to discuss the budget, you could go either way.
Yeah, I'm not sure what my calendar is going to look like at that point, so it's a little tentative, but I think we may need some additional dates. I think it's always helpful. So to the extent that we can all have our executive assistants work with us and work with your staff to include an additional or 1 or 2 more, I think would be helpful.
And I will note that it's already reserved on your calendar.
Excellent. Good thinking. Mayor Pro Tem and then Councilmember Fan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On the community budget meetings, are there any of those on the south side of town? I'm not sure where the Pentecostal church is.
I am not sure. We can check the map, and maybe we can schedule something specific on the south side of town if that's
Yes,
the
please.
direction.
Thank you.
Okay.
Councilmember Fan, then Hernandez.
So I just want to clarify, I have a couple comments about the budget timeline, but also general comments that I don't feel the slides kind of covered for the budget priorities. So I can come back to that if you want. So regarding the council workshops, I don't think we should have any budget workshops on council days. I just think that there's just a lot to discuss. We all have our crazy ideas here on the dais, and I really think that having dedicated days would just a better use of time. My crazy ideas anyway. So I'd like to see additional tentative days that are not council days. Thank you.
Crazy ideas from the dais. I like that. Councilmember Hernandez.
I had same comments to you. Yeah, I'd like to see them not be on the same day as council meetings. And I also would like to request to see a community budget meeting at El Salvador Park Community Center.
El Salvador?
El Salvador Park Community Center, yes, thank you.
Thank you, council members. Any council members to the left or Peñalosa, are we all good?
Yeah, Mayor Samantha, I just had a point of clarification. Catherine, on the last point there, City Council meeting, I'm assuming that's supposed to say second reading, correct?
Oh, yes, you're right. Thank you for catching that. Yes, it's supposed to be the second reading and adoption on June 21st.
Perfect. Thank you.
Great. And
that's it, Mayor.
Thank you for that. I'm in concurrence with everything I've heard as well. So thank you.
Okay.
Last slide.
All right, so we have something new this year. I'm super excited that we're implementing the Balancing Act tool to gather public input this year. So the public will be able to build their own version of the city budget right off the city's website. Once the tool is live, there will be social media announcements and direct text messaging with a link. The tool will automatically scale to a phone, making it easier for our residents to use. We're hoping to launch Balancing Act next Thursday in time for our first community budget meeting at ComLink. So fingers crossed that we'll be able to do that. We've been working very hard on it, and we're very excited. So we hope that the public likes to use this tool, and we get a lot of good feedback from them. And at this point, that concludes our prepared presentation. So if you want to provide any additional direction to us, we're happy to receive it.
Great. Let me go ahead and do kind of a last round on the council. So what are you going to call this app? You're not going to call it the Balancing Act app, are you?
You can suggest a name.
All right, we'll take suggestions from the dais next time. Let me go ahead and start with Mayor Pro Tem, then Councilmember Hernandez, and then we'll go down the line.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Great presentation. Great way to get feedback from us tonight. Really appreciate it. One item that I wanted to talk about and something to explore as you guys go through the process is when it comes to downtown and we talk about services for downtown, I know it's something that is kind of built up over time as to how we do it. There are certain things that downtown gets or downtown receives that is not consistent with the rest of the city, right? For instance, the additional clean and safe, obviously marketing and promotions, but there are some things that I believe are consistent across the board, like trimming trees, removing graffiti, those sorts of things. So what I'd like to see, especially now as the revenue source being the parking structure revenues is severely impacted, I would like staff to look at how we integrate some of these basic functions into our overall service provision, because again, tree trimming shouldn't be something that comes from the parking structure revenues for downtown. I mean, unless they've got somebody out there every 2 days clipping individual leaves, then I'll step back. But short of that, if it's tree trimming conducted the same way it's conducted on Main Street, Bristol, or 17th, then I think we need to somehow integrate it into the contracts that we have for the rest of the city. So that's really my last additional item. Other than that, again, thank you very much, staff. I think this went very smooth.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor Sarmiento. Fantastic presentation, Director Downs. I mean, wonderful. I do have some critiques, though. This says you are balanced. I don't see balance here. Public safety has $192.7 million, nearly $200 million. Community services barely exceeds $30 million. $34 million in community services. It makes sense why crime is so high and why we have one of the lowest college attainment rates in the county. Developmental services at 31.2. This is a very imbalanced budget that's actually it's gonna lead to more crime. We need to invest money in those neighborhoods that we're not investing enough in. Those neighborhoods that are having fatal shootings and graffiti is rampant, that's where we need to put dollars. Santa Anita neighborhood. There's too many shootings that are happening in Ward 5, downtown Santa Ana. There are families that live beyond downtown. The Willard neighborhood needs to get more funding. We have a shortage of parks. So I'm just gonna go from top to bottom and say, number one, we need to fully fund police oversight, and that should come from the public safety budget. Number two is I want to see staff bring something back that shows us what a fully funded police oversight commission looks like with public safety dollars. Number two is my colleague, Councilmember Tai Viet Phan, and I have been working with leaders in the Chinese community on righting the wrong that the Santa Ana City Council did in 1906 when they voted to burn down the Chinatown. We are requesting support to create a Chinatown memorial at the very location where this community once existed on 3rd and Bush. I'd like to see that be brought back to us. I also would like to see, in the event that OCTA does not deliver the $1.5 million that I requested at our last council meeting, be brought back so that we can offer that support to the businesses that deserve it. In addition to that, I want to see a much more robust budget as it pertains to our parks and recreation, our library services. I have a question for the sake of transparency with the public. If I can ask a question to our director of the libraries, would you please come up? So currently, the city of Santa Ana, we have a little bit over 10,000 residents over the history of our city that have been allotted to the California Gang Database. That is far too many people and counting. Could you tell me, Mr. Sternberg, cities comparable to size and demographic, how many libraries do they have?
So the two cities that are closest in size that I would compare us to is Anaheim as well as the city of Riverside. Very similar populations. Those cities have approximately 7 in Anaheim and 8 in Riverside, and that's a
How many do we have in the city of Santa Ana?
We have 2.
What does a budget for the libraries in Riverside and Anaheim look like versus the budget that we currently have for libraries here?
Approximately, I believe off the top of my head, around 11 to 12 million for each of those cities for their library services.
Where are we at now in the city of Santa Ana?
Off the top of my head, I think moving into next year, we are about 6 to 6.5 million.
Thank you, Mr. Sternberg. I'm going to need to see at least a minimum of $10 million in funding to library services to ensure that we're not doing children and families a disservice in the city of Santa Ana. Thank you, Mr. Sternberg.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Furthermore, I want to see intervention and prevention prioritized. There are too many children who have been shot and killed in this community. There are too many children that are being funneled through the juvenile justice system, which eventually leads to the prison system. And we need to do something about that. We can't arrest our way out of this problem. So this is a very imbalanced budget that is not going to work for me and for our residents. So I want to see community services increase by a very large amount, and same applies to development services. I'm very concerned about that. As I mentioned, library funding is extremely important. Intervention and prevention services, early childhood learning and early childhood education is something else, Director Downs, that I do want to see incorporated here. I would like to see us diversify parks and recreation when it comes to funding sports programs, to funding more programs like tennis, boxing, wrestling, maybe mixed martial arts. City of Santa Ana has a multitude of combat sport champions, most notably Gilbert Melendez, resident of Ward 5, 12-time mixed martial arts world champion. We're missing out on a lot of opportunities if we're not funding these programs. Furthermore, I do want to see a much more robust budget, Director Downs, when it comes to arts. Arts have proven to be not only good for developmental reasons when it comes to children, it also helps for children that are on the spectrum, and it's one of the most effective intervention and prevention programs that we could have is funding the arts. And in addition to that, I would like to see, as it pertains to community services, or maybe if it even fits in development services, some sort of a line item to support neighborhood initiatives, whether that is us creating something that goes directly to neighborhood associations, because there's neighborhood associations that want to have their own street toppers, that want to fund their own city community events in their neighborhoods, celebrations. For instance, the Articia Pilar Neighborhood Association has been working for years to restore the La Raza mural. And that's very costly. I think the city should offer that support to neighborhood associations. So I would like to see something brought back, and we definitely need to balance public safety much more than what it is, because this is a very imbalanced budget. That concludes my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Fan?
Thank you, Mayor. So I do have a list of items. I tried to prioritize them in order, but just in general, the first thing, I think it's a bit of a smaller ask, which is we really need to replace the Little Saigon sign that was hit and destroyed many moons ago. I do know that a prior council did say that they would replace the Little Saigon sign, but it's not there. So I think it would be important to maybe work with Arts Commission to decide what we can do or how that would look, what that funding would look like. Because there are a lot of Vietnamese American businesses. Little Saigon is a business district that's known internationally. And when you travel to other countries and you mention Little Saigon, they know it. And there's no reason why we, trying to build up economic development, wouldn't take advantage of that. Because Little Saigon, or the beginnings of the Vietnamese American diaspora in America, started here in Santa Ana, and we should really hold on to that. The second area, and I would like to say, some of my ideas are not as cool as Councilmember Hernandez's, but I do feel they are bread and butter issues. And before I get to that, I 100% support the Chinatown Memorial. That is something that, as an Asian American, just as a Santanero, it's shameful. It's very shameful that we did that to our own residents, and we weren't the only ones. I mean, San Francisco thought about destroying Chinatown there before the earthquake happened. So whether it's to fund, the murals, any type of art or history, I think that's really important. And again, it's economic development. It's going to draw people to go down to downtown, see what the history was like, take an interest, and spend money down there. So my next item is regarding CDA. I know that Director Mendoza, Assistant City Manager Mendoza, has been doing a fantastic job wearing two very difficult hats. So for those of you who don't know, he was our Director of Community Development. Community Development. And in some cities, community development is planning, so I get a little confused sometimes. And then he became Assistant City Manager. And even in smaller cities, those are two different management jobs. And the idea that someone is doing both, I think, is a disservice to our residents. And it's not because he's not doing a good job. I just do believe that community development, which services our Section 8 vouchers, which is dealing with rent stabilization, which is dealing with the ERA rental assistance, which is the one that I think is helping with the downtown grant distribution, which is the one that is also working with a lot of our non-English speaking residents to help them figure out a lot of these housing issues. The very issues that affect the most low-income residents in the city deserves a director who is full-time able to focus on that, so that our assistant city manager can focus on all the city manager issues, which is a lot. And right now he's doing both, and you are, Madam City Manager, therefore doesn't have a number two who is able to dedicate full-time to that. So I truly believe that we really need to look into that and to see what we can do in order to get a director who's fully focused on that. And to dovetail on that issue is to look into administrative support and allocation for CDA. So for many of you who might not know, as I mentioned, CDA services are housing and Section 8 vouchers. And that means they also work a lot with our grant funding. We get grant funding from the state, the federal government, and they have to report, they have to do a lot of work to make sure we're in compliance. We had 4 positions, administrative positions, to help, do the reporting, dot the I's, cross the T's. We had 3, and then we added into the 4th position. Well, the 3 who was working for CDA all quit. They either transitioned into a different department in the city or to a different city altogether. And it's because, in my opinion, they may have been overworked, because we have so much that we're expecting of our staff. And we can't provide the services that folks need without the supportive services. So I would like to see additional funding for that program because we are not going to be able to talk about housing, talk about working people without funding that department. The next area is regarding fixing our roads and our kind of blacktop pavement for the streets. I do understand, we had a lot of conversation about our sidewalk master plan and sidewalk maintenance, but our streets are really struggling. One example is driving down Euclid on the west side. People call and say, wow, Ty, you can really tell when you're going from Garden Grove to Santa Ana to Fountain Valley down Euclid. And we do have a kind of a CIP master plan, but all of that street paving funding is from M2 funds, as I believe, or other grant funding. So it's not consistent, it's not in our general fund budget, but our roads is literally the first thing people notice, right? Because you're driving on it, you're going to these businesses, you're going to downtown, you're going to our city hall and courts and all of that stuff, and it's a safety issue. Our residents drive a lot, and that impacts the quality and the maintenance of your car. So I would like to see that we allocate funding to pavement, street infrastructure, because that would really, I think, also, it just deserves a position in our budget. And then the other two items I would like to kind of bring up, it's kind of lower on my list of areas, but I do want to bring it up, is one, sidewalks, as I mentioned. We do get a lot of trip and falls. We settle those cases, sometimes $80,000, $100,000, $200,000. And, investing in this for recurring maintenance, going from the $500,000 to $1 million a year, allows us to really address all of those issues throughout the city and allows us to not just update them, but maintain them throughout time or, indefinitely. And finally, I would like for us to look into developing potentially an internal translation team. And Cesar, you've been doing a great job. It's not about you. A city of our size, the idea that we don't have full-time internal translation staff is incredible to me. We have our Vietnamese community liaison, and she's really helped out on a number of translations. But in other cities, for example, in Garden Grove, they have 5-6 people whose almost full-time job is to do translations. And for me, there's no reason for us to have to farm that out and contract out, especially because we have so many employees who supposedly speak 2 languages. Or we can hire in-house and they'd be available for us whenever we need them throughout all departments. So those are my comments for tonight, and thank you so much.
Thank you for those comments. Let me go to Councilmember Lopez, then Peñalosa.
Thank you, Mayor Sarmiento. And Kat, I'm not going to go item by item. I think you've heard enough from us as to what we want. I just kind of wanted to circle back in terms of the events. One of the things I forgot to mention was supporting Noche de Altares, which is a massive event here in the city, and it doesn't have a budget and it doesn't come with any staff, but it brings thousands of people into the downtown area. And also the Logan annual reunion, I think that's something that we should consider supporting. I really like the idea of boxing being something that the city supports, seeing more services with the library and with code enforcement. And one of the things we discussed not too long ago was establishing a joint meeting with SAUSD. So I want to make sure that staff moves forward with that and bringing us the resolution. So hopefully we can have a meeting and see what are the things that they're working on that we don't have to duplicate, and we can do those layers. So that's going to be it. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Let me go to Councilmember Peñalosa. Councilmember Peñalosa, can you hear us?
Yeah, I'm okay now, Mayor. Thank you.
You're good?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Mendoza, I think you're the only other person who hasn't spoken. Would you like to?
I think everything has been covered, so I'm in agreement, yes.
Thank you. Thank you for being brief. Let me go ahead and go, and then I'll circle back with you. So let me just say, yeah, please start the clock on me. First, I want to just congratulate staff because the first slide was really, to me, the most telling slide almost of everything here. You know, the credit rating, you know, the surplus, the responsibility that you all have taken, I think, to make sure that we're in a healthy position. I speak to mayors throughout the state, and many of them are having a really, really difficult time. So, so thank you for giving us this this opportunity to give you some thoughts. And I think, you know, that's a blessing in and of itself that we can even do that, as opposed to working backwards and saying, how do we remain solvent, or how do we become solvent? And looking at the graphs and how things, I looked at 5-year graphs and 5-year forecasting, and it looked really painful years ago. Not saying that things are great, but they're much, much better. I mean, extremely, extremely healthier than we were years ago. So that's a testament to the work that's been done by staff. So I want to give credit where it's due. Let me just, you know, briefly highlight some things. I'm not going to go into detail. I'll just bullet point some things. So on the police oversight that was mentioned, I know that I want to make sure that there's funding for that commission that will be coming, whatever that's going to look like. I would say you maybe want to cost it out at the highest level, and if it comes down to something lesser, then that's fine. On the public safety, on the fact that it's heavy, obviously, looking at the graph, to the extent we can do some things with that I thought we had done last budget cycle, which is to incorporate some prevention and intervention. I think that had already been spoken to. Maybe it can be done in-house by them. And I'm talking about things like preemptive work, right? Some of their public, you know, efforts that they have with engaging with the youth and with the community, preemptive training. You know, we have a lot of post-officer involved shooting training. We don't have any preemptive training for officers, and look, it's negligence on our part to not prepare people psychologically for the type of work that they do. We need to have some training for less than lethal, you know, force. Those are things that I've seen other communities do really well. But I do want us to get in the space of being more, investing more in prevention. I think, as Councilmember Hernandez had, you know, spoken about earlier, and intervention. So those things I'm very, very supportive of. I also am supportive of one-time expenditures that we're talking about. You know, there are things that are not recurring costs that I believe are completely, you know, urgent at this point. And I think, you know, having our merchants here with us almost till midnight speaks to the desperateness of the desperation and the condition that we're facing. So we've invested in many things. I think when the streetcar is going to come, there'll be a net benefit to having that. But in the meantime, in this short period of time, and I hope it is short, and that's what I'm trying to do at OCTA, which is compel the contractor to extend the hours, work on Saturdays, do whatever they can to accelerate the work. But in that meantime, in this window of time, we should be using whatever we can of our one-time dollars to be able to get them through this period of time. So I would say we segregate some money for that as well. Finally, I just want to, on some of the smaller things, lesser cost things, on the Chinatown Memorial, I'm very supportive of. On the fees, when it comes to miscellaneous fees, one thing I want us to just look at, it's very minor, but it isn't. When on field usage, we charge non-resident commercial users the same that we charge residential commercial users. So what I'm hoping is that we can adjust that so residential commercial users, these are for-profit, let's say, baseball leagues, soccer leagues, pay less than non-residential for-profit users. So I just, Director Rudloff brought that to my attention, and I wanted to make sure I remembered that. And so those were my comments. I hopefully, that will help, give you some guidance and give you some thoughts, but we can, I'm sure, speak with all of you online if we need to flesh out any of the things that we spoke about tonight. And I think there was one last comment by Councilmember Hernandez.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to conclude with a couple of important points and why I wanted to place emphasis on us balancing the community services and development services budget. I feel that at minimum, our community services should be at least at $50 million. We're the youngest city in Orange County. youth 13 to 24 per capita. We are clearly struggling when it comes to our libraries and funding our libraries. And in addition to that, we have had a number of homicides this year. And I'm afraid that if we don't invest more money into these impacted neighborhoods, that trend will continue. Downtown Santa Ana has a very, very strong police presence. And from one weekend to another, 2 homicides occurred within 14 days. Having a cop on every single corner is not going to stop what's happening in this community. In the Santa Anita community, there is an active gang war that's happening. And we can erase all the graffiti that we'd like, but until we invest in those families that are impacted, these crimes will continue. So what I want to propose, so that we can be responsive and proactive to the crime that's happening in impacted communities like Santa Anita, is I want to propose that we create a community center at Cesar Chavez Park. There is no community center there. Santa Anita Community Center is under construction, and it also is constantly tasked with the challenge of having members of the houseless community and people abusing drugs in front of that community center. There's a reason why children are finding love in unlovable places in that neighborhood. I grew up 2 houses down from El Salvador Park, and I'm not a gang member. I'm a councilman, and I'm a mental health counselor. So the only reason why I was able to make it out of that community and do the things that I'm doing is because I had good educators that invested in me. The city, unfortunately, didn't invest in people like me. That's why I ran for office. So we need to do a service to our community. Cesar Chavez should have a community center. And I would propose that if we do, and when we do build this community center, we call it Dolores Huerta Community Center. She's still alive. What an honor to have that there. Number 2, there is constant tagging that is happening in the Santa Anita neighborhood due to the lack of financial support that neighborhoods like Santa Anita are getting. I would like to see some support for intervention in prevention and funding services that is going to deter graffiti there. So what the community is asking for is they would like to create their own mural on the liquor store that is constantly tagged on off of Jackson Street. That is a location where many people have lost their lives. The community and the neighborhood association wants to get a mural done there so that it can deter graffiti. And I think that would be a successful thing to do. And I think it would make a lot of sense for the city to fund that. I do want to emphasize that police play a very important role in keeping our community safe. But police do not stop bullets once they're shot. Police play a very vital role in making sure that our families feel safe. But we also need to build relationships between our justice-impacted community, our police officers, and our educational institutions. I would like to see some of these monies in public safety place more emphasis on building community relationships on the ground, interacting with our community members, our children, and our families. I think having a public safety budget, there should be a presence of police officers that do interact with children. And it shouldn't be, the first interaction with police should not be a negative one. It should be a positive one. So I'd like to see that. And I think on the topic of public safety, we also have to understand that public safety is intersectional. We need to invest more money into public works. Public Works needs to have a robust budget so that they can work on our sidewalks, so that they can also have a robust funding for streetlights, because well-lit communities feel safer. And lastly, as it pertains to public safety, I want to see some of these monies pushed over to community services, and here's the response. We have empty parcels of land that can be utilized to help develop healthy members of our community. We could utilize these empty parcels of land and program and have skateboarding, have a skate park. You can have a basketball court. You can have the GAP program there. And I think when we do that, it changes the response from suppression to development. And lastly, on the topic of public safety, families need to feel safe going to the park and using the restroom. I live in the Artesia community, and I have never walked my daughter into the El Salvador Park restroom. Thank goodness I live close enough to walk her home there. We need to do something about those restrooms. I don't know if it's tearing them down and building new ones, but as an elected official and as a resident and a family man, I don't feel safe in that restroom. One time I was there and there was feces on the wall and city staff painted over it. That bad. We need to do something about these restrooms. There's no doors. It's just completely open. So, and it looks like a jail cell. So we need to reconstruct the entire El Salvador Park community restrooms that are in that park. I would like to see support from my colleagues there. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. Thank you for that. I think staff has received as much information as we can possibly dole out at this time. So thank you all for participating and providing that presentation to us. Let's move along to item number 27, which is a public hearing to consider an ordinance amending Chapter 39 of the Santa Ana Municipal Code related to the water shortage contingency plan. Let me go ahead and ask staff if there's a presentation.
Yes, Mayor, we have a brief presentation, but once again, it is a lot of just cleanup language and updating language. So and the staff report goes over what the changes are. We can do the presentation for you, or if you just want to ask any questions or move the item,
Why don't we do that? Let me go ahead and open up the public hearing so we can go ahead and see if there's any members of the public that wish to address us on item number 27.
Members of the public joining us by way of Zoom or conference call or would like to make a comment for any public hearing item 27, please dial *9 from your phone or select raise hand from Zoom now. We did not receive any one virtually raising their hand, and we didn't receive any written communication or any speaker cards.
Great. Let me go ahead and close the public hearing and bring it back to the City Council to see if there's any questions or comments or a motion that they'd like to put forth.
I'll move to approve.
Great. We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Seeing no other comments, council members, please vote.
Yes.
Madam Clerk, my vote is a yes. The screen isn't working.
Thank you. Yes. Okay, motion carries 6-0 with council members and one absent. So Councilmember Lopez Mendoza, Peñalosa, Fan, Mayor Pro Tem Becerra, and Mayor Sarmiento voting yes, and Councilmember Hernandez absent.
Great, thank you. Let me move along to item number 28, and this is another public hearing to consider an ordinance repealing and reenacting Article 2 of Chapter 16 of the Santa Ana Municipal Code related to solid waste collection regulations. And let me ask staff, I'm sure there's a presentation, but why don't we take it the same way we did last time?
We do, and what this one is doing, it's repealing and reenacting the municipal code just to meet current state legislation and be consistent with the state of California mandates.
Excellent, thank you. Let me go ahead and open the public hearing and ask the clerk if there are any members of the public that wish to address the council on this item.
If any member of the public who's been joining us by way of Zoom or conference call would like to make a comment only for public hearing item 28, please dial *9 or from your phone or raise hand from Zoom now. We did not receive any written communication, speaker cards, and we did not have anybody raising their hands virtually.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let me go ahead and close the public hearing and bring it back to the council to see if there are any questions or comments or a motion that I'd like to entertain. Is there a motion on this item?
I'll move to approve.
And second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Seeing no other questions or comments, council members, please vote.
City Clerk, my vote is a yes.
Yes. Okay, motion passes 6-0 with Councilmember Hernandez. Did you want to vote on this item or?
Item number 28.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries 7-0 with council members Hernandez, Lopez, Mendoza, Peñalosa, Fan, Mayor Pro Tem Becerra, and Mayor Sarmiento voting yes.
Great, thank you, everybody. So that brings us to the only council member requested item. That's item number 29. I believe that's by council member Mendoza, Lopez, and Fan. I'll go ahead and turn it over to them.
Thank you. Well, there's been just a recent surge, and it's always been, it's existed, but it seems like it's even more on the increase and on the rise, and right here in our very own backyard, that we seem to have a lot of child marriages. So we'd like to propose that the city support a proclamation, and it's something to adopt the resolution in support of, to take this to legislation in support of banning child marriages here in the city of Santa Ana, actually in the state of California and nationwide eventually. So I'll give the floor to my colleagues.
Go ahead, Councilmember Lopez and then Fan. Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead, Fan and then Lopez.
Trigger warning for anyone who's watching, and I'm being very sincere about that. A lot of people don't know that the United States of America allows child marriages, and there are only 4 states in the country that actually prohibits marriages for people under the age of 18. Most of the states, including the state of California, does not have a minimum age in which a child may be married to an adult of any age, so long as they have the consent of a judge and one parent. Many of these children who are married are girls, often as young as 12 or 13, who are married off to their abusers, who are often in their 30s or older. This is also a situation that occurs when there are some communities where this does exist overseas, where children are married off overseas and brought back home. In a lot of these situations, child marriages are used by parents and the abuser in order to avoid statutory rape laws. The fact that we allow that in this country is a sham. And a couple years ago, I believe it's 2018, I guess that's 4 years ago, or maybe it's a couple years ago, Assemblymember Cotty Petrie Norris sought to pass a bill with the state legislature just to get data on how many children in this state are in fact married off underaged. What we do know, however, was in a period of about 10 years up until 2018, I think that's the last time I have the data, it was about 300,000 children in this country who are married off under the age of 18. There are, of course, some who are 17 and 21 and things like that. Another thing people don't realize is that a lot of these children are married off, and they are then in the control of their new spouses. Fun fact, if you are an emancipated minor, you are not able to marry. The court will tell you that you're able to work, make your own financial decisions, and have your own life, but you are not allowed to marry until you have the approval of at least one parent in a court. That means that if a child is married off to someone who is much older, they are then basically the responsibility of that adult who is often their abuser. So because it is Women's History Month, because the vast majority of child marriages affect young girls and young women, I supported Councilmember Mendoza's call to support a resolution calling on our state legislatures to fix this wrong and to really stand up for women. It's not a difficult position to take once you know that there is no reason to have this other than to continue to punish young girls who are victims of abuse. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Let me go to Councilmember Lopez.
Yes, thank you. It's also a human trafficking issue in many instances for young children. And so, for all the reasons that Councilmember Mendoza and Councilmember Fan stated, I'm supporting this, and I'm supporting the resolution to come back and urge our state legislators to do something here in the state of California so that no child is trafficked or forced to marry someone that they don't want to marry.
Thank you, council members, for bringing this before us. Are there any council members that are opposed to this? All right, just to make the direction a little clear. So hopefully staff has has its direction on this. Let me go ahead and bring it back to the City Council. I think that was it for the calendar. Let me bring it back to the City Manager if there's any closing remarks.
Just two very quick ones, Council. Earlier today, we had the ribbon cutting. Thank you for all of you that could make it. It's for the new Play and Learn Children's Patio, and I do think the children that were in attendance really enjoyed themselves, so congratulations to our library department. And then I want to do a quick shout out to our sewer services team. They did receive an award. They are the winner of the 2021 Medium Collection System of the Year Award for the California Water Environment Association. So one more award going to our Public Works Agency, and that's it.
Thank you for those comments. Let me bring it back to the council for their closing comments. Councilmember Hernandez.
Mr. Mayor, I'm not ready for my closing comments. My apologies. I'm coordinating something with Director Mendoza.
Sure, no problem. Let me go ahead and go to Councilmember Lopez.
Yes, so I want to thank Station 70, which is in Ward 3 by Grand Avenue and Santa Clara, and for allowing me to spend the day with them today. It was really great to get to know the firefighters and the paramedics and go out with them and do another ride along. I always enjoy doing those things. So thank you, Station 70 folks. I appreciate it. Another quick update. Oh, I want to thank staff for today's ribbon cutting ceremony. It was a really great community event. I was really happy to see all the moms and their kids out there, and everyone loved it. And so I think it was, more than 500 people showed up. It was pretty great. So thanks, staff, for that. And that's going to conclude my comments for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Let me go to Councilmember Mendoza.
Thank you. I think it was a very productive meeting and there was much to be done, so I think we should just say goodnight.
Great comments. I love them. Councilmember Peñalosa.
Just wanted to say good night. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Fan.
Thank you. I'd like to report that the city did pay for my attendance at the Association of California Water Agencies conference. It was just a virtual conference. But that was really cool to see, what they're doing with our water resources and whatnot. I did want to specifically shout out a resident, Denise Reynoso, for inviting me to read Across America at, I believe it's Santiago Elementary School. And I have to talk about the book that I read. It's called Just Ask by Justice Sonia Sotomayor. And so Be Different, Be Brave, and Be You. I think the mayor also read it, because, we're lawyers. And I borrowed this today at our main library from the library Children's Learn and Play patio. So please go and check it out. It's an incredible book. It's super fun. The art is amazing. And I feel like I am going to buy it for all my friends who have little children. With that, good night.
Thank you, Councilmember. Great book. I agree. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I also want to congratulate staff on a very successful ribbon cutting today. Brian Sternberg did a fantastic job. I gotta say though, Abe Lincoln on his stilts was had me a little nervous for a minute, but my understanding is he did fine. Just also wanted to announce my monthly community office hours are coming up on April 2nd. Our next council meeting is April 5th, so just wanted to put that out there. Saturday, April 2nd, 10 a.m. over at the Upton All Access Park at Thornton Park. And just wanted to conclude by wishing my Stanley pup a happy birthday on April 1st. Good night.
Great, thank you for that. Let me go back to Councilmember Hernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to give our city manager props because she hired Brian Sternberg. So fantastic work there. That's your victory. Good work. A bit of a somber end for me here. I wanted to end today's meeting on my comment honoring a former City of Santa Ana employee, Arturo Hernandez. He was born in Nogales, Sonora in 1943 with his three brothers. He was raised in Tijuana and made his way to Los Angeles to make a life for himself and his family. He met his wife, Leonor Hernandez, in Santa Ana, where they married in 1973 and raised three young men. He found his career with the city of Santa Ana as a park maintenance engineer, where he dedicated his life to his work and his familia. Arturo worked at multiple parks in the city of Santa Ana, worked at our zoo, and eventually finished his career in downtown Santa Ana, and he was known for wearing his famous green sombrero every single day. He never missed a day of work and always got the job done. He loved his job so much that he stayed for 20 years. He would have stayed longer if the city didn't force him to retire. Such a talented, hardworking man. He would do anything for his work and his familia. He also volunteered his time to teach the Jackson Little League baseball team in the 80s at Windsor Park. He wore many hats during those 5 years as a coach, umpire, and a groundskeeper, always lending a helping hand no matter what. Arturo was a great man, husband, father, brother, and a niño. From 1983 to 2003, served the city of Santa Ana. May he rest in peace, and we thank him for his service.
Thank you, council member. And I also want to end on a, well, first I want to start by thanking staff for the presentations tonight, for the good work that they've done. Excellent work, staff. Please extend that to all your, all your staff that work with you. I want to end on in adjourning in Ann Andres' memory. And Ann Andres, if you all don't know, was a very well-known attorney here in Santa Ana. She actually came very close to becoming mayor of the city. She ran against my predecessor, former Mayor Miguel Pulido, 28 years ago now. That was the first campaign I ever worked on. I did field operations for then council member Pulido, who ran against Ann. And Ann was just a very elegant, gracious woman, successful attorney. She had her practice right on 3rd Street near the intersection of Sycamore, right next to Birch Park. There's an old historic home there that she converted into her law practice. Her husband, Eugene, was on I believe our personnel board for years. So Ann will be very missed. She has an extensive family here in the city. I know Tina is is a relative of hers. Tina Andres is with the Santa Ana Unified School District. She's a well-known educator. So I just want us to think about people that we're unfortunately losing more often, and just love the people that are in your life, love the people that are elderly and that are aging, and people who've made it through this pandemic. Please, let's extend care to each one of us. And we are adjourned until April 5th, 2022. Thank you. Good night, everybody.